Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was brutally trained by the gods of magic? The house was already broken when the world noticed. Roof torn open, walls split, cold air pushing through the ruined nursery. In the middle of it all, a baby cried on a scorched wooden floor, wrapped in a singed blanket and a curtain of quiet dust. Something else noticed before any human did. It was not a man. It was not even a shape at first. It was intention. The air above the baby thickened, as if every bit of magic in the village had rushed into one point and refused to leave. Light folded in on itself, then settled into a figure that was only partly visible. Lines of pale gold traced a tall outline. Inside those lines there was only depth, like a night sky with no stars. The figure looked down at the child. The baby kicked, fists flailing. A thin lightning scar cut through his forehead, red and angry. The wound pulsed with something that did not belong to him. The figure spoke without moving a mouth. The sound went straight into the room, heavy and calm. "This is wrong." The baby hiccuped. His eyes slid open, green eyes still wet. For a second he stared at the golden lines above him. The crying stopped. The figure studied him in silence. A mortal soul split and damaged. A foreign shard attached. A crude attempt at survival. He reached out a hand made of light. It passed through plaster and ash as if none of it mattered. When it hovered above the scar, the air crackled. Dust lifted in a slow spiral. The shard reacted. The baby jerked. His cry returned, sharp and raw. The figure listened to that sound and considered. Fear, pain, no understanding. He did not move away. "You should not carry this wound, child. This world is already bending around you. If the shard remains, it will twist more than fate. It will twist you." The baby could not answer. He simply cried harder, cheeks blotchy, small hands reaching for a comfort that had already burned away. The golden hand pressed down until it met skin. Light sank into the scar. The nursery vanished. Harry did not remember walls or fire. He did not remember his mother falling or his father shouting. All of that sat far behind him, buried in a memory that had never formed properly. What he felt was pressure and heat. His body faded. He was suddenly aware of himself as something else. A point in a vast, dark field. Somewhere ahead, there was a knot of black and red, pulsing like a rotten heart. The presence beside him was clearer here. Etheron did not bother to hide his name. It was not a sound made by a human tongue. It was a certainty pressed gently into Harry's mind. "I am Etheron." The words were simple. The weight behind them was not. Harry did not know how to speak back. He was an infant soul floating in a storm. The rotten knot throbbed and dragged at him, tugging at his thoughts. "This shard is not you," Etheron said. "It is a piece of another mind, nailed into your soul to save its own existence." The knot flared. A screech tore through the field. Harry flinched. There was no body to curl, but he tried anyway. "It hurts." The thought was clumsy, half-formed, yet clear enough. "Yes," Etheron agreed. "It does." Golden light spread from his presence. Not warm, not cold. It simply was. It wrapped around Harry first, forming a thin shell. The pressure of the shard pressed against this shell and could not pass through. For the first time since the curse, Harry's mind was his alone. The pain dulled. The knot fought. It spat thin streams of dark energy that scraped across the shell. Each touch stung. Harry gasped, though there was no air. Etheron watched. "You feel that? Remember it. This is what corruption tastes like." The knot shrieked again, louder. Images flickered in the dark. A pale face with red eyes. A jet of green light. Fear smelled like damp stone and smoke. Harry whimpered. He could not see the man clearly, but the feeling of him was foul. Heavy. Cold. Etheron tightened the shell. The images shattered into dust. "He did not ask your consent," Etheron said. He did not care who you were. He used you as a container. That alone is enough reason. Golden threads shot forward. They speared the black and red knot. The shard writhed, trying to slip away. It slammed itself against the edges of Harry's soul, looking for cracks. Every impact sent a spike of agony through the child. Stop, Harry tried to say. It will stop, Etheron answered. He pulled. The shard clung to Harry's core. It had dug tiny hooks into him, thin lines of magic that wound around his sense of self. As Etheron drew the shard out, those hooks tore free. Felt like skin ripping, nerve by nerve. If Harry had lungs here, he would have screamed until they burst. He screamed anyway. Sound tore out of him and vanished into the dark. Etheron did not relent. The golden threads burned. The black knot shrank. Piece by piece, it peeled away from Harry. Each broken hook left a raw mark, glowing angry red. It is almost done, Etheron said. Harry could not answer now. His awareness trembled. For a moment he feared he would come apart with the shard. No, you are not him. You are not his magic. You are separate. A final tug. The last hook snapped. The shard ripped free and collapsed into Etheron's hand as a tight, thrashing sphere of black flame. Harry felt sudden weightlessness. He drifted, sore and empty, yet clean in a way he could not name. The sphere fought against Etheron's grip. It spat curses in a language Harry did not know. It promised death and return and endless revenge. Etheron regarded it the way a healer might regard an infected tooth. You lost, he said. Golden light closed around the sphere. Holy magic surged, direct and absolute. It did not burn like ordinary fire. It did not crackle. It simply erased. Every dark strand that made up the shard shook, then vanished. The red eyes went last, still glaring, until they too were gone. Silence fell. Harry shivered. The pain faded to a dull ache. The raw marks on his soul cooled. Where the hooks had been, new lines of light formed, soft and steady. Better, Etheron said. Harry drifted toward the comfort without thinking. You took it away, he thought. Yes. Why? Etheron paused. For him, the pause covered a wealth of calculation. For Harry, it felt like a single slow breath. Because you are interesting, Etheron said at last. And because a broken soul tied to that thing would not serve the purpose I see for you. Purpose. The word settled in Harry's mind with a faint weight. He did not understand it yet, but it waited there, patient. The dark field shifted. The sense of a ruined nursery came back for a heartbeat, like a shadow pressed against a window, then slid away again. You will not return there, Etheron said. That path leads into a life of hunger and fear. A small life. You would survive. You would not grow as you can. The baby soul curled closer to the golden light. Where then, he asked. With me. The field stretched. Stars appeared, then folded in on themselves until only lines of power remained. They wove together and formed a wide, clear space. There was no ground, yet Harry felt something firm under his feet. He looked down and realized he had them again. Small bare feet, pale on a surface that glowed faintly with every step. His body was older here, not an infant now. He looked about 5. Harry stared at his own hands, flexed his fingers, and laughed once in surprise. The sound echoed across the empty space. He lifted his gaze. Etheron stood before him, more defined now. The golden outline still held, but inside it Harry could see motion, as if layers of currents flowed in different directions. No face, no eyes, yet Harry knew when that attention fixed on him. Is this real? Harry asked aloud. His voice was high and thin, but the words were clear. It is real enough, Etheron replied. This place is a domain shaped by my will. Here we are outside the stream of mortal time. Harry frowned. Outside time. That sounds fake. You will have many chances to test it. Etheron flicked his hand. The space around them shifted. A wind rose out of nowhere, sharp and dry, smelling of dust and old stone. Above them, threads of light appeared, stretching in all directions. They pulsed with power. What is that? Harry asked. Ley lines. The true current of magic that runs through all worlds. Mortals know fragments of this. They name parts of it, build schools near it, tap at the edges. They do not see the whole. Harry walked forward. As his foot met one of the glowing threads, it pushed back, like thick water around his ankle. "Feels strange," he muttered, "like walking through jelly." He tried to pull his foot up. The thread clung for a moment, then let go. "You feel it because you were born at a point where many currents cross," Etheron said. "The curse that struck you did not only break your body. It rang through the ley lines. It marked you as louder than your world." Harry looked up again. The web of light above them seemed endless. "You talk in big shapes," he complained. "Louder than my world. That does not help." Etheron considered that. "Then let us begin with less." He closed his hand. The endless network faded until only a single strand remained, thick as a rope, running at chest height between them. "This is magic as your world understands it," he said. "Bound to wands, reduced to spells and rules." He touched the strand. It shimmered and split into little threads. Each thread turned into a neat line of light, like ink strokes in the air. Harry could almost hear words forming on a page. "Incantations," Etheron said. "Rituals. Fixed shapes pressed onto raw power. Useful for the blind." Harry raised a hand. "So wizards are blind." "Not blind. Narrow. They learn to use what they can see. It is not a crime. It is a limit." "Then what are you?" Harry asked. The golden figure tilted his head. "I am the current itself." Harry squinted. "So you are magic." "I am its architect. I shaped its paths. I maintain its rules. I am the reason the spells of your world work at all." Harry let out a slow breath. His heart beat a little faster. "And you picked me, why?" he asked. "You said I am interesting, but that is not an answer. People find frogs interesting." "Because you were used," Etheron said calmly. "Because your soul was forced to carry a burden meant for someone else. Because that burden echoed through the ley lines and told me there was a child whose fate would shift many lives." He stepped closer. The light around him grew brighter, until Harry had to squint. "Because you have a capacity that most mortals do not. You can hold more magic than your world expects. You can learn faster. You can see more." Harry's hands curled into fists. "If you make me a weapon," he said, "I want to choose where I point." Etheron studied him for a long moment. "You are 5, he said. "I do not care," Harry replied. "That is my rule." Etheron almost smiled. Harry felt the idea of it, a shift in the weight of the air. "Good," Etheron said. "You will need that stubbornness." He spread his arms. The single strand of magic between them exploded into light. It became again the wider web, thousands of currents running in every direction. The domain grew around them, stretching without end. "Then let us begin the crucible." The next moment, fire roared around Harry. The domain did not change shape. It simply changed state. Heat slammed into him from every side. He gasped and dropped to one knee. Flames towered, yet his skin did not burn. The fire moved in slow waves, as if someone dragged a brush of orange light across reality. "Is this a test?" Harry shouted. His voice shook. "It is a lesson." Etheron stood at the center of the storm, untouched. "Feel the fire," he said. "Do not think of it as separate. It is movement inside the current. Nothing more." Harry forced himself to breathe. Every inhale tasted of smoke that did not sting his throat. His heart hammered. Sweat slid down his neck. He pressed his hands flat against the unseen ground. Felt cool, calm, the opposite of the air. He focused on that instead. "The ground is not burning," he said. "Because I do not let it," Etheron said. "I want that," Harry answered. "I want to say what burns and what does not. Then reach." Harry stretched out a hand. Fire licked at his fingers. He flinched, then forced himself not to pull back. He tried to imagine the flames as strings he could grab. At first there was only light. Then slowly shapes appeared inside it. Thin lines, twisting and crossing just like the ley lines above. The fire was another pattern inside the same web. "There," Harry muttered. "I see it. Tell it what to do." He frowned, sweat dripping into his eyes. His hand trembled. He dug his feet into the cool knot ground and pushed with his will, the way he pushed when he wanted to sit up or stand or reach a toy on a high shelf. "Stop." The fire stuttered. Harry gritted his teeth. "Stop." The flames froze in place. Heat still pressed against his skin, but nothing moved. Each tongue of fire hung in the air like a painting. Harry laughed, breathless. You saw that, he yelled. Yes. Etheron did not sound impressed. Barely adequate. Again, the crucible stretched on. Time did not move in a straight line here. Sometimes Harry scraped his hands on stone and felt very small. Sometimes he stood taller, limbs longer, voice deeper, without knowing how many days had passed. He did not sleep unless Etheron told him to. He did not age by normal rules. Fire was only the first lesson. He learned air next. Storms shrieked around him, wild and sharp. He stood against winds that could flatten mountains and learned to press one palm forward and calm them to a whisper. He learned water. Seas crashed and rose. Etheron stood on a surface that bent under the waves without breaking. Harry learned to push the waves aside, to make a dry path through them. He stumbled at first, knees shaking, clothes soaked. Every failure ended with him gasping on the ground, chest heaving, arms heavy as stone. Each time Etheron watched. You are not trying to move objects, the architect said. You are negotiating with the current. You tell it which shape to take. Harry spat out water and glared up at him. Then tell it to listen, he snapped. Tell it yourself. You are the one who wishes to become architect. I never said that, Harry argued. You accepted when you demanded the right to aim your own power. That is what an architect does. Sometimes, after these sessions, they sat in silence. Harry lay on his back on the glowing floor, chest still rising and falling too fast. Etheron sat beside him without actually sitting. His lines of light folded into a cross-legged pose that made no sense, yet somehow looked like rest. Do you ever get tired? Harry asked once. Eyes on the endless web above. No, must be nice. It is limiting. Harry rolled his head to the side. How is not being tired limiting? Fatigue tells mortals they have reached the edge of their capacity, Etheron said. It warns them they must rest or they will break. Without it, one can keep going until something crucial fails without warning. That sounds worse, Harry admitted. You agree, yet you still push yourself until you shake. Harry looked at his own hands. They trembled even when he tried to hold them still. I want to know where my edge is, he said. Then I want to know if I can move it. For a being who does not wish to become a god, Etheron said, you speak very much like one. Harry frowned. Wanting to be strong is not the same as wanting to rule. Explain the difference. He pursed his lips. Ruling is telling people what to do because you think you are better, he said slowly. I just want to be able to protect people who cannot stop bad things on their own. You believe you can decide which things are bad. Some are obvious, Harry said. Killing, hurting, using people like tools. Like that man did to me. He touched his forehead without thinking. The scar was still there in this body. A thin line without the old ache. The man who placed his soul in you is gone, Etheron said. I know, Harry muttered. That does not mean others will not try their own tricks. There it was, the human core Etheron kept watching. The part that did not want power for its own sake. The part that still cared, even after seeing what raw magic could do. You are attached, Etheron said. Harry snorted. You say that like it is a disease. Attachment brings suffering. So does being alone. They fell quiet again. The web of ley lines hummed above them, faint and steady. You will learn holy magic next, Etheron said after a while. Harry blinked. I thought that is what you used on the shard thing. It was. You saw the result, not the method. You will need to understand both. The domain changed again. This time there was no fire, no storm, no sea. Only darkness and a single point of light in front of Harry, floating at eye level. It looked small, harmless. Etheron spoke in a softer tone. This light is not mine. It is borrowed from the residue of your mother's last spell. Harry swallowed. His throat tightened. My mum. Yes. The light flickered as he stepped closer. The curse that hit you was meant to erase you, Etheron said. Your mother used her life to shield you instead. The clash left a trace. It is not a soul. It is not a ghost. It is an echo of her intent. Protection and love pressed into magic. Harry reached out with a shaking hand. Can I touch it? He asked. Yes. His fingers brushed the light. Warmth flooded his chest. For a second he smelled something clean and familiar that he had never actually known. Soap and something like flowers and the faint warmth of skin. A sob tore out of him before he could stop it. "I do not remember her," he whispered. "But this feels like I should." Holy magic is the power to align raw force with pure intent, Etheron said quietly. To heal, to cleanse, to enforce things like truth and safety. It is strongest when tied to something like this. He closed his own hand around the light. It did not shrink. If anything, it grew brighter. "You will carry this echo as your anchor." He held his hand over Harry's chest. "May I?" Harry nodded hard, tears still on his face. The light sank through his skin. It settled under his ribs, right above his heart. He gasped. It felt like a gentle hand pressing there. Not heavy, just present. "It is warm," he said. "It will stay with you always," Etheron said. "Holy magic must have a point to return to. This anchor will remind you why you use your power at all." Harry wiped his face with the back of his hand. "To protect," he said. "To protect," Etheron agreed. Later, there were other lessons. Etheron opened Harry's mind and taught him how to guard it. Psionics came like a second sight. Thoughts were not voices he could read like books. They were patterns, pulses, emotional shapes. Harry learned to feel the edge of another presence and choose whether to let it in. He learned to see lies not as words, but as tiny fractures in the way a mind held itself. He sat cross-legged in the glowing domain, eyes closed, while Etheron pressed images against his mind. A snake, a wand, a door, a crying child. "Tell me which is true," Etheron said. "They all are," Harry answered, brow furrowed. Sweat beaded at his temple. "They are all things that can exist. Which one matters?" Harry thought of the crying child first. His heart twisted. "That one," he said. "Because it needs help now," Harry said. "The door can wait. The snake can wait. The wand is an object. The child is not. You choose based on need. Is that wrong?" Etheron did not answer. He tightened the mental pressure instead. More images, faster. A crowd shouting. A man falling. A piece of parchment with laws written on it. Harry gritted his teeth. His head hurt. The light under his ribs throbbed in time with his pulse. "Attachments again," Etheron said. "You will not be able to save everyone." "I know," Harry snapped, "but I will at least look. I will not shut my eyes and pretend it is not happening." His voice cracked. He opened his eyes and glared at the golden figure. "You keep talking about detachment," Harry said, watching from far away, letting people sort their own mess out. "Maybe you can do that. You made the rules. You are used to being higher than us." He touched his chest. "I am the one on the floor when it goes wrong," he said. "If I can help and I walk away, that is not balance. That is cowardice." Etheron was silent for a long, long time. "You will suffer for that stance," he said at last. "I already did," Harry shot back. "You saw it." More silence. Then, very quietly, "I did." The crucible did not break that part of him. It shaped it. Years passed without passing. Harry's body caught up with his age for the mortal world he would return to. By the time the domain settled into a calm, wide hall of light for the last time, he looked 11. Taller, still slim, hair messy as ever. His scar had faded to a pale line. His eyes were steady. He stood before Etheron in a simple set of clothes. No robe, no armor. Just a shirt and trousers that did not tear no matter how hard he trained. "Is this it?" he asked. "For now," Etheron said. He raised a hand. The far end of the hall opened. Light poured in. Not the cool glow of the domain, but the rough, uneven light of a normal morning in a normal world. Harry smelled damp grass and chimney smoke. "That is your original world," Etheron said. "The wizarding part of it calls itself the United Kingdom. Beyond that door, you have an identity and a history waiting." "Boy who lived," Harry said dryly. "Scar, prophecy, all that mess. Yes. They will expect you to be special in a very small way." Harry snorted. "They are going to be disappointed. Or terrified," Etheron said. "You want me to scare them?" Harry asked. "No. I want you to observe them." Etheron stepped closer. For the first time since the Purity Protocol, his presence felt heavier. The domain itself seemed to lean closer, as if the web of ley lines watched too. You are not being sent to play at school, he said. You are an auditor. You will attend a place called Hogwarts. You will watch how they teach magic. You will see how they govern themselves. You will test their systems. And if they fail, Harry asked, then you will decide what to do. Harry frowned. You are not going to tell me. No, because you do not care, Harry guessed. Because your choice will define what sort of architect you become, Etheron said. I am not your conscience. I am your teacher. Harry drew in a slow breath. The warmth under his ribs spread. He thought of the echo of his mother's protection, of the people who would never know she had saved them too, by stopping the man who had tried to break the world on his way to power. When I go out there, he said, I am not going to pretend I am just some kid with a wand. Good. That would be a waste of training. But I am also not going to rip everything apart just because I can, Harry continued. I will look first. Listen. Push where I have to. Stop what I have to. If they can fix things themselves, I will give them the chance. You are choosing strategic restraint. I am choosing not to be you, Harry said. Then winced. No offense. None taken. Etheron lifted a hand and pressed his palm over Harry's forehead. The scar warmed under the touch. You are my student, he said. You are not my copy. Light flowed from his hand into Harry's mind. Memories slotted into place. Names, dates, simple facts about his own life. James and Lily, Godric's Hollow, the Dursleys, the wizarding world that had been watching for his return. It all settled neatly behind his thoughts, ready when he needed it. One more thing, Etheron said. He reached out again, this time toward the space above Harry's heart. The anchor answered at once. The echo of Lily's spell flared. Golden light spread from it and wrapped around Harry's chest, then sank back in. This anchor is yours, Etheron said. It binds your holy magic to a promise. Protection. Love. If you ever feel the pull of detachment dragging you too far from your people, touch this and remember. Harry nodded. His throat felt tight again. Will I see you, he asked. You will feel me, Etheron said. When you work with the ley lines, when you push reality and it yields, my design will be there. If you truly need counsel, you may reach through the current. I will answer if it does not damage the balance. In other words, Harry said, if I am about to do something really stupid. Most likely. Harry laughed once. Came out thin but real. He turned to face the doorway. The light from the mortal world washed over him, bright and a little harsh after the even glow of the domain. He could hear distant voices now. An owl. The hum of quiet, everyday magic. His heart beat faster. Sweat prickled at his palms, the same way it had during his first fire lesson. The difference was simple. This time, fear came not from flames, but from people. He looked back over his shoulder. Any last advice, he asked. Yes, Etheron said. Harry waited. Remember that they are small, Etheron said. Their fears will be loud. Their power will be crude. Do not despise them for that. Do not let their limits become your own. Harry nodded slowly. I will try, he said. Try is enough, Etheron replied. Harry took one step toward the light. The warmth under his ribs pulsed. He thought of a woman he did not remember, arms spread wide over a cradle. He thought of a world that had hurt him without meaning to, and of all the chances it would now get to do better. He let out a long breath. Then he walked through the doorway and back into time. Sources. Light faded. Harry stepped forward and his bare foot hit cold concrete. The glow of Etheron's domain vanished behind him. In its place there was darkness that smelled of dust, damp wood and old cleaning fluid. He blinked. His hand hit a low ceiling. Cupboard. Rough walls. A thin mattress under his feet. A thin blanket. He could feel a spider web brush his cheek. The space was small enough that he could touch both side walls if he stretched his arms. Memories slotted into place like books falling into a shelf. Vernon. Petunia. Dudley. A series of sharp days that tasted of hunger, shouted orders and cheap television noise. He saw himself in those memories, smaller and quieter, learning which floorboard creaked and which cupboard shelf was safe for hiding a biscuit. Except he had never lived them. Harry sat down on the mattress and let his head drop back against the wall. The echo of Etheron's presence settled under his skin, steady as his pulse. So this is how you set the board, he thought. The warmth under his ribs answered. A small steady glow where his anchor rested. There was no voice. Etheron did not speak inside his head unless Harry reached very far. The design itself answered instead. This was a test before he ever knew what tests were. Wood creaked outside. Someone walked down the hall. A shadow slid across the thin line of light under the door. Get up, Petunia snapped. It is morning. Dudley needs his breakfast. Harry pushed himself to his feet. His muscles did not feel like those of a starved child. They felt like they always did in the domain. Strong. Balanced. But the cupboard and the house and the whole street expected something else. He reached for the current. Ley lines did not run thick under Privet Drive. That was fine. He did not need much. Just enough to let his body appear slightly more worn. A little slower. A trick of perception laid over truth. He whispered the adjustment under his breath. More habit than need. Coming, he called. The door opened. Petunia looked him up and down with practiced dislike. Her mouth tightened at the sight of his hair. You could at least try to comb that, she said. And do not you dare burn the bacon again. Vernon was furious last time. Last time, Harry thought. He had no real last time. Only the memory file Etheron had pressed into his mind. Yet the way Petunia held her shoulders and the way the house smelled matched those memories exactly. The current had bent to keep the story continuous. Right, Harry said. Bacon. Toast. Tea. She paused. Do not get clever. I will try not to, he said. Her eyes narrowed. I mean I will not, he corrected, more bland. She sniffed and stepped aside. Breakfast was not difficult. The frying pan was heavy in his hand, but he had managed worse weights in the domain. Oil hissed. Bacon crackled. The kettle whistled. Dudley thumped down the stairs and complained about the lack of extra sausages. Vernon grunted into his newspaper and made low comments about freaks and work. Harry listened. He did not rise to the words. He did not flinch. Inside he took notes. Fear-based control. Simple reward structure. Punishment when the story breaks. His anchor warmed once like a steady hand on his shoulder. This is not your life. It is a cover. Do not lose yourself in it. Harry served plates and drank his tea quickly before Petunia remembered she did not like him sitting. He cleaned dishes. He took Dudley's old uniform to the sink and scrubbed the stains. His hands moved on their own. The memory set knew every small task. By the time he returned to the cupboard, he had a list in his head. 1. Albus Dumbledore left him here. 2. He claimed there were blood wards. Protection through family. 3. The protection did not include kindness or basic care. Harry lay on the mattress and stared at the ceiling. Somewhere above, a clock ticked. If you wanted to see how someone reacts under pressure, he thought at the empty air, this was one way to do it. He could almost feel an answer at the edge of the current. Not words. A small tilt. A warning that no reply would come. This part was for him alone. Fine, he thought. I will make my own notes. The letters started on a quiet morning a few days later. The post slot rattled. Harry heard the soft thump of envelopes on the mat. He stepped out of the kitchen with a cloth in his hand and froze. His name was written in green ink. Mr. Harry Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The magic in the parchment hummed like a small tuned string. It was not true magic. It was ordinary wizard enchantment, set to track his location through mundane space. Petunia saw the envelope at the same time. Her face drained of color. Vernon, she called, voice sharp. It is them. He lumbered out of the sitting room, grabbed the letter and glared at Harry. Did you know about this? He demanded. Harry looked him in the eye. No, that was true. He had known something would arrive. Hogwarts needed to contact him. He had not known how they would phrase it. Vernon tore the envelope open. His eyes sped down the parchment. He went red. They will not have him, he said. They think they can just send a letter and take him. Not in my house. He marched to the kitchen bin and shoved the parchment inside. Harry watched. The magic in the letter did not care. It had already done its job. It had informed the sender. It had confirmed the target. They will keep trying, he said quietly. Vernon rounded on him. "What did you say?" "Nothing," Harry said. He wiped his hands and stepped back. The next day more letters came. Dozens. They slid under the door, came down the chimney, appeared in cupboards. Magic adjusted its method automatically in response to Vernon's attempts to block the post. The house filled with parchment. Dudley laughed at first, then shouted when letters hit his cereal. Vernon raged. Petunia wrung her hands. Harry stood in the middle of the kitchen and let one sheet drift into his palm. He did not open it. He did not need to. The content was the same. This is pressure from the other side of the board, he thought. First Dumbledore leaves me here to see if I break. Now his school pushes to claim me. No one asked what I want. He could have burned every letter to ash with a thought. He could have frozen them in air and read them all at once. Instead, he tucked one sheet into his shirt when no one was looking. He would keep it as a data point. The siege broke when the magic sent a person instead of paper. The door shook under a heavy knock. Vernon went pale. "Do not open that," he hissed. "It is them." The knock came again, louder. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and reached. The current near the door trembled under the weight of someone large and warm, wrapped in magic that crackled with nature and dragons and the smell of smoke. Not a threat. Not subtle either. "I will get it," Harry said. He pulled the door open. The man on the step filled the frame. Wild hair. Beard like a tangled hedge. Dark eyes. Coat that might have been a blanket once. He looked Harry up and down with frank interest. "Harry Potter," he rumbled. Harry nodded. "Yes." The man smiled. Transformed his face into something open and kind. "Knew you the second I saw you," he said. "You have your mum's eyes. Name is Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." His voice carried a deep magic that did not belong to runes or rituals. It was the quiet bond of someone who had spent their life close to magical beasts and old trees. Harry stepped back. "You had better come in then." Vernon tried to block the hall. Hagrid did not move him aside with spells. He simply walked forward and Vernon had to stumble back or be knocked over. The conversation went the way Harry expected. Vernon protested. Hagrid growled that Harry was going to school. Petunia muttered about freakishness and what that word meant. Harry listened to the details. Dumbledore had left a letter on the doorstep with Harry. He had told them just enough about the wizarding world to make them afraid. He had not checked on the actual conditions later. Hagrid turned to Harry at last. "You never wondered where your parents learned their magic?" he asked. "I wondered," Harry said. "I did not have anyone to ask." Petunia flinched. Hagrid looked angry on his behalf. Harry felt that anger as a warm wave in the air. It was sincere, clumsy, and loud. Good, Harry thought. At least one adult on that side remembers I exist. They left that night. Hagrid took him to London. The leaky cauldron welcomed him with whispered words and hands that reached out to shake his. The whole room stared at his scar. They spoke his name like it was a story, not a person. Harry smiled and nodded and said the right things. Inside, he listened. They know the story Dumbledore told them. The boy who lived. They do not ask what it cost. Hagrid tapped the brick wall behind the pub. The archway opened onto Diagon Alley. Magic rolled out from the stones and shop signs and cobbles like warm water. Wards glowed soft red and gold at the edge of Harry's sight. "This is your world now," Hagrid said proudly. Harry took it in. Goblin banks built like fortresses that still ran on contracts older than most countries. Wand shops that carried one specific brand as if no one had ever thought to make their own. Bookshops where knowledge sat on shelves but nowhere near the level he had seen with Etheron. He did not sneer. That would be cheap. These people worked with what they had been given. They had never seen the full current. They walked into Gringotts. Hagrid handed over a key with shaking respect. The goblin teller weighed it, checked a record, and nodded. Harry watched the goblin's eyes. There was intelligence there, sharp and cool. There was also resentment packed into each controlled motion. They have magic. They have skill. They still work as servants, he thought. They feel the imbalance and they swallow it. He stood in his vault and let the gold gleam on his face. Hagrid made a low whistle. Harry counted the coins. Even this is a lever, he thought. Money is a way to move a world that thinks it runs on galleons and bloodlines. Ollivander's shop smelled of dust and wand polish. Boxes lined the walls in tall stacks. The man himself stepped out of the shadows like an actor on a stage. "Harry Potter," he murmured. "I wondered when I would see you." Harry felt the edge of the man's curiosity prickle against his skin. Ollivander liked wands more than people. That helped. It made his questions clearer. "We will start with Willow," Ollivander said, pulling a box from the pile. 10 inches, quite swishy. Harry took the wand. The wood hummed faintly. It was workable. It was not him. He flicked it once. A few red sparks shot from the tip. Ollivander frowned. "Try this one," he said. "Oak, 11 inches. Good for stubborn users." They worked through several. The magic in the wands tangled with his own and lost shape. It was like trying to fit a river into a cup. Harry glanced at the bundles of power above him. Ley lines brushed the city, thin but present. He could feel Etheron's design behind them, patient. He did not reach for it. This was not the place to show that sort of power. He needed something that would pass as normal. Ollivander pulled a long thin box and opened it with a little flourish. "Holly and phoenix feather," he said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took it. The core shivered in his hand. For a moment, the wand tried to read him. Then it paused, as if it had met a depth it had not been made for. Harry smiled a little. "I will fit myself to you for now," he murmured. He lifted the wand and let a small part of his magic drip into it. The air warmed. A clean golden beam shot from the tip and scattered gentle sparks through the shop. The ley lines hummed in agreement and then dropped back to quiet. Ollivander's eyes went wide. "Curious," he breathed. "Very curious." "What is?" Harry asked. "The wand that gave you that scar shares its core with this one," Ollivander said. "The other phoenix feather. Strange that such a twin should choose you." Harry thought of the shard Etheron had burned away. "No," he thought. "You chose a host once. You lost. This one is mine. I am not sure I like the idea of sharing," he said aloud. Ollivander smiled in a way that tried to be mysterious. "Wands choose the wizard," he said. "The reason is rarely clear at first." Harry held the wand up and looked at the grain. Sometimes the wizard chooses what he lets the wand see, he thought. On the train, he sat in a compartment near the middle and watched families say goodbye on the platform. Mothers hugged children tight. Fathers clapped shoulders. There was noise and steam and flapping owl wings. Harry rested his forehead against the glass for a moment. He had the echo of Lily's last spell in his chest. He had Etheron's teaching in his mind. He had no living parent to wave him off. The thought hurt. He let it. He did not try to swallow it. Pain carried truth. The compartment door slid open. "Air. Can I sit here?" a red-haired boy asked. "Everywhere else is full." Harry looked up. The boy looked strained and hopeful at the same time. His clothes were worn. His jumper sleeves were a little too short. Freckles dotted his face. "Sure," Harry said. "Plenty of room." The boy dragged his trunk in and sat down across from him with a flump of relief. "I am Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley." Harry nodded. "Harry." Ron stared. "Harry as in," he started. "You know, Harry." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Is there another?" Ron flushed. "Right. Sorry. That sounded daft in my head as well." Harry let out a small laugh. "It is fine," he said. "I am still getting used to the whole thing as well." He watched Ron process that. The other boy relaxed when he realized Harry was not going to act like a prince. They talked about sweets. Ron explained chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's beans with a seriousness that would have suited a lecture on politics. Harry listened and asked simple questions. "What is the worst flavor you got?" he asked at one point. Ron grimaced. "Sprout. No soap. No, there was one that tasted like old socks. That was bad." Harry smiled. "You have actually eaten all of those?" he asked. "You cannot waste them," Ron replied. "My brothers would have my head." The train moved. Fields rolled past. Later, a bushy-haired girl came by looking for a lost toad. "Have either of you seen a toad?" she asked without much hope. "A boy named Neville has lost one." "No," Harry said. But I can help look later if you want. She looked at his face properly then. Oh, she said. You are Harry Potter. Ron sighed. Everyone says it like a headline, he muttered. Harry hid his amusement. Yes, he said. And you are Hermione Granger, she said quickly. I have read all our school books already. I thought I might as well start prepared. Your story is in a few of the history texts, actually. It is never very detailed, which is strange, but perhaps that is because the events are recent and the sources are limited. Harry watched her. Her words came fast, but there was structure behind them. She stacked facts and questions in neat lines. Her eyes were bright with restless thought. You read the actual history sources? He asked. She frowned slightly. Yes. Why? Most people only repeat the story they hear, Harry said. You are already checking the version in print. Hermione shifted her weight. It matters how things are written, she said. Books can be wrong, or they can choose what to include and what to leave out. Good, Harry said. She blinked. Good what? Good habit, he said. Do you mind if I borrow your notes sometime? You want to read my notes? She asked. She sounded uncertain, as if this did not happen often. My God is the architect of magic, Harry thought, then corrected himself silently. That was not information for the train. Out loud, he said, I like to know how people think. Your notes will show that better than the books will. A flush crept up her neck. Oh, she said. Yes, all right. I mean, of course. If you want. Ron slumped further down on his seat. We have not even started term and he is talking about notes, he muttered. Brilliant. Harry let the banter wash over him. Inside, he ran the same calculation he had been running since he stepped back into time. These two will be important, he thought. One loyal to a fault. One sharper than the school deserves. If I stay close, I get data and I get anchors. The Sorting Hat had trouble. It rested on his head and went very quiet. Most students heard whispers almost at once. Harry heard nothing for several long seconds. Then a voice sighed inside his skull. Well, this is new, the Hat said. You are not a simple case, Mr. Potter. Harry thought back, steady. You are more than cloth and voice. What are you really? Bits of the founders, the Hat answered. Fragments of their minds, their values. I weigh where to place students based on what I read. I have never read a soul that is wrapped in this much power. You can see the training, Harry asked. I can see the space around you, the Hat said. There is a structure here that did not come from this school. There is a mark of something older. If I sit in Gryffindor, what happens? Harry asked. You join the path everyone expects, the Hat said. Brave acts, house pride, direct conflict. You will be pulled into every story the headmaster lays out for you. Ravenclaw, Harry asked. You get more distance, the Hat said. More eyes on your work. A little less pressure to play hero. You will still be watched, but from a different angle. Slytherin, Harry asked. The Hat paused longer. You would do well there, it said. You already think in terms of structure and influence. You could pull that house toward something better. Or it could pull you toward something worse. Which house would allow me to observe most clearly? Harry asked. The Hat considered that. Ravenclaw, it said. You can move between groups from there. People expect Ravenclaws to be odd and curious. You can ask questions without scaring them too much. At first, Harry nodded under the brim. Then put me there, he said. Ravenclaw it is, the Hat announced aloud. The table of blue and bronze clapped. There was some whispering. A few students looked smug, as if they had guessed. Others looked disappointed. Dumbledore's eyes at the staff table narrowed for a moment, then smoothed out. Harry walked to his seat with calm steps. He could feel the headmaster's gaze on his back. You were hoping for Gryffindor, he thought. Easy placement. Easy narrative. At the feast he watched the staff. McGonagall, stiff and tired, but with a clear line of care through her every glance. Snape, wrapped in bitterness and sharp wit, eyes avoiding Harry's face with effort. Quirrell, nervous stutter hiding something that stank in the magical field. The third-floor corridor was barred with a simple enchantment and a locked door. Behind it, Harry could feel something heavy, old and restless. A dog. Giant. 3 heads. A living lock. The year unfolded with a steady, predictable rhythm. Classes were simple. He let himself answer questions at a pace that matched the top students rather than show full speed. In charms, he performed Wingardium Leviosa correctly and then spent the rest of the lesson watching how the spell pulled at the current. Hermione turned to him after class one day, eyes bright. "You said you wanted to see my notes," she reminded him. "Yes," Harry said. "If you are still willing." They sat in a corner of the library that smelled of dust and ink. Hermione laid her parchment out in neat stacks. Harry read. "You do not just copy the text," he said after a while. "Copying is useless," she said. "You have to rephrase things in your own words, or you will not remember them properly." He nodded. "You organize by concept," he added. "Not by chapter order." Her mouth quirked. "Of course," she said. "Texts are written to fit the author's path through the topic. That is not always the best path for the student." Harry turned that over in his head. "This is what the school should be teaching," he said. "How to think about magic. Not just what word to say." Hermione stared at him for a second. "That would be nice," she said. "Instead we get spells and dates. I like spells and dates, but there has to be more under them." "There is," Harry said. "I can show you some of it later." She hesitated, curiosity fighting with caution. "You are not just saying that to sound mysterious?" she asked. "No," he said simply. "I do not like wasting time." She studied him, then nodded. "Then I will hold you to that," she said. Ron joined them later with a plate of biscuits he claimed came from the kitchen by accident. He complained about Snape and homework load and the unfair way broom rules worked. Harry listened. He watched how Ron's eyes tracked Hermione when she spoke and how quick he was to defend Harry when other students whispered. He watched how Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron and still made sure he understood the homework. They were already forming a pattern. The Philosopher's Stone revealed itself in layers. First came Hagrid's slip about a package removed from Gringotts. Then the warning at the feast about a dangerous corridor. Then the sight of the 3-headed dog when they ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Harry stood in the doorway of that hidden room while Fluffy's paw thumped against the floor in sleep. The smell of dog and drool filled the air. Ron whispered a commentary under his breath about enormous paws and the size of the teeth. Hermione clutched a book to her chest. "This is a guard," Harry said quietly. "For what?" Ron asked. "For something the headmaster wants hidden," Hermione guessed. Harry felt the wards around the trap. They were real, but they were simple. They were layered in a way that would test a bright group of students rather than stop a real thief. "Look at the logic," Harry said. "We know someone broke into Gringotts. We know Hagrid took something from a vault before that break-in. We know that something is now somewhere in this school behind a dog that can be put to sleep with music. Does that sound like adult security to you?" Hermione's eyes widened as she traced the steps. "It sounds like a puzzle," she said slowly. "Exactly," Harry said. "A puzzle we are meant to find." Ron whispered, "You think this is for us?" Harry thought of Dumbledore's gentle voice at the feast. The way the man had mentioned the third-floor corridor with a twinkle. The way he watched Harry while students laughed. "Yes," Harry said. "I think this is a test." "Of what?" Hermione asked. "Of whether we will jump," Harry said. They did not decide to go after the stone that night. Harry refused to move that quickly. Instead, he watched Quirrell. The defense professor stuttered in class and smelled faintly wrong. There was a hitch in his aura at the back of his head, like a knot tied around a secret. Harry used psionics with care. A gentle brush at the edge of Quirrell's mind showed emotions that did not match his face. Loathing, hunger, fear of someone else, someone, or something. The anchor under Harry's ribs pulsed warm when he pulled back. "Do not pry so far that you become what you hate," he reminded himself. He studied the wards that wrapped the third-floor corridor. They were tuned to teachers. They recognized certain magical signatures. They would let Dumbledore through without a ripple. Harry learned their shape and found the small space between lines. Every wall in Etheron's domain had taught him that no structure was perfect. There were always places where a careful hand could add or remove threads without the whole thing collapsing. He spent nights awake in his Ravenclaw bed, eyes closed, tracing those shapes. The other boys in the dorm snored. Moonlight edged the curtains. The current hummed quietly through the stone. Finally he was ready. He met Ron and Hermione under the invisibility cloak that he had found folded at the bottom of his trunk one evening, without note. Dumbledore's gift, he thought. Yet another nudge. Yet another gentle shove toward the path he wants. He used it anyway. Tools did not care why they were given, only how they were used. They slipped past Mrs. Norris and Filch. The cloak wrapped them in soft magic that bent light around their bodies. Hermione whispered about the theory behind light refraction as they walked. Ron complained that he wished it was large enough for more people so they would not have to shuffle. At the door, Harry reached out and touched the lock. "Give me a second," he murmured. He threaded a thin line of primal magic into the metal. It warmed under his fingers. The tumblers shifted with soft clicks, guided by his will. The lock opened without a charm or a spell. Hermione watched from under the cloak. "That was not Alohomora," she whispered. "No," Harry said. "I will show you later when we are not standing next to a sleeping monster." Fluffy loomed in the room, all three heads resting on massive paws. The dog snored in 3 different pitches. Harry stepped close enough to feel the breath from one giant nose brush his face. He placed his hand on the beast's forehead and whispered a word that belonged to old pacts between magic and creatures. "Rest," he said. Fluffy's muscles relaxed. The dog slid into deeper sleep without stirring. "Music works," Harry said over his shoulder. "So does respect." They slipped through the trapdoor and met each challenge with quiet precision. Devil's Snare recoiled at the first touch of holy magic. Harry let Hermione lecture Ron about the plant's preference for darkness while he flooded the vines with gentle light from his anchor. The plant shrank back and retreated into the cracks of the stone floor. The room with flying keys gave Hermione a chance to shine. She analyzed the pattern of motion in seconds and guided them to the right key with a string of fast instructions. Harry let her take the broom. He had no intention of revealing that he could have stopped every key in the room with a thought. In the chess chamber, Ron took the lead. He studied the board, muttered about strategy, and insisted on taking the place of a knight. "This is what I am good at," he said. "You two go on when I clear the path." Harry watched the first few moves. He saw the way the enchanted pieces responded to sacrifice and position. He felt the way the magic in the room weighed intent as much as motion. "You realize this is meant to make us accept that someone has to fall for the greater good," he said quietly. Ron looked at him, face pale but steady. "I know," he said, "but it is still the best move." Hermione made a small sound of protest. Harry put a hand on her arm. "He is right about the board," Harry said. "We will make sure it is not the rule outside this room." When the final blow fell and Ron went down, the magic flared and then stabilized. He would be hurt, not broken. The pattern of the room allowed that. Harry had checked the limits while they played. In the last chamber, Harry stood alone. No Quirrell waited. The room held only the mirror of Eriste and a field of wards tuned to Dumbledore's signature. Harry walked to the mirror and looked at his reflection. He did not see his parents at his side. He did not see himself with a house cup or a Quidditch trophy. His deepest desire at that moment was simpler. He saw himself standing in a world where magic was honest, where no one had lied to him about where he came from, where teachers did not set children against traps to see what they would do. The image in the glass showed a Hogwarts with different walls and different rules. Etheron's design whispered behind the glass. The stone appeared in his pocket with a soft weight. The mirror's enchantment recognized that he wanted to protect it, not use it. Harry took it out and held it up. A simple red gem sat on his palm. Felt heavy in the air, not just in his hand. The ley lines around Hogwarts hummed at its presence. This is another artifact that bends rules without thinking of cost, he thought. He knelt on the floor and started to work. Runic constructs in the mortal world were slow and careful things made with chalk and ink. Harry did not have time for that. He drew his pattern in the current itself. Lines of intent etched into the space around the gem. Contain, conceal, stabilize, report. Threads of holy magic wrapped around the stone like bands. Primal magic anchored those bands to the floor, to the walls, to the castle, and then into the web of ley lines beyond. If anyone tried to tap the stone without his consent, the construct would flare and send a clear message through the current to Etheron. It would also inform Harry at once. When he was done, the gem hung in the air inside a cage of gentle light. He stepped back and studied his work. The construct did not care who Dumbledore was. It did not care about prophecies or tests. It simply held. Harry brushed dust from his knees and walked out. Dumbledore called him to the office the next day. The room was full of small moving parts. Silver devices clicked and hummed. Portraits snored in heavy frames. A phoenix sat on its perch and tilted its head as he entered. "Harry," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. "Please sit." Lemon drop. Harry sat. He did not take a sweet. "Thank you for coming," Dumbledore said. "I imagine last night was rather eventful." Harry watched him. "You know what we did." Dumbledore spread his hands. "We had alarms," he said, "and a good deal of faith. I must say I am proud of you. Going after the stone to keep it safe from Professor Quirrell took great courage." "That is one reading," Harry said. Dumbledore's smile dimmed a touch. "What would your reading be?" he asked. Harry folded his hands in his lap. "You placed an object of enormous value in a school," he said. "You guarded it with traps that a bright group of first-years could solve. You made sure that first-years had a reason to notice those traps. You gave me a cloak that let us bypass patrols. Then you waited to see what we would do." Dumbledore's fingers tightened on the edge of his desk. "You think I encouraged you," he said. "I think you created a situation where you could tell yourself that you only opened doors," Harry said. "You did not push. The path was just there. If we chose to walk it, you could call it fate." He leaned back a little. "You also left me with relatives who despise magic," he added. "You told them things that made them afraid of me. You did not check on whether they were feeding me properly. You called that protection." The room felt very quiet. Even the portraits seemed to hold their breath. Dumbledore laced his fingers together and studied Harry over them. His eyes had lost the easy twinkle. What remained was calculation and something that might have been regret. "You have thought about this a great deal," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "That was the point, was it not? See what I would do. See how I would react. See if I would bend toward the path you wanted." "And which path do you think that is?" Dumbledore asked softly. "Willing martyr," Harry said. "Self-sacrificing hero. A child who will throw himself into danger because he believes that is the only way to save people. It is a neat story. Easy to sell. Easy to control." The words landed like stones between them. The warmth under Harry's ribs pulsed. He did not raise his voice. He did not lean forward. He kept his tone level and clear. "I am not that boy," he said. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he looked older. "The wards on your relative's house did protect you," he said quietly. "The blood magic there is strong. It shields you from certain kinds of attack. I will not pretend that I chose what was kind over what was safe. I chose what I thought would keep you alive." "I am alive," Harry said. "I am also the product of a deliberate act of neglect. You knew they would not love me. You knew what fear does to people like them. You did it anyway. That was not an accident. That was a test." "Perhaps," Dumbledore said. He did not try to deny it. "That counted for something." "And the stone?" Harry asked. Dumbledore glanced at the shelf behind Harry where the stone had sat once. "It is safe," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "I fixed it." Dumbledore's gaze snapped back to him. "You removed it?" he asked. "No," Harry said. "I contained it. Your security plan was porous. I decided that was not acceptable. So I added my own layer. If anyone tries to use it, I will know. So will someone you have never met." The headmaster studied him with new wariness. "You speak as if you stand outside this world," he said. Harry considered that. "I have 1 foot in and 1 foot out," he said. "Your world is my home. It is also my assignment." Silence stretched. "Who assigned it?" Dumbledore asked. Harry smiled without humor. "The architect of magic," he said. "He designed the thing you play with. He was interested in what would happen if someone who knew that design from the inside walked into your school. Dumbledore stared at him. I see, he said slowly. And you are this someone. Yes, Harry said. The admission did not change the air. The ley lines did not flare. The portraits did not faint. It was just a truth placed on the table with the rest. What do you plan to do with that position? Dumbledore asked. For now, Harry said. Observe. Watch how you teach. Watch who you favor. Watch how you handle threats. I will learn everything you are willing to show. Then I will decide what needs to change and how fast. And if I ask to be part of that decision? Dumbledore asked. Harry met his gaze. You are part of the data, he said. You do not get to write the conclusions alone. Something in Dumbledore's shoulders relaxed at that. The answer was not forgiving, but it was not a declaration of war. You are very young to carry this, Dumbledore said quietly. So you keep saying in your head, Harry replied. I can feel you thinking it every time you look at me. Yet you had no problem placing the weight of a prophecy on a baby. You cannot have it both ways. A faint smile tugged at the corner of the headmaster's mouth. You are right, he said. It appears I cannot. He stood. Very well, Mr. Potter, he said. You will continue your observations. I will continue to run the school as I see fit. We will no doubt clash. I hope we can also cooperate. For all our sakes. Harry rose as well. I do not enjoy conflict for its own sake, he said. If you work toward a world where children are not used as tools, you will find me very cooperative. If you try to set up more tests like the stone, I will remove the pieces from your board. Etheron's presence brushed the edge of the castle, cool and steady. Dumbledore inclined his head. Then let us both try to be better than we have been, he said. Harry turned to the door. At the threshold he paused. One more thing, he said without looking back. Yes, Dumbledore asked. When you call something a protection, check whether the person inside it agrees, Harry said. If they do not, it is not a ward. It is a cage. He walked out before the silence behind him could turn into a speech. The corridors of Hogwarts felt different now. The stone carried his runic construct. The ley lines hummed softly around his work. Students laughed and pushed each other and worried about exams, unaware that a small quiet boy from the cupboard under the stairs had just rewritten the first line of their safety. Harry headed toward the library where Hermione was waiting with a stack of books and a list of questions. He was tired. His magic lay quiet in his bones, ready to flare if needed. The warmth under his ribs anchored him to his own choice. Observe first, he reminded himself. Change later. The silent observer took his seat at a table and opened a book. Water ran over Harry's shoes. He skidded to a stop just before he hit Ron back. The corridor outside the girls' bathroom was soaked, puddles spreading out from under the door. Students crowded in a tight knot, voices rising in short, scared bursts. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve to steady herself. What happened? She asked a nearby Ravenclaw girl. The girl pointed with a shaking hand. Look, she said. Harry followed her finger. Words glistened on the wall between two torches, written in something that had already begun to dry. Thick strokes, careful letters. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry's eyes moved once over the message. The magic clinging to the stone was old and sour. It hummed at the edge of his senses like a note out of tune. A cat hung from the torch bracket under the words. Mrs. Norris. Rigid body. Eyes wide and cloudy. Ron swallowed hard. Bloody hell, he muttered. Filch is going to lose it. She is not dead, Harry said. Hermione stared at him. How can you tell? She asked. He stepped closer. The crowd shifted, making space without quite noticing. Harry held his hand a few centimeters from the cat fur and let holy magic rise in a thin thread from his palm. The spell brushed Mrs. Norris' aura and bounced back. She was locked in stasis, not gone. A rough curse had frozen her. Petrified, he said, can be undone. He dropped his hand before anyone could comment. Footsteps pounded on the stone behind them. Move aside, someone shouted. Filch shoved his way through the line of students. His eyes went straight to the cat. His face went white and then dark red. She is dead, he rasped. You killed her. You freaks finally did it. He swung toward Harry. The anger in his mind hit like a physical shove. Harry held his ground. I did not touch her, Harry said. I saw you, Filch shouted. You were here. You and your friends. You think I do not know what you are. Harry heard footsteps again, slower and heavier. McGonagall and Snape reached the group first, robes swishing through the water. Dumbledore followed, his expression already set in that careful, grave calm he wore in public. Argus, Dumbledore said. What has happened? Filch pointed with a shaking hand. Look what they did, he cried. Look at my cat. Dumbledore moved to the torch. He reached up and touched Mrs. Norris with long fingers. The magic around her reacted to his wand, then settled. She is not dead, Dumbledore said. She has been petrified. Filch let out a wild sound that was not quite a laugh. That is better, he said bitterly. Turned to stone instead of dead. Wonderful. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry and the others. Mr. Potter, he said. Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger. Come with me if you would. The rest of you back to your dormitories. The noise spiked as students started to move. Teachers shepherded them away. Harry felt the shift in the crowd as people glanced at him, then looked quickly away. Whispers rose. Chamber. Potter was there. He ignored them. His focus stayed on the stale magic clinging to the wall and the cold, careful weight in Dumbledore's mind. The walk to the headmaster office was short and wet. Harry's shoes squeaked on the stairs. Ron scuffed his feet, muttering under his breath about how unfair this was. Hermione kept glancing at Harry, eyes tight. Inside the office, Fawkes watched them from his perch. Silver devices whirred and hissed on shelves. The stone walls held the familiar hum of strong wards. Harry stood in front of the desk with Ron on his right and Hermione on his left. McGonagall and Snape took places behind them. Dumbledore sat down and folded his hands. Tell me what happened, he said. We were at nearly Headless Nick Death Day party, Harry said. On the way back we heard something. A voice. No one else seemed to hear it. We followed the sound and ended up by the bathroom. The corridor was flooded. The words were on the wall. Mrs. Norris was already hanging. He kept his tone flat and clear, each fact in order. You heard a voice, Dumbledore repeated. His eyes searched Harry's face. Yes, Harry said. Cruel. Repeating that it wanted to rip and tear and kill. Ron shivered. Yeah, he said. Gave me chills. Hermione frowned. I did not hear anything, she said. Only the water. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. His surface thoughts flickered. Concern. Calculation. A tug toward prophecy. Interesting, he said. Very interesting. Headmaster, Snape said quietly. I suggest we consider the possibility that Potter is lying. Harry's eyes slid to him. I have nothing to gain from making up extra threats, Harry said. The real ones keep you busy enough. Snape's lips thinned. Dumbledore held up a hand. Severus, he said. We will not start from the assumption that our students are lying. In his mind, though, he weighed the idea. Harry felt it. He also felt the way Dumbledore pushed his own guilt about last year into a tight corner, where it would not get in the way of the man next thought. You believe the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, Dumbledore said. I believe something wants us to think that, Harry replied. The magic on the wall is old, but the writing is fresh. Someone is using the story. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. And you think you know who, he asked. Harry held his gaze. I have guesses, he said. I need to confirm them before I accuse anyone. Snape snorted softly. How noble, he said. Hermione let out a breath. Professor, she said, Harry is not asking you to take his guesses as proof. He is telling you what he observed. Snape gave her a sour look. Spoken like a true know-it-all, he said. That is not a real phrase, Hermione shot back. It does not even make sense grammatically. Even in the middle of a crisis, she corrected him. Harry almost smiled. Dumbledore cleared his throat. That will do, he said. For now, you three are to return to your dormitory. You will not go looking for this chamber. The staff will handle the investigation. He said it in the firm, gentle tone of a man used to being obeyed. Harry watched the thought behind the words. Dumbledore saw the chamber not only as a threat but as another possible test. Another chance to see who stepped forward. I will not promise that, Harry said. Ron's head snapped toward him. Hermione flinched. McGonagall inhaled sharply. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Pardon, he said. I will not promise to stand back while other children are turned into statues. Harry said. You know I will not. So I will not lie and say I will wait in my tower like a good storybook hero. The air in the room went tight. Snape stared at him as if he had grown a second head. Detention, McGonagall said at once. For speaking to the headmaster in that tone. It is all right, Minerva, Dumbledore said. His voice stayed mild. His thoughts did not. They swirled with unease. Harry is simply being honest. Exactly, Harry said. You told me last year that you valued truth. I am giving you mine. If you want me to cooperate, treat me as someone whose choices matter, not as a piece on your board. Dumbledore studied him in silence. Very well, he said at last. You may return to your dormitory. We will speak again soon. Harry nodded once. Whenever you like, he said. They left the office and climbed back through the quiet castle. Ron finally let out the breath he had been holding. Mate, he said. You are mental. You cannot just talk back to Dumbledore like that. I can, Harry said. The question is whether I am right. Hermione hugged her arms around herself. You are right about the petrification, she said. But if you go after this alone, you could get hurt. Or worse. I did not say alone, Harry answered. I said I will not sit still. He reached out and touched the castle current with the part of his mind Etheron had sharpened. Something old and slick moved in the pipes under the floors. Something smarter and hungrier moved behind a small red-haired girl's eyes as she hurried past them with her head down. Ginny's mind flickered with static and blank spots. Harry's eyes narrowed. Found you, he thought. The diary felt wrong before he even saw it. A week passed. The school sank into nervous routine. Rumors bounced off stone walls. Ron made bad jokes at meals and then looked guilty when Hermione scolded him. Harry watched Ginny. She grew paler. Her hands shook sometimes in class. Her ink smudged more often. She jumped when someone said her name. Harry followed the threads in the magical field around her. Something clung to her like oil in water. Not a curse laid from the outside. Presence invited in. He waited until she was alone. He found her in an empty classroom just off the main corridor, crouched by a desk with her bag open. Tears tracked down her cheeks. A small black book lay near her knee. Please, she whispered to the empty air. I do not know what to do. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Harry stepped into the doorway. Ginny, he said. She jerked and spun around. Her eyes were wide, rimmed red. She scrubbed at her face with the heel of her hand. Harry, she stammered. I was looking for my quill. Her gaze flicked toward the diary and back. Her lie sat on the surface of her thoughts like a bright sticky patch. Harry walked in and closed the door behind him. Scene roster in his head. Harry. Ginny. The diary. No one else. He sat down on the nearest desk, hands open at his sides, and kept his voice gentle. I am not here to shout at you, he said. You look like you need help. She shook her head hard. I am fine, she insisted. Everything is fine. Her mind screamed the opposite. Images flickered in the psionic field. Corridors covered in words. A cat hanging. Blackouts. Waking up with ink on her hands and no memory how it got there. Harry did not push hard. He did not break into her mind. He let the echoes wash over him and used them to map the edges of the problem. His gaze dropped to the diary. Can I see that? He asked. Ginny pressed her lips together. It is just a diary, she said. From school. From when you were at school, he asked. Or from when someone else was. She hesitated. The name Tom brushed across her thoughts. Tom who listened. Tom who understood. Tom who wrote back. Talks to you, Harry said. Does it ask for secrets? Her shoulders sagged. He said he was my friend. She whispered. He said he wanted to help. He said he had been a student here and he knew what it was like to feel alone. Harry's anger rose. Not at her. At the cold, clever mind inside the book that had picked a lonely first year and fed on her trust. I believe you, he said. None of this is your fault. It is his. He nodded at the diary. Tom Riddle, Harry added. Ginny flinched at the name. You know him? She asked. I know what he became, Harry said. And I know what that book really is. Her eyes filled again. I tried to throw it away, she choked out. I threw it in a toilet. But it came back. I woke up and it was in my things again. That fit. The magic in the diary had latched onto her. Could track her, pull itself back into her orbit. Ginny, Harry said. I can fix this. But I need you to trust me more than you trusted him. Can you do that? She looked at him for a long moment. In the psionic field he felt fear, shame, hope, and a stubborn streak of courage that felt very much like her mother. Yes, she said. Good, he said. First step. Hand it to me. Her fingers shook as she picked up the diary. The book pulsed faintly in the magical field. Aware, curious. The pages had soaked up Ginny fear and blood and ink. She held it out. Harry took it. For a second the binding resisted, as if the book did not want to leave her hands. Harry wrapped his will around it and pulled. The resistance snapped. The room felt lighter at once. Ginny sagged against the desk. I feel sick, she muttered. You have been carrying a parasite, Harry said. Your body is reacting to the drop. Breathe. He sent a small wash of holy magic through the air around her. Not enough to give away the source, just enough to steady her pulse. Her breathing evened out. What are you going to do with it? She asked. Take it somewhere safe, he said. Then burn out what is inside. After that, it will be just paper. She swallowed. Will they expel me? She whispered. No, Harry said. You did not invite a monster into the school on purpose. I will make that very clear. She stared at him. Why are you helping me? She asked. You do not even know me. Harry thought of Etheron lessons about non-interference, about allowing mortal choices. He thought of a little girl crying in an empty room with a cursed diary in her hands. I know what it feels like to have your life pulled out of your control, he said. I am not going to leave you in that place if I can help it. He glanced at the door. I need you to go straight to the common room, he said. If anyone asks, you were sick and needed to sit down. Do not mention the diary yet. Let me handle that. Ginny nodded. All right, she said. She brushed past him and left the room. Harry waited until her footsteps faded. Then he looked down at the book. Tom Riddle, he said quietly. We need to talk. The chamber Etheron had made for him was not in the school, yet it brushed the same ley lines. Harry stood in the middle of the white floor with the diary in his hand. The air here felt like still water. Pure true magic ran under it. Etheron, Harry said. The presence of the god was a weightless pressure around him. No body, no fire, just a mind that had watched universes spin and cool. You are holding a crude anchor, Etheron's voice said. A fragment of a soul that tried to cheat the law. A Horcrux, Harry said. Yes, Etheron replied. You have seen one before. In your own scar. Harry's scar did not burn now. It had been clean since the purity protocol. This one is different, Harry said. It has been feeding on a child. That is what it was built to do, Etheron said. Pattern that repeats itself. A man who refuses to die makes more of himself and uses living minds as cages. Harry's fingers tightened on the leather cover. I want it gone, he said. Not just removed. Purified. No more shard. No more path back for him through this object. Etheron considered. Your holy magic is strong enough, the god said. You can burn the stain and leave the structure. It will hurt the fragment. It will scream. I do not care, Harry said. He placed the diary on the floor and knelt. He set his hands flat on either side of it and drew in a long breath. Holy magic was not a separate element. It was the same current shaped through a chosen concept. Purity, healing, truth. He let those ideas settle in his mind. Every lie the diary had spoken, every half-truth, every false comfort. He thought of Ginny's face when she said she was sorry. Enough, he said. Light rose from his palms. It was not bright in a showy way. It was clear. The kind of light that made it hard for shadows to pretend they were something else. The diary reacted at once. The ink on its pages boiled. A voice tried to speak from the leather, thin and high and furious. The presence of Tom Riddle lashed at Harry's mind, seeking grip. Harry held steady. You do not get in, he said. You do not get out. You end here. Holy magic poured through the book. It ripped through the Horcrux anchor and followed every line of it back to the attached soul fragment. There was a silent scream as the shape broke. Then it was gone. No trace. No residue. Harry let the light fade. He picked up the diary. It felt like any other used notebook now. The pages were blank. The wrongness was gone. It is done, Etheron said. Good, Harry replied. He rose to his feet. Children are being petrified, he added. I want that stopped as well. You are choosing to intervene on a local scale, Etheron observed. That will have ripple effects. Harry thought of Mrs. Norris stiff on the torch bracket. The whispers in the hall. Ginny shaking. Ripples are better than corpses, he said. Etheron did not argue. The hospital wing smelled of potions and clean sheets. Moonlight came in through the high windows. Mrs. Norris lay on a bed near the door. Nick, now solid but still faint around the edges, hovered nearby. Colin Creevey took up the next bed, camera at his side. Justin Finch Fletchley lay further down. All of them were stiff, eyes blank. Madame Pomfrey sat on a stool near Colin, reading a book. Her face was pinched with worry and anger. Harry stepped inside. Visiting hours are over, Madame Pomfrey said without looking up. I know, Harry said. I am not here to visit. She glanced up then and sighed. You are always in the middle of trouble, Potter, she said. Headmaster permission. Not yet, Harry said. You would have said no if I asked first. She bristled. I do not need some student telling me how I would react, she said. Harry did not argue with her out loud. Inside he felt her fear. Every petrified child was another mark against the school's safety, against her ability to keep them well. I can fix this, he said. If you let me try. She stared at him for a long second. If you hurt them, she said, I will send you to St. Mungo by hand. Fair, Harry replied. He moved to Mrs. Norris' side. May I, he asked. Madame Pomfrey nodded, tight. Harry laid his hand lightly on the cat fur. He let holy magic rise again, thin and steady, tuned not to burn but to untangle. The curse that held her was rough, a cheap application of old basilisk power through the reflection in a puddle. He touched the threads with care, unwound them. The stone-like stiffness eased out of her body. Her lungs kicked in again. Mrs. Norris gasped. She yowled and thrashed. Harry stepped back and let her bolt straight into Filch's arms as he came rushing through the door at the noise. What have you done? Filch shouted. Then he looked down and realized his cat was moving. His voice broke. Mrs. Norris. You are all right. You are all right. Madame Pomfrey stared at Harry, eyes wide. Do that again, she said. He moved to Colin. The same pattern, tuned for a human body. The curse wrapped around his nerves, keeping him frozen at the moment of fear. Harry slid his magic between curse and boy and cut the right lines. Colin jerked and sucked in air. His fingers clawed at the sheets. Easy, Harry said. You are safe. It is gone. Madame Pomfrey caught Colin's shoulders and eased him back. Potter, she said. What is this? How are you doing that? Concept healing, Harry said. You have a petrification state. I am removing it. She shook her head, half in disbelief, half in wonder. Keep going, she said. He did. Justin woke with a gasp and a flood of curses that made even Ron proud when he heard about it later. Nick shimmered into full ghostly motion, turning around himself in delight. Noise carried. Staff arrived. So did students. By the time Harry stepped back from the last bed, the room was packed. Dumbledore stood near the door, McGonagall at his side. Ron and Hermione peered over shoulders from the corridor. Every eye in the room was on Harry. What did you do? Dumbledore asked. His voice sounded calm. His mind was not. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead. Holy magic did not tire him like normal spells, but holding that much emotion in his hands did. I undid the curse, he said. The source is gone. The remaining effect was just a pattern. Once you know that pattern, it is only a matter of taking it apart. You speak as if you are untying shoelaces, Snape said from the back. Harry shrugged. If the knot is badly tied, it is not hard, he said. Ron raised his voice from the doorway. You just healed 3 people and a cat, mate, he said. Maybe you can let someone say thank you without sounding bored. Laughter bubbled up around the beds, shaky but real. Harry let it wash over him. In the psionic field he felt something else rise. Awe, relief, a sense, small and sharp, that Harry was more than just another student. The thought spread from mind to mind. The boy who lived. The boy who healed. He did not ask for it. He did not want worship. But humans liked patterns. Miracle lined up with legend and people made a story. We can talk in my office, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry nodded. Yes, he said. The headmaster office felt smaller this time. Or maybe Harry just took up more space in it. He sat in the chair facing the desk. Dumbledore sat opposite. Fawkes watched from his perch. The portraits were awake now, pretending to sleep but listening. Scene roster. Harry. Dumbledore. Fawkes. Portraits. No one else. Dumbledore set a tin of lemon drops on the desk between them. You have had a busy night, he said. So have you, Harry replied. Dumbledore smiled. Slow and tired. Word travels fast in a castle like this, he said. By breakfast the entire school will know that Harry Potter walked into the hospital wing and woke the petrified. Some already speak of it as a blessing. Others call it a sign. A sign of what, Harry asked. That you are something more than you seem, Dumbledore said. That perhaps the boy who lived is closer to a miracle than we thought. Harry leaned back. And what do you think, he asked. Dumbledore's fingers tapped softly on the arm of his chair. I think you carry a power I do not understand, he said. I think you used that power tonight to save lives. I am grateful. I am also concerned. Concerned that I did it, Harry asked, or concerned that now people have seen me do it. Dumbledore did not answer at once. His thoughts skimmed over the board of governors, the ministry, the prophet. Faces in meetings. Headlines. Both, he said finally. Harry felt the whispers in the walls. A new story was forming, and Dumbledore knew it. You wanted a symbol, Harry said. You made one when you left me on that doorstep with a scar and a prophecy. Now that symbol has its own plan. Dumbledore folded his hands. I did what I thought best for the greater good, he said. The words sat heavy between them. The greater good, Harry repeated. The words you use when you want to move people like chess pieces. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. That is unfair, he said. It is accurate, Harry replied. Last year you placed the stone in the school and built a neat little path of tests. You knew someone was after it. You still left the final door open enough that a first year could step through. You waited to see if I would. You called it a trial. A chance to prove myself. Or fail. Dumbledore opened his mouth, then closed it. You spoke of this after the stone affair, he said. We reached some understanding. No, Harry said. We reached a pause. You agreed not to pretend that what you did was kind. That is not the same as changing the pattern. He leaned forward. This year you have a girl being eaten alive by a diary, he said. A monster moving through pipes. Children turned to stone. You told me in your office that the staff would handle it. That we should stand back. But you did not move fast enough. You did not go looking for the anchor. You let the story play out because you wanted to see who would step up this time. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. I did not wish harm on any child, he said. I hoped to contain the problem while we gathered more information. There are political realities, Harry. Lucius Malfoy sits on the board. The ministry watches every step. If I move too directly without proof, I risk losing what little control I have. There it is, Harry said. You were more afraid of losing position than of losing students. The words landed like a slap. Fawkes shifted on his perch and let out a small low note. You presume much, Dumbledore said quietly. No, Harry said. I read you. He tapped his temple. I see the way you weigh lives against influence, Harry added. You tell yourself you are the only one who can stand between this place and chaos. So any cost, any lie, any sacrifice can be justified, as long as you keep your place at the center. Dumbledore stared at him. Psionics, he said slowly. You are using mind magic. I am using awareness, Harry said. I do not dig through your memories without cause. I watch what you think in the moment when you say one thing and mean another. There are laws about such magic, Dumbledore said. There are also laws about leaving cursed objects with children, Harry answered. If we start throwing codes at each other, I can fill the room faster than you can. They sat in silence for a long few breaths. Dumbledore's gaze dropped to the lemon drops, then back up. His thoughts spun. He could not find a comfortable place to stand that did not involve admitting fault. "You are angry," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "I am angry that you keep writing tragedies and calling them lessons. I am angry that you expect me to play along because you believe you know how the story has to end." "And how would you have it end?" Dumbledore asked. His tone was calmer now, a little dry. "With you ruling over all of us as a god of magic." Harry snorted. "That sounds like your fear talking," he said. "I do not want a throne. I want a world where children are not bait and justice is not a coin flipped in private rooms." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "You are 15, he said. "That is not an answer," Harry replied. The headmaster let out a slow breath. "You are right to call me to account," he said at last. "I have become used to thinking in patterns. Prophecy, war, sacrifice. I see the board from too high above. Can make the pieces blur." "Those pieces are people," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. "I know," he said. "And yet, until now, I have not been the one with the power to change the entire board at once. That power now seems to sit in the chair across from me." Harry felt the shift. There it was. The moment the wise mentor became something else. Not the holder of the narrative, but a player forced into a new role. "I am not your enemy," Dumbledore said. "Good," Harry answered. "Then stop treating me like a tool and start treating me like a partner. We can compare notes. You handle the pieces you know. I handle the parts that sit outside your frame." "And what if we disagree?" Dumbledore asked. "Then we argue," Harry said. "Like now. You make your case. I make mine. But you do not get to hide information from me and call that protection. Not anymore." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, there was less glitter, more tired honesty. "Very well," he said. "No more secrets about this matter. Tell me everything you have done. I need to know the shape of the field before Lucius Malfoy arrives." Harry arched a brow. "Lucius is coming?" he asked. "Oh yes," Dumbledore said. "As soon as word reaches him that the petrified are healed and that you were the one who did it, he will appear. He will demand explanations. He will try to spin this to his advantage." Harry felt a small sharp line of interest. "Good," he said. "Then we can deal with him while everyone is watching." He told Dumbledore about the diary in full. Ginny Trust. Tom Voice. The way the book had tried to hold on when he took it. The purge in Etheron Chamber. He left out the name of the god but not the method. Dumbledore listened, frowning deeper with every detail. "A Horcrux," he said in a low voice when Harry finished. "In a diary. Given to a child. Slipped into the school through her belongings. By Lucius Malfoy," Harry said. "You already guessed that." "I suspected," Dumbledore admitted. "Lucius has been eager to undermine Arthur Weasley for some time. A scandal involving Arthur's daughter would cause him great pain." Harry's stomach twisted at the calm way he said it. "You knew he had motive," Harry said. "You knew he had access. You still did not search the Weasley belongings or push for extra checks." "I had no proof," Dumbledore said. "If I accuse a man like Lucius without evidence, he will cry persecution and the ministry will listen. He will make himself a martyr." "You have proof now," Harry said. He pulled the diary from his robes and set it on the desk. It looked ordinary. That was the point. "The Horcrux is gone," he said. "The book is clean. The head of house for Slytherin can confirm the residue that used to be there. So can you if you check the echo." Dumbledore picked up the diary. His fingers brushed the cover. His wand flicked in a small silent spell. His eyes widened. "It is empty," he said. "Yes," Harry answered. "I erased the part Tom left behind. What remains is the object and the trail. Ginny can tell you who slipped it into her cauldron. You can read the truth from her mind if you must. Or you can trust that she has no reason to lie about the man who tried to feed her to a monster." Dumbledore looked up. "You plan to confront Lucius," he said. "In public," Harry replied. "I want parents to see what he did. I want the ministry to see you choose a child's safety over his influence. If you stand beside me when I expose him, you show the world which side you are on. If you do not, they will see that as well." "That sounds like a threat," Dumbledore said softly. "It is a choice," Harry said. Silence stretched. "Very well," Dumbledore said at last. "Lucius is due tomorrow. He has already written to the board. asking for a meeting in light of the recent events. We will hold that meeting in the Great Hall. The students will already be gathered for dinner. The staff will be present. If you wish to speak, I will not stop you. Harry nodded. Good, he said. Dumbledore placed the diary gently back on the desk. You are turning your fame into leverage, he said. Do you realize what that will make you in the eyes of others? Harry thought of the looks in the hospital wing. The way Colin had said his name with his eyes wide even as he shivered. The way Madame Pomfrey grip had tightened on his arm when she called him back to another bed. They will make their own stories, he said. If they want to see me as some kind of savior, I cannot stop that. What I can do is aim their attention at the people who actually make decisions. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. You are building a cult, he said. Even if you do not mean to. Accidental, Harry said. The word you are looking for is accidental. I am not asking anyone to worship me. I am just not hiding what I can do. And you are comfortable with that? Dumbledore asked. No, Harry said. But I am more uncomfortable with Lucius Malfoy playing with children's lives while everyone looks the other way. Dumbledore looked down at his hands. Then let us make sure this meeting serves truth, he said. Not only spectacle. Lucius Malfoy arrived dressed for theater. The next evening the Great Hall buzzed louder than usual. Word of the meeting had spread. Students lined the tables. Staff sat tense at the dais. Dumbledore stood at the center, hands resting lightly on the back of his chair. The diary sat locked in a warded box by his elbow. The doors opened. Lucius walked in with his cane and his perfect hair and the faint smile of a man who believes the room already belongs to him. Draco trailed behind, face set in a mix of pride and nerves. Headmaster, Lucius drawled as he reached the front. I must say, these are interesting times. Petrified students, wild rumors, and now tales of divine healing. One wonders if the school is under proper control. His voice carried easily. The students at the nearest tables leaned forward. Good evening, Lucius, Dumbledore said. You requested a meeting with the board regarding recent events. As they are all present and our students are already gathered, I thought it best we speak plainly. Lucius' smile sharpened. Plainly, he said. A rare pleasure. Harry sat halfway down the Gryffindor table for once, flanked by Ron and Hermione. He rose when Dumbledore nodded to him. Lucius' gaze flicked to him. Ah, he said. And here is our miracle boy. Tell me, Potter, how does it feel to play healer to an entire school? Harry walked up the aisle between the tables. The hall quieted. Every step clicked on the stone. He reached the space beside Dumbledore and turned to face Lucius. Feels heavy, he said. Every person who could have been a corpse instead of a patient is a weight. I am glad they breathe. I am not glad they were threatened in the first place. Lucius' eyes cooled. Accidents happen, he said. Magic is dangerous. Perhaps, if certain students did not insist on involving themselves in matters beyond their age, we would see fewer disasters. Harry felt the mood in the room shift. Some students bristled. Others nodded, used to hearing adults blame them for everything. That would be a fair point, Harry said. If the danger this time had nothing to do with deliberate choice. He looked at the board members. Fudge sat among them, face shiny with sweat. A few other witches and wizards Harry only half recognized watched with interest and unease. I will make this simple, Harry said. A girl was being possessed by a diary. That diary contained a piece of Tom Riddle's soul. The same man who later called himself Voldemort. Soft gasps. The name still carried weight. That object was given to her with the hope that it would kill students and destroy this school. Harry went on. The person who placed it in her belongings is in this room. Lucius laughed. It was a controlled sound, but it was still a laugh. You accuse someone of murder attempt in front of the entire student body, he said. You had better have proof, boy. Harry did not flinch. I have the diary, he said. I have the girl testimony. I have the traces of the magic that used to be inside it. I have the motive. I can also read minds if we want to be very certain. The last line landed like a dropped stone. Students whispered. Fudge paled further. Dumbledore, Lucius said sharply. You allow this child to use mind magic as if he were an Auror. I allow him to speak, Dumbledore replied. His voice was mild. His eyes were not. Harry held up the warded box. This was slipped into Ginny Weasley cauldron at Flourish and Blots, he said. Among her books, by a man who had no business touching her things. Ginny is willing to name him. She is willing to swear that he did it. She had no reason to suspect the danger. He did. Lucius' lip curled. So we are to take the word of a frightened girl over that of a respected member of the community, he said. We are to take the evidence, Harry said. Only you had both the diary and the reason to target Arthur Daughter. You wanted to hurt his family and undermine his work. You used a child to do it. That makes you a coward, not a respected anything. A murmur ran through the hall. Even some Slytherins looked uneasy. Draco stared at his father, face gone slack. Lucius drew himself up. You forget your place, he said. You are a student. I am a governor. I can see to it that Dumbledore is removed if this school continues to turn into a circus. Harry let his psionic stretch. He tasted the edges of every mind in the hall. Fear, curiosity, the sharp, hot focus of those who had been petrified and now watched the man who had almost killed them. The rising wave of something close to faith from those who had seen him work. He did not like the feel of that last part, but he used it. You can try, Harry said. But you will be doing it in front of people who just watched me fix the mess your diary made. He turned his head slightly toward the students. If you believe Lucius Malfoy should keep a say in how this school is run, he said, say nothing. If you believe a man who uses cursed artifacts on children should be removed from the board, speak up. Now, for a heartbeat there was silence. Then Colin climbed on his bench. He nearly got me killed, Colin shouted. Take him off. Justin's voice joined his. He put that thing in Ginny bag, Justin said. He should be in Azkaban, not on a board. Voices rose. Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws. Even a few Slytherins spoke, more careful but still clear. Get him out. He cannot stay. Not after this. The noise swelled. It was not a chant. It was not organized. It was raw reaction from a room full of people who had nearly been victims. Harry let it rise, then lifted his hand. The hall quieted quicker than it should have. Attention snapped back to him. That was the cult line again, the instinct to look to the person who had just done something impossible. I am not the law, Harry said. I am not a judge. What I am is a witness with more reach than one terrified first year. You all know what happened now. The board knows. The ministry representative knows. He looked straight at Fudge. If Lucius Malfoy keeps his position after this, it will not be because you did not know, he said. It will be because you decided children's lives are worth less than his money. Remember that when you go home and look your families in the eye. Fudge swallowed. He looked at the students, at the staff, at Harry. His thoughts scrambled in Harry's mind. Risk, votes, papers. I think, Fudge said, voice wavering a little, that it would be wise for Mr. Malfoy to step back from the board while we investigate these claims. Wise, McGonagall said sharply. It is the minimum. Lucius went very still. His hand tightened on his cane until the knuckles showed white. You cannot possibly think you can push me out based on stories and tricks, he said. I think you underestimated how much people can see when the curtain is pulled back, Harry answered. He looked at Draco. This is not your fault, Harry said. What your father did. That is on him. Draco flinched, as if the words hurt more than any insult. Lucius' eyes blazed. You will regret this, he said quietly. Harry felt the intent behind the words and did not like it. He wrapped runic wards tighter around the castle almost without thinking, a mental pattern that answered any hostile move near the students with a firm pushback. Maybe, Harry said, but at least I will regret something I chose, not something I let happen. Dumbledore stepped forward. Lucius, he said, until this investigation is complete, your presence on the board is suspended. You will leave the castle now. Lucius looked from Dumbledore to Harry and back. For a second Harry saw real fear in his eyes. Not of magic, of losing ground. He turned on his heel and walked out, cloak snapping behind him. Draco followed, shoulders stiff. The doors closed. The hall exhaled. Dumbledore looked at Harry. You have just changed the entire political map of this school, he said softly. Harry felt tired down to his bones. The holy magic work from the night before and the confrontation now sat on his muscles like extra weight. I did what you were afraid to do, he said. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes, he said. You did. Students began to talk again, louder, excited. Some looked at Harry with open admiration. Others whispered to each other and pointed. He could almost hear the shape of the story forming. The boy who saved them. The one who stood up to Malfoy. The child who made the adults move. Hermione reached his side and touched his sleeve. That was risky, she said. Her voice shook. You know that, right? Yes, Harry said. Ron came up on his other side. Face flushed. That was brilliant, Ron said. Properly mental, but brilliant. Harry let out a breath. It had to be done, he said. He looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore watched him with a strange mix of pride and worry. McGonagall looked like she wanted to cry and shout at the same time. Snape's expression was unreadable, but his thoughts flickered with reluctant respect and deep unease. The ley lines under the castle hummed, adjusting to the new pattern he had woven. The accidental cult was real now. People had seen him act like some kind of divine judge. They would not forget it. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. His heart thudded in his chest. His hands shook a little as the last of the adrenaline faded. Come on, Hermione said quietly. Sit down before you fall over. He let her steer him back to the bench. Ron dropped beside him and started chattering about how Malfoy's face had looked. Words tripping over each other. Harry half listened. He could feel the weight of every stare on his back. The god of magic was quiet in his mind, watching. Dumbledore was no longer the only one keeping a narrative. For the first time, Harry truly felt that he was not just observing Hogwarts. He was rewriting it. He picked up his fork with a hand that had almost stopped shaking and took a slow breath. One step at a time, he told himself. Dinner noise rose around him. For a moment, with Hermione's shoulder warm against his and Ron complaining about how little pudding was left, it almost felt normal. Sources. Peter Pettigrew screamed when the light touched him. The sound bounced around the circular courtroom, sharp and raw, louder than the scrape of quills and the shuffle of robes. The benches of the Wizengamot curved above him in rising rows, filled with witches and wizards in deep plum robes and heavy chains of office. No Dementors lined the walls. The air was cold, but it was clean. In the very center of the floor, within a ring of pale lines etched into the stone, Harry stood with his wand lowered at his side and his right hand raised. There was no visible spell on his lips. The light that burned around Pettigrew did not come from wand wood or human words. It poured from a point just above the Rat-Man head, then sank into him in slow threads, bright and merciless. Harry's jaw clenched. His eyes stayed on Pettigrew's face. He had designed the circle himself. The runes looked thin and simple, neat strokes carved into stone, but every mark held layered intent. One set to bind the body. One set to keep the mind from shattering. One set to anchor the concept that ruled this space now. Truth. No lies. No blurred memory. No polite editing before words reached the tongue. Just what was. Pettigrew's back arched against the metal chair that held him. Shackles cut into his wrists. Sweat soaked the collar of his prison robe. His eyes rolled wildly, trying to escape the light that followed every twitch. Harry could feel the room watching him. The scrape of chairs had stopped. Quills had stilled over parchment. Even Fudge, up on his raised platform, had gone silent for once. Hermione stood at the edge of the circle, just beyond the outer line of runes. Her face was pale. Her hands were clenched around the rail so hard her knuckles were white. Ron was beside her, freckled face tight, ears red, eyes fixed on Pettigrew. Sirius watched from the far side of the chamber. He was on his feet, flanked by two Aurors who were there more for show than actual control now. Azkaban had left his robes hanging off a frame that was only half filled, but there was strength in his shoulders again. Harry had dragged the Dementor taste out of his soul the night before, burning it away with gentle holy light until the last numb chill was gone. Sirius still looked tired, but his eyes were clear. He watched Harry as much as he watched Pettigrew. Begin projection, Madam Bones said quietly. Her voice carried cleanly in the silence. Harry nodded once. He drew a slow breath in, let it out, and pushed. The light shifted. It no longer sank only into Pettigrew. It rose as well, spilling upward in a narrow column that widened and rippled in the air above them. The stone ceiling blurred. The walls blurred. Memories unfolded. The first image slammed into the room with brutal honesty. A street, narrow, full of smoke and the sharp stink of burnt stone. People yelling. The echo of footsteps. Pettigrew breathless panic beat in hairy head. Hot and wild. Please, Pettigrew voice whimpered. Except his actual mouth was locked around a silent scream in the chair. The plea came from the memory instead. Sirius, I trusted you. I trusted all of you, please. Harry did not move. The scene continued. The memory Sirius stood in the street, black hair blown by heat and wind, wand in hand, face twisted in heartbreak and fury. Pettigrew backed away, clutching his wand, eyes darting to the crowd. Harry's throat tightened. This was the day that had rewritten 2 lives. He had seen it already in Pettigrew's mind when he first captured him, in a quiet cell lit only by rune light. This time it was public. No one could look away. Pettigrew shrieked a few rehearsed words in the memory. The real Pettigrew in the metal chair tried to thrash free. The bonds at his wrists flared, then tightened. Flash. The courtroom flinched as one. They felt the blast, not just as sound, but as a shove through their chests, because Harry had not muted the sensation. Dust and blood. Bodies falling. Sirius falling to his knees, laughing a broken laugh because something in his mind had snapped. Quill scratched again, frantic now. Up above, a gray-haired wizard in heavy gold chains swallowed hard, his lips moving with the words he had once used on the front page of the Prophet. Black kills 12. No, Harry said, voice low. Watch properly this time. The memory rewound, not with a neat jump, but with a drag that everyone could feel, like the world getting hauled back by the spine. Pettigrew sobbed. This time Harry slowed the second that mattered. Pettigrew wand hand, shaking. The small, ugly smile when Sirius' eyes widened. The flare of explosive curse pushed not at Sirius, but at the street behind, where the bodies would fall and the cover story would write itself. The courtroom went very quiet. The wand's signature, Madam Bones said, eyes narrowed. You can see the pattern. Harry lifted his hand slightly. Runes at the edge of the circle brightened. The exact weave of the spell hung in the air for a heartbeat, drawn in lines of light. Even the most stubborn pure-blood traditionalist in the top rows could see it was not the same pattern as Sirius' angry, uncontrolled spell that followed in the first run. Peter Pettigrew, Harry said. His voice carried, level and cold. Did you betray James and Lily Potter to Lord Voldemort? The light tightened around Pettigrew's throat. He tried to speak. Harry felt him try to twist, to throw up some shield, some half-formed mental block. The concept of truth pressed down harder. Yes, Pettigrew gasped. The word ripped itself out of him. A low sound went through the benches. In your own words, Harry said. Tell them. The memories shifted again. The front door of the cottage in Godric Hollow. His parents laughing, trusting their friend. The tiny glint of the secret in Pettigrew's mind, handed to Voldemort later with shaking hands and rehearsed excuses. The green flash in the nursery. Lily voice, raw with love and fear, and then silence. Harry's stomach twisted. His hands shook. He kept his eyes on Pettigrew as the man babbled, every confession dragged out by the pressure of concept that would not let him hold back. I took the secret, Pettigrew cried. He said he would kill me if I did not. They trusted me. James, he clapped my shoulder and joked about how they were safest with their little rat. I went to him. I told him where the cottage was. I told him the wording of the charm. I watched him go. I felt it when the mark burned and he was pleased. I knew what it meant. I knew they were dead. Pettigrew's voice broke into hysterical sobs. The air in the chamber felt thicker. Harry could hear someone vomiting quietly in one of the side rows. Another which was openly crying, her face buried in her hands. Ron looked sick, freckles stark on white skin. Hermione's gaze never left Harry. He knew. He could feel it, the weight of her concern on the edge of his awareness. She stood straight, but her Adam apple moved as she swallowed. One hand had slipped from the rail to grip the back of his sleeve just outside the circle, stopping at the line of runes. She did not cross. She would not break the warding, but she wanted contact. Harry let the back of his hand brush hers. Just that brief touch. Just enough. The memories went on. Azkaban without trial. Fudge nodding along years ago when he heard the story and decided a trial was a waste of time because the evidence seemed so clear. The first time a Dementor slid past Sirius' cell. The cold. The way his own laughter haunted him more than the screams. Harry let the room feel that part too. He wanted them to choke on it. He wanted them to understand exactly what their neat, efficient system had done. When he finally released the concept, when the runes cooled and the light above Pettigrew faded, the silence was deeper than anything Harry had heard in that room before. Pettigrew slumped in the chair. He sobbed in little broken gulps. His hair stuck to his damp forehead. His eyes were wild and unfocused, but the wards on the chair still hummed gently, holding his mind together. Harry had built that part very carefully. You did not get to escape with madness. Not today. Harry lowered his hand. His knees felt weak. Sweat trickled down his back under his robes. His heart hammered hard and fast. Hermione moved at once. She stepped right up to the edge of the circle as the glow faded and wrapped her fingers around his forearm. Her skin was warm. "You are done," she whispered. "You can stop." Harry nodded. He took one more breath, then stepped back over the runes. They flared once as he broke contact, then sank into the stone. The circle was just empty marks on the floor again. Fudge cleared his throat. The sound cracked. "Well," he said. "Well, I think we have all seen quite enough of that. Perhaps we should, retire to consider." "Consider what?" Madame Bones snapped. Her voice cut through the fog that still hung over the chamber. "Every single witch and wizard in this room has just watched the same set of memories. You saw the spell work. You felt the result. You saw the betrayal and the murders. You saw the lack of trial. There is nothing left to consider." She stood. Her monocle gleamed. "Sirius Orion Black," she said, turning toward him. "This court owes you a judgment it should have given 13 years ago." Sirius' mouth opened and shut. He looked at Harry, then back at her. His hands shook where they gripped the rail. "On the evidence presented," Bones said, "and on the enforced truth of Peter Pettigrew's own mind, this body declares you innocent of the murder charge and of treason against the Potter family. Your sentence was unjust. As of this moment you are cleared of all charges. You are free." The word hung there. Free. Harry felt something in his chest loosen. He had not even known how tight it had been until now. Fudge made a weak sound. "Madame Bones, we cannot just overturn a ministry verdict based on some strange foreign magic, no matter how impressive it looked. There are standards, there are forms." "Your ministry never held a trial," Harry said. His voice came out flat. He turned his head slowly toward Fudge. "You put an innocent man in a Dementor prison and left him to rot on gossip, and you are worried about forms." A few witches shifted in their seats. No one jumped in to defend Fudge. "The method used here," Dumbledore added quietly from his own bench, "was more reliable than Veritaserum and far more humane than Dementor presence." His blue eyes met Harry for a second. There was no attempt at grandfather warmth now, just tired honesty and a hint of wary respect. "We have used the mind arts in court before," Madame Bones said. "Never at this scale and never with this level of clarity, but the principle stands. The magic used today was designed to reveal truth without suggestion. I verified the runes myself. So did 2 independent arithmancers." Harry kept his gaze on Fudge. The minister shifted, beads of sweat forming at his hairline. "You saw what your system does when you let fear and convenience take the lead," Harry said. "You rely on Dementors and headlines. You call it justice because it is fast. It is not justice. It is laziness and fear." "You are still a boy," Fudge snapped, anger finally winning over shock. "You stroll into my courtroom and act as if you understand the weight of these decisions. You think power gives you the right to override our laws." Harry felt Hermione's fingers tighten on his sleeve. He heard Ron mutter something under his breath that sounded like a swear. He answered anyway. "I think," Harry said slowly, That when a system puts an innocent man in a soul-eating prison without even bothering with a proper hearing, and when that same system would happily send him back there now to avoid embarrassment, someone with enough power has a responsibility to stop it. I did not tear apart your whole ministry today. I did not replace your courts. I dragged the truth into the light in the one case I knew was wrong. He took a step forward, back onto the cooling runes. His voice stayed calm. If you had done your job 13 years ago, I would not have needed to use God-level power in this room. But you did not. So I did. A murmur ran through the benches. Some faces were angry. Some were ashamed. A few were grateful and tried to hide it. Hermione leaned closer, voice low. Harry, she breathed, just for him. You have made the point. He exhaled, nodded. He let the tension bleed from his shoulders, just a little. Peter Pettigrew, Madame Bones said again, voice hard, will be remanded for a proper trial, with witnesses, with pensive records of the memories shown today, with full examination. And this time, the law will do what it should have done. Her gaze swept the benches. Few met it. As for Sirius Black, she added, there are documents to sign, of course, reparations to discuss. But these can wait until the man has eaten a decent meal and slept in a room without dementors outside it. Sirius barked out a rough laugh at that, half-sob, half-real humor. He looked at Harry again. There was gratitude there, bright and fierce and almost painful to see. Harry nodded once. He did not trust his voice. The hearing dissolved piece by piece. Witches rose. Robes whispered. The buzz of voices grew louder as the shock shifted into argument. Some rushed toward Fudge. Some toward Bones. Some toward Dumbledore. Harry let it all blur. He took one careful step down off the circle. Hermione moved with him, her hand never leaving his arm. Ron fell into place on his other side, expression set. They walked out together. The corridor outside the chamber was cooler than the courtroom, the air carrying the faint smell of stone polish and parchment ink. Candles floated in steady lines along the ceiling, their light soft after the harsh glare of the truth circle. Harry stopped near a tall window and braced one hand on the sill. His breath came hard. His stomach churned. His head throbbed with the echo of Pettigrew memories. He could still hear that laugh in the street. He could still taste Azkaban on Sirius, even though he had already burned most of it away. Harry, Hermione stepped in front of him. She let go of his arm so she could take both his hands instead. Her fingers were warm, solid, real. There was ink on one of her knuckles from frantic notes taken earlier. You need to sit down, she said. I am fine, Harry said automatically. His legs chose that moment to tremble. Hermione rolled her eyes, not even trying to hide it, and tugged him down onto a low stone bench along the wall. Ron dropped beside him on the other side, still breathing hard himself. You do not look fine, Ron muttered. You look like you swallowed a bludger, and then let it explode. Harry let out a short, unwilling laugh. The sound helped. He scrubbed a hand over his face, careful not to smear sweat into his eyes. It is louder in there than it was the first time, he said quietly. When I caught him, Hermione frowned. You have already been inside his head that deeply? In the holding cells, Harry said. I needed to know if it was really him. I did not show everything then, just enough to be sure. Today I pulled everything that mattered into the open. For them. He jerked his chin back toward the heavy doors. For Sirius, Hermione corrected gently. Harry looked at her. Yes, he said. For him. Ron shifted on the bench. It was mental, he said. I mean, not in the insulting way. I mean the way you just pulled it out and made everyone feel it. Did they all feel? The Azkaban Part 2. Yes. Harry closed his eyes for a second. They needed to. It is easy to sign papers about sending someone to a prison when it is just words. Harder when you feel what they feel. That circle was scary, Hermione admitted. Even from the edge. Her hands tightened around his for a moment, then loosened. The way the air changed. The way Pettigrew could not even cling to his lies. It was... She searched for a word and then gave up. It was a lot. Harry opened his eyes again. Are you afraid of me now? Hermione snorted. You are an idiot, she said. Ron choked. Harry blinked. If you think I did not know you could do things like that already, she went on, brows pulling together. You have not been paying attention. I sat with you while you mapped out runes that could shield entire cities. I watched you burn a soul fragment out of a diary without flinching. I know what you are capable of. That is not the part that scares me. Then what does? Harry asked. That you think you have to do it alone, she said at once. That you think you have to carry the choices and the guilt and the lines you cross by yourself. That is what scares me. The corridor faded a little. For a second it was just her and him and the heat of her hands. Harry swallowed. I crossed the line today, he said. Yes, Hermione replied, calm and honest. You did. You forced a mind open in front of a room full of people. You made everyone feel that pain. I am not going to pretend that is a small thing. It is not. That is why I am going to keep asking you why you do it. Every time, until you can answer me without lying to yourself. He huffed out a breath. You are not going to let me drift into smug god mode, are you? Never, she said. Then her mouth twitched. Smug god mode. Honestly, Harry, Ron laughed weakly. She has a point though, mate. Watching you in there. It was brilliant. And sickening. And I am glad I was not in the chair. Panic flickered under the joke. Harry heard it. I will never do that to you, Harry said quietly. Ron looked at him. For once, there was no joke in his eyes. Promise, promise, Harry said. The word felt heavy and right. You too, he added, turning back to Hermione. If you ever catch me even thinking about turning that sort of magic on you without your consent, you have full permission to hex me into the floor. Hermione's mouth softened. Deal, she said. Though I would probably yell first. I would expect nothing less. For a moment the three of them just sat there. The weight of what had happened in the courtroom pressed down, but it did not feel quite as crushing. Footsteps approached. Harry looked up to see Madame Bones coming down the corridor with Sirius just behind her. The Aurors who had flanked him earlier were gone. In their place was only one young witch with a badge, more out of habit than need. Bones stopped a respectful distance away. Potter, she said. Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley. Sirius did not stop. He walked the last few steps quickly, then halted right in front of Harry and just stared at him. Up close, away from the harsh light of the courtroom, the changes were even sharper. Azkaban had left shadows under his eyes and lines around his mouth, but his eyes were bright and fierce. His hair was still shaggy, but clean now. His robes were new and actually fit. He looked like someone halfway between the young man in the memories and the broken figure Harry had pulled out of a cell. Harry stood. His legs protested, but he ignored them. For a heartbeat, neither of them spoke. Then Sirius moved. He stepped forward and hauled Harry into a hug so tight it knocked the air out of his lungs. Harry froze, then slowly relaxed into it. He pressed his face against Sirius' shoulder. The robes smelled like hospital soap and a faint trace of dog that no amount of cleaning would ever fully remove. James would be screaming in my ear about how proud he is, Sirius said hoarsely. His voice vibrated through Harry's chest. Lily would be telling him to stop yelling and then hugging you herself. I am going to stand in for both of them for now, if that is all right. Harry's throat burned. That is all right, he managed. Sirius pulled back a little, hands still on Harry's shoulders. His gaze swept Harry's face as if trying to memorize every line. Then he looked past him at Hermione and Ron. You two kept him mostly sane through all this, did you? He asked roughly. Hermione's cheeks flushed, but she lifted her chin. We tried, she said. Ron scratched the back of his neck. Helped a bit, he mumbled. Sirius nodded to them in thanks, genuine and deep. Then he glanced at Madame Bones. You said something about food? Plenty of it, she said. There is a private room set aside. Medical checks, then a proper meal, then paperwork. Potter, I want you there for some of that discussion, but not all. You look like one more push would knock you over. Harry gave her a faint, tired smile. I can manage a few more forms, he said. Not today, Hermione muttered. Bones' mouth twitched. Miss Granger is correct, she said. Mr. Black, you can have 5 minutes with your godson first. Then we go. She and the Auror moved a little down the corridor, giving them space while still staying close enough for duty. Sirius guided Harry back to the bench and sat beside him. Hermione and Ron stood, instinctively forming a little barrier around them. For a moment no one spoke. The rush of footsteps and chatter from the distant courtroom felt far away. "I heard the Dementors go," Sirius said quietly. "One day they were at the bars. The next day they would not come near my cell. Then there was light, real light, not that horrible gray, and your face." Harry looked down at his hands. He remembered that night, the way his magic had flared in quiet, controlled waves as he burned the Dementor chill out of the last corridor and wrapped Sirius in warmth. "You should have had that years ago," Harry said. "You were a baby," Sirius replied dryly. "Hard to break me out of prison when you are busy throwing up on people's shoulders." Harry gave a short laugh. "Etheron could have done it," he said. "He did not. He told me once that some lessons have to play out, even if they hurt, that there was a shape to things. I told him he was wrong. I told him you should not have to suffer for someone else's test." Sirius tilted his head. "You said that to a god?" "I shout at him a lot," Harry admitted. "He can take it." "Good," Sirius said. "Somebody should." He sobered. "I am not going to pretend I did not make mistakes, Harry," he went on. "I trusted the wrong person as secret keeper. I went after Pettigrew instead of going straight to you. I lost my temper in that street and laughed when I should have been shouting about trials. I did not exactly help the situation." Harry looked at him. "You did not deserve what followed," he said firmly. "You made human mistakes. The system turned that into a life sentence without even asking questions." Sirius' eyes shone. He blinked hard. "Hearing that from you means more than hearing it from any of them," he said, jerking his chin toward the courtroom doors. "They wrote headlines about me. They never came to see if I could still speak." Harry reached out and gripped his wrist. "They are going to pay reparations," he said. "Money, political concessions, public apologies. I will make sure of it." Sirius snorted. "Money is nice. Getting my house back without a dozen conditions will be nicer. But I do not need the world to grovel." He squeezed hairy fingers. "I need you to know I am here now," he said. "If you want me, I am ready to be the adult you can throw things at when it all gets too much. You do not have to carry every bit of God stuff on your own." Harry stared at him. Something inside his chest, that had been coiled tight since Etheron first told him about mortal attachment, eased a little more. "I do want you," Harry said quietly. His voice wobbled. "I did not even know how much until I saw you standing there without chains." Sirius' smile was a little crooked. "Good," he said, "because I have plans." Harry's eyebrows rose. "Plans? Step 1, Sirius said, ticking off on his fingers. "Get clean, fed, and checked by a healer who does not smell like despair. Step 2, sleep for about 12 hours. Step 3, march back into your life and annoy you with stories about your parents for as long as you will let me. Step 4, figure out what a godfather even looks like when his godson is apparently half divine." Harry laughed again, a real sound this time. "We will work it out," he said. Sirius' expression softened. "We will," he agreed. "But some things are simple. You are family. That matters more than what you can do." Family. Harry let the word settle. Felt solid. Madame Bones cleared her throat gently at the end of the corridor. "Time," she called. Sirius rolled his eyes. "Apparently I still have to listen to authority for a bit," he said. He stood and pulled Harry to his feet as well, then drew him into one more quick hug. "I will see you soon. Back at Hogwarts. Try not to topple the ministry while I am not looking." "No promises," Harry said. But there was a small smile on his lips. Sirius squeezed his shoulder once more, nodded to Hermione and Ron, and then walked away with Bones and the Auror. His back was straight. Harry watched until they turned a corner and vanished. The Hogwarts grounds felt different that evening. The castle towers were outlined against a clear sky, the last light of day fading behind them. The black lake glimmered flat and dark, barely stirring in the still air. A breeze carried the faint smell of damp earth and grass. Harry sat on the sloping bank just above the shore, Robes gathered around his knees, bare hands pressed into the cool ground. Tiny grains of dirt stuck under his nails. It was strangely grounding. He had insisted on returning to Hogwarts rather than staying at the Ministry celebration dinner that some of the more hypocritical officials had wanted to throw. He did not want to sit through speeches. He wanted quiet. Hermione found him without trouble. He heard her footsteps on the grass before he saw her. She came down the slope and dropped beside him, close enough that their shoulders brushed. She wore her school cloak open, hair a bit messy from the wind. "You slipped out without saying goodbye," she said. There was no anger in it, only observation. "Too many people talking at me," Harry said. Bones trying to plan reforms. Fudge trying to pretend this had been his idea all along. Random witches calling me blessed one. He made a face. Hermione snorted. "Accidental cult," she said. "You did that to yourself." "I know," Harry muttered. "I thought showing them healing and protection would make them less afraid. Instead, some of them decided I must be a holy figure. I did not plan for it." "You never do," she said softly. "You just keep doing what feels right and hope people handle it well. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they build altars." He grimaced. "I hate altars." "I know," she said again. They sat in silence for a moment, listening to the faint sound of water lapping at the shore. The castle windows glowed with warm light. Somewhere in the distance, someone laughed. "Do you regret it?" Hermione asked at last. Harry did not have to ask what she meant. He looked down at his hands. The memory of the circle came back in sharp detail. Pettigrew screams, the shocked faces, the pressure of concept as it locked around a human mind. "I regret that it had to be necessary," he said slowly. "I regret that the only way to make them see was to shove the truth in their faces until they could not wiggle out from under it. I regret that I had to be the one to do it instead of a normal judge with normal spells and a normal trial." He lifted his head. The lake reflected the faint shine of the sky. "I do not regret freeing Sirius," he said. "Not for a second." Hermione watched his profile. "You could have waited," she said gently. "You could have gathered other evidence. You could have tried to push the Ministry into a slower process. You chose the fast way, the brutal way." "Yes," Harry said. He did not look away from the water. "If I had waited, he would have spent more days in that cell. More nights with Dementors outside his bars. More time thinking he had been abandoned. I saw what that place does to people, Hermione. Every extra day is another piece of a person scraped away. I was not going to leave him there while people argued about paperwork." He dug his fingers into the grass. "I have power that most of them cannot even name," he said quietly. "What is the point of training under a god if I stand back and let human fear chew up the people I care about?" Hermione did not answer right away. She shifted slightly, angling her body toward him. "You do not owe the world perfect restraint," she said. "You are allowed to use what you have to save people. I am not asking you to stop. I am asking you to promise me something." He turned to look at her. "What?" "Promise me that every time you think about using that level of power on someone's mind, you will stop and talk to me first," she said. "Unless someone is about to die in the next few seconds, you will stop and ask. Explain. Let me argue with you. Let me ask all the annoying questions. Let me remind you that you are Harry, not an abstract concept. Please." Her voice cracked on the last word. Harry stared at her. The weight in his chest shifted again, sharp and strange and warm. "Even if I think I am right?" he asked. "Especially then," she said. "You will always think you are right when you make those calls. That is what scares me. Let someone else poke holes in it before you carve your idea of justice into people's souls." Her eyes were bright. The wind tugged at a curl of hair near her cheek. He reached out and tucked the curl behind her ear. His fingers brushed her skin. She drew in a small breath but did not pull away. "I can do that," he said softly. "I can talk to you. I want to talk to you." Her gaze dropped to his mouth for a tiny moment, then flicked back up. "Good," she whispered. Silence settled again, but it was not heavy this time. Crackled with something new. Harry's heart beat faster. His palms felt a little damp. It was almost funny in a distant way, that he could stand unshaken in front of a room full of powerful witches and wizards and force a traitor to expose his soul. But sitting here with Hermione hand only inches from his made him feel like a nervous first year again. He cleared his throat. "There is another reason I wanted to come back here instead of staying at the ministry," he said. "Oh?" Hermione asked. He forced himself to look at her properly. Really look. At the line between her brows when she concentrated. At the faint smudge of ink on her jaw she had missed. At the way her hands, which could so easily turn pages and trace runes, were also the hands that had dragged him to sit down when he tried to pretend he was fine. "Today reminded me that laws are fragile," he said quietly. "Systems break. People in charge lie. Courts can be fooled or lazy. I cannot trust any of that." "I can trust you." Hermione blinked. Her lips parted. "You keep me honest," he went on. "You ask why when everyone else nods along. You look at my runes and my plans and you are not impressed by the light show. You are interested in the structure and the cost. When I start drifting into Etheron headspace, you pull me back down." He drew a breath. His chest felt tight. "I wanted to be somewhere that felt like mine," he said. "And you are part of that." Her eyes shone. She swallowed hard. "You are terrible at speeches," she whispered, though her voice shook with a laugh. "I know," he said. "I have been told." She reached out and took his hand. Their fingers laced together. Her grip was firm, a little shaky. "Harry," she said. He leaned in. He did not overthink it. He did not run calculations in his head or wonder what Etheron would say about emotional entanglement. He just moved, guided by the simple human desire that had been humming under his skin for months. Hermione met him halfway. The first brush of her lips was soft and unsure. They both froze for a heartbeat, then adjusted clumsily, noses bumping a little, breaths mixing. Harry felt his heart slam against his ribs. The world did not tilt. Magic did not roar. It was just warm, a little awkward, and absolutely real. He pulled back after a moment, just enough to see her face. Her cheeks were red. Her eyes were wide and bright. "Was that all right?" he asked, suddenly worried he had pushed too far. Hermione let out a shaky laugh. "You just forced a corrupt government to admit it nearly killed your godfather," she said. "But you are nervous about kissing me." "Yes," Harry said honestly. "It was more than all right," she said. She leaned in again. This time the kiss was surer, the angle better. Her free hand came up to rest lightly against his chest. He felt the weight of it through his robes, right over his pounding heart. When they parted, both breathing a little faster, she let her forehead rest against his for a moment. "You realize this is going to make things even more complicated," she murmured. "Everything is already complicated," he replied. "At least this part feels good." She smiled. Point. They sat there for a while longer, fingers still intertwined, watching the castle lights and the slow movement of the water. Eventually, the chill in the air deepened. Hermione shifted. "We should go in," she said reluctantly. "McGonagall will have my head if I am late enough to miss roll call because I was snogging the savior of magical justice by the lake." Harry winced. "Please do not phrase it like that in front of her." "No promises," she said, laughing. They stood. Harry brushed dirt from the back of his robes and offered her his hand again as they climbed the slope. She took it without hesitation. As they walked back toward the castle, Harry glanced over his shoulder once at the lake, at the reflection of the towers and the stars. Today he had used God-level power to tear the truth out of a man-mind and force a government to admit it had been wrong. He had crossed lines that could not be uncrossed. He had also given a man back his life, and somewhere between a courtroom and a quiet lakeshore, he had let himself be just Harry long enough to fall a little more in love with the girl who refused to let him become a distant, untouchable figure. Etheron's voice stirred faintly at the back of his mind, distant and thoughtful, but Harry did not open that channel yet. There would be time for cosmic questions later. Right now, as the castle doors swung open and warm light spilled out to meet them, he chose the simple truth of the moment. He was not alone. Sources. The stands around the arena looked like they had been grown out of light. Rows of stone benches curved in a wide ring around the enclosed field, but every gap between them was filled with floating mirrors. They hung in the air like sheets of still water, each one linked to another cluster somewhere far away. Harry could feel the threads that tied them together. Thin lines of magic stretched out from Hogwarts, arcing across countries and oceans. Every major magic school had a bank of mirrors. So did the Ministry. So did the old hall of the International Confederation. Even a few scattered family manors had linked in. Harry could sense those too, the sharp, private wards wrapped around tiny clusters of viewers who did not like to mix with crowds. He stood at the edge of the champion's tent with his hand on the canvas flap and watched the mirrors slowly turn. Every time one rotated, he caught a new reflection. A hall full of students in foreign robes. An office where grim witches in chains of office leaned forward. A shabby pub with too many people crammed around a single glass panel. All of them waiting. Hermione came up beside him. Scene roster. Harry, Hermione. Inside the champion's tent entrance space. No one else near them yet. State. Harry still in school robes, cloak open, Tri-Wizard badge pinned on his chest, wand in holster. Hermione in winter cloak, scarf slightly crooked, ink on one knuckle from earlier notes. Air cool from outside, slight smell of canvas and dragon smoke drifting in. She nudged his shoulder gently. "You are doing the staring thing again," she said. Harry blinked and let the sense of the mirrors drop back a notch. "I am checking connections," he said. "Some of those mirrors were set up in a rush. I do not want to collapse halfway through. You also do not want to think about the fact that the entire world is watching you," Hermione said. "That too," he admitted. She smiled a little. "You chose this," she reminded him. "You were the one who told Dumbledore to let the tournament go ahead and to link the mirrors. He wanted to keep it smaller. Smaller would have meant another closed circle," Harry said. He looked back at the ring of glass. Old men in a stone room making quiet decisions. "If I am going to drag this much power into the open, it needs to actually be public." "So this is the show," she said softly. "This is the lesson," Harry corrected. "If they treat it like a show, that is their problem." Footsteps thudded behind them. Cedric Diggory ducked through the inner flap of the tent, already in his Quidditch leathers. He stopped when he saw them. Scene roster update. Harry, Hermione, Cedric. "Potter," Cedric said. He shifted his broom on his shoulder. "Granger, you ready for this?" Harry let his gaze flick over Cedric gear. Thick dragon hide gloves. Padding. A few hidden charms layered into the straps of his armor. "As ready as I need to be," Harry said. "You," Cedric gave a brief grin. "I have a plan," he said. "Cho says it is a dumb plan, but it is my plan." "That counts." Hermione raised a brow. "Please tell me the plan does not involve flying straight at a dragon like a Firebolt advert," she said. Cedric coughed. "It involves some of that," he admitted. "And timing. And not dying. That is a key part." "Please keep that part," Harry said. Cedric nodded. His eyes flicked to the gap in the tent, to the moving shape of the mirrors beyond. For a second, his confident Quidditch captain expression slipped. "Never seen that many people watching at once," he muttered. "Feels like we are on trial." "Not you," Harry said. "Them." Cedric blinked. "What?" Harry did not explain. He just gave Cedric a small nod. "You will be fine," he said. "Trust your training." Cedric snorted. "You sound like a professor," he said, but some of the tightness left his shoulders. "See you on the field, then." He pushed through the flap and out toward the judge table. The tent settled back into quiet. Hermione glanced at Harry. "You did that on purpose," she said. "You made him feel like you were sure he would manage, so he would believe it." "Yes," Harry said. "He deserves a fair trial too." Hermione frowned. "Trial? This tournament is not about dragons," Harry said. "Not really. It is about fear. About which kind of magic the world is willing to accept. Old families and old rules versus anything that looks like change." He looked at the mirrors again. "Today is the first time they have had to watch someone like me act without a cloak." Hermione reached for his hand. Her fingers slid between his. The contact steadied his breathing at once. "You are still you," she said quietly. No matter how many mirrors are pointed at you. He squeezed her hand back. A voice called from outside. Ludo Bagman, too loud and too cheerful. Champions, Bagman shouted. Gather up. Time to explain the rules for our audience. Hermione drew back a step. I will be in the stands, she said. Same spot as we planned. Ron will be next to me. Sirius as well if Madame Bones lets him out of her sight for 5 minutes. Good, Harry said. Watch the crowd for me. I want to know how they react, not just what they say later. I will take notes, she promised. She lifted herself on her toes and pressed a quick kiss to the corner of his mouth. Now go terrify a dragon without actually hurting it. He felt his face warm. That is the plan, he said. She smiled and slipped out through the back of the tent toward the stands. Scene ends with Harry alone in the tent for one breath, then movement at the other entrance. New roster needed. Ludo Bagman swept into the tent in a blur of bright yellow and false excitement. Victor Krum followed with his usual scowl, shoulders hunched, cloak thrown over one arm. Fleur Delacour entered a heartbeat later, posture straight, hair neat under a charm that held it back from her face. Cedric came last, broom in hand. Scene roster: Harry, Cedric, Victor, Fleur, Bagman. Canvas walls, wooden bench along one side, table with a velvet bag, strong smell of dragon smoke and cold air drifting in. Right then, Bagman said, rubbing his hands together. Here we are. The big moment. First task of the renewed tournament, and with an audience like no other. Mirrors in every major hall and all that. He practically glowed. Harry felt a pulse of annoyance. Bagman liked the attention, not the lesson. You all know the broad idea, Bagman went on. One dragon each, one golden egg, one chance to show the world what you are made of. The judges will be scoring on daring, style, and success. He launched into a familiar explanation of the rules. Nothing new there. Harry let the words slide past and focused on his own breathing. He kept his shoulders loose and his hand away from his wand. When Bagman finished, he reached into the velvet bag and had each champion draw a miniature dragon to assign order. Cedric drew first. Swedish short snout. First out. Fleur drew next. Common Welsh green. Second. Victor got the Chinese fireball. Third. Harry dipped his hand into the bag last. The tiny model that leaped into his palm bared its teeth and snapped. Hungarian horntail. Bagman whistled. Well, that is fitting, he said. Our surprise fourth champion, our most dangerous beast. The crowd will love it. Harry closed his hand around the little figure. He felt the echo of the larger dragon in the field outside. Angry, chained, confused. The horntail had been flown in, forced to endure noise and strange smells, then shackled for the sake of a game. A familiar tightness twisted in his chest. Champions will wait here until their name is called, Bagman said. Good luck to you all, of course. Not that you will need it, what with all that talent. He grinned and left the tent. The moment he stepped out, the noise from the stands surged in. Cheering, foot stomping, the hollow echo of Bagman's voice magnified by charms. Cedric rolled his shoulders. Fleur murmured something in French under her breath that sounded like a prayer or a curse. Victor stretched his neck left and right, joints popping. Harry sat down on the bench and closed his eyes. The inside of the tent faded. He let his awareness drop down through the stone, past the wards Dumbledore had reinforced around the arena, deeper, until it brushed the ley lines that ran under the grounds. Then he shifted sideways. The air changed. He stood again, but not in the tent. The floor under his feet was white and smooth. There were no walls, only space. Magic hung in the air like quiet pressure. Etheron was there without needing to appear. Harry felt the god attention like a weightless hand on his shoulder. Scene roster: Harry, Etheron presence in conceptual space, no one else. You are about to turn a school task into a global test of doctrine, Etheron said. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Calm, deep. Yes, Harry said. That was always the point of letting my name stand once the goblet pulled it. You could have pushed the contract away, Etheron said. You have the reach to ignore its pull. I know, Harry said. If I did that, the old families would call it proof that I think I stand above law. If I play by their rules and still break their expectations, they have to face the fact that the rules are wrong, not just the player. He looked up into the empty space. You told me once that some lessons need weight, he said. This is one of them. There will be fear, Etheron said. More than you have seen so far. The mirrors you have linked will carry not only awe but panic. Some will call you savior. Some will call you threat. The cult pattern will deepen. Harry's jaw clenched. I will not ask them to worship me, he said. That does not stop them, Etheron said. Humans like anchors. They do not like uncertainty. A figure who can tame dragons and heal curses gives them something to point at when they are afraid. You have already seen this. Today will make it louder. I know, Harry said again. His hands curled into fists at his sides. If I let fear of that stop me from doing what is right, then I am just another person hiding behind excuses. Etheron was silent for a moment. When the voice came again, it was softer. When you created the truth circle at the trial, you pulled a thread that had been tangled for more than a decade, Etheron said. Today you will pull at a thread that has been woven through centuries. The statute, the way they think about power and secrecy, the way they see creatures they call monsters. You will not see all the results of this today. Be ready for what comes when the rope starts to fray. Harry took a slow breath. I am more afraid of what happens if no one pulls, he said. That fear is why I chose you, Etheron said. Go then. Show them what structured power looks like when it refuses cruelty. Harry opened his eyes. The white floor vanished. Canvas walls snapped back into place around him. Cedric was gone. The crowd noise outside told him the first task had started. Fleur sat on the bench with her hands clasped, eyes shut, lips moving as she whispered to herself in her own language. Victor stood near the flap, shoulders tense, listening to the roar of the dragon. Scene roster update. Harry, Fleur, Victor, Bagman voice outside, Cedric off scene. Harry flexed his fingers. His heart beat faster, not from fear of the dragon, but with the sharp awareness that every mirror would show what he did next. Bagman voice echoed in. Our first champion has finished. A round of applause for Cedric Diggory. The crowd roared. Fleur inhaled sharply. Victor shifted his weight. Fleur Delacour, Bagman called. She stood. Her hands still shook a little, but her chin was high. She paused by Harry and looked down at him. You plan something dramatic, non? She said quietly. Yes, Harry said. Her eyes searched his face. For a moment the cool Vila poise slipped. Do not make the rest of us look like fools, she said. We did not have your teacher. Harry shook his head. I am not here to make anyone look small, he said. I am here to make the task itself look small. Fleur stared at him. Then a short laugh broke out of her. Bon, she said. Then I will do my best. And you can break the world after. She flicked her hair back, straightened her shoulders, and went out. Victor snorted. All of us in same ring as dragon and you talking about breaking world, he muttered. Harry glanced at him. You are a seeker, he said. You know what it is like to have a stadium watch your every move. Is not same, Victor said. You have more eyes than I have ever seen. And so do you, Harry said. You are allowed to use that. Victor grunted. It might have been agreement. Bagman's voice rose again later, announcing Fleur result. Applause. Then Victor went out, teeth gritted. That left Harry alone. Scene roster Harry. He stood and rolled his shoulders. His stomach fluttered with a small, steady nervousness. He did not try to banish it. A bit of tension kept him sharp. Outside, Bagman dragged out his introduction longer than necessary. Harry felt the crowd shift, anticipation turning into hungry curiosity. Last but far from least, our unexpected fourth champion. Bagman bellowed. Hogwarts' own Harry Potter. The roar hit like a physical wave. Harry stepped through the canvas flap and into the light. The arena was a ring of thick stone, open to the gray sky. The stands rose in steep tiers all around. Mirrors hung in the air above them, their surfaces vivid with distant faces. Scene roster, Harry in arena. In view but on benches, Hermione and Ron in Gryffindor stands, Sirius further up near staff row. Dumbledore at judge table, Bagman, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, Crouch, other judges. On the ground at far side, chain dragon, horntail, tail spikes, wings extended. Various handlers near outer wall, ready to act if chaos breaks. The horntail crouched near a nest of broken rock and scattered bones. A single golden egg gleamed at the center. Chains glowed around the dragon legs and neck. The beast scent of fire and scales and smoke rolled across the field. Harry took all of it in with one glance. Then he looked at the dragon. Really looked. The horntail gaze met his. It was not simple mindless rage. There was confusion and pain and the stubborn pride of a creature that had spent its life being feared then dragged into a cage. His heartbeat picked up. He felt the ley lines under his feet, humming with potential. He felt Etheron presence like a distant calm. He raised his left hand, not his wand hand. The crowd quieted a little. Harry did not shout a spell. He did not move his wand. He shaped the concept in his mind instead. Space. He imagined a circle around the dragon, not drawn on the ground but set in the idea of the arena. Inside that circle the rules shifted. Not lies, not tricks, just a different frame. No harm, no forced fight, no need to lash out. Runes flared faintly on the stone just inside the chain line. They were simple marks, nothing like the heavy wards that protected the stands. Anyone with even basic training could see them. That was the point. Observe, Harry said. His voice carried cleanly without charm. Concept warding. First tier of structural magic. He made no effort to hide what he was doing. Power flowed through the new lines. The horntail jerked as the field settled. Its next roar came out smaller, more like a confused growl. The chains around its legs loosened, then fell away in a shower of sparks. Gasps rippled across the stands. He has freed it, someone shouted. Has he lost his mind? Another voice yelled. The dragon flexed its wings, shook its head, then blinked. It looked down at its own limbs, then back at Harry. The old fear was still there. Years of conditioning did not vanish with one spell. But the immediate compulsion to attack had been cut. Harry kept his hand raised. Easy, he said quietly. You are not my enemy. He let a thin thread of holy magic ride along the air between them. Not enough to burn, only enough to ease the ache in the dragon muscles where the chains had bitten. The concept of pain loosened in that small circle. The horntail stopped growling. It sniffed. Potter, Madame Maxime called from the judge's table. Her deep voice shook with anger and worry. You cannot simply remove the restraints. This is dangerous. Harry turned his head enough to make eye contact with her, and with the nearest mirror that showed the International Confederation Hall. Witches and wizards there leaned forward, eyes wide. Dangerous for whom? He asked. For me, who is standing here with a mind trained to handle this, or for a creature dragged from its home and forced into a fight it never chose. The task must be completed, Crouch snapped. His thin face looked even sharper under the bright charms. You accepted the contract. You will face the dragon like the others. I am facing it, Harry said. I am just not pretending it is a mindless obstacle. The horntail snorted. A puff of smoke curled from its nostrils. Harry stepped toward the nest. His heart pounded. He felt sweat start to form at the back of his neck. The air near the dragon was very hot. He stopped just inside the ring of runes. The horntail shifted its weight. Its tail twitched, spikes scraping the stone. Its wings lifted slightly, then settled again. His gaze followed him. Harry lifted his right hand now, palm open. I am going to cross, he said. If you want to stop me, you can. I am not going to throw spells at you unless you force me. He did not send the words as thoughts. He spoke them out loud. Let the crowd hear. Let the mirrors pick it up. The dragon tilted its head, one yellow eye tracking his movement. Harry stepped forward, slow and steady. His feet scraped lightly on the stone. Heat washed over him. Sweat trickled down between his shoulder blades. His fingers trembled, but he did not reach for his wand. The horntail drew in a breath. Fire gathered in its throat. Harry felt the flare of magic inside the beast. He could have raised a shield, He could have redirected the flame. He did neither. He adjusted the concept field instead. Fire does not spread, he said calmly. The dragon roared and let the flame go. The fire hit the edge of the runic circle and folded in on itself, wrapping around Harry like a cloak without touching his skin. From the stands, it must have looked like he stood inside a column of golden light. The heat pressed against him, made his eyes water, but it did not burn. The air right next to his skin stayed just cool enough to breathe. Gasps turned into shouts. "He is mad!" someone cried. "He is immune!" another voice yelled. Harry ignored them. He kept walking. The flame died away when the dragon ran out of breath. Smoke drifted up. The runes flickered, then steadied. Harry reached the edge of the nest. The golden egg gleamed behind a small wall of broken stone. He stopped. "You have every right to guard your egg," he said. His voice came out rough from the heat. "This one is a fake toy. They put it here to make you angry. If I take it, your real egg is still safe wherever your handlers hid it." The horntail snorted again. Some part of it understood tone and intent even if the words meant nothing. Harry let another thin line of holy magic reach out. This time he aimed it at the faint imprint of compulsion that still clung to the dragon instincts from whatever spell the handlers had used earlier. He did not rip it away. He eased it. The urge to attack dropped. The dragon lowered its head a little. Harry stepped around it, never turning his back fully, and reached out. His fingers closed around the golden egg. It was hot, but not unbearable. He lifted it and held it up. The stands erupted in noise. For a moment it was almost like a Quidditch match. Cheers, whistles, the roar of hundreds of voices. Harry set the egg under his arm and faced the judges. "The dragon is no longer a threat," he said. "The task is complete. I suggest you let the handlers take it back while it is calm." He dropped the concept field. The runes faded. The horntail blinked, shook itself, then let out a short, confused rumble. Its eyes no longer glowed with forced rage. "Madam Bones," Harry called, pitching his voice toward one of the mirrors that showed the Ministry Hall. "I trust that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures will review the use of compulsion spells for entertainment." He turned to another mirror, this one showing the International Confederation Chamber. "And I trust that the Confederation will note that a dragon can be handled without brute force," he added. "If you still choose violence as your default in the future, that will be a choice, not a necessity." There was no answer from the other side of the glass. Only faces, stunned and unsettled. Harry walked off the field with the egg under his arm and the heat still clinging to his skin. His legs felt a little shaky now that the pressure of the dragon attention had dropped. Sweat soaked the collar of his shirt. His heart hammered against his ribs. He forced his shoulders to stay level until he reached the privacy of the champion's tent. The tent smelled of smoke and adrenaline. Cedric sat on one bench with a mug of water in his hands, cheeks flushed from his own fight. Fleur stood near the flap with her arms folded, expression tight. Victor sat on the floor with his back against a post, breathing hard. Scene roster: Harry, Cedric, Fleur, Victor. Harry ducked inside and set the golden egg on the table. His fingers tingled where they had touched the metal. Cedric stared. "You walked," he said, "through dragon fire, without a shield." "Yes," Harry said. "The field handled it." Fleur shook her head slowly. "You removed the chains," she said. "You changed the draw of the task. The judges will hate that." "The judges do not get to write the rules of reality," Harry said. He took a cup from the table, poured water from the jug, and drank. The cool liquid soothed his throat. "They only get to score it." Victor let out a short laugh. "You know they will still give you a lower mark than you deserve," he said, "to make it look fair." "That is their choice," Harry said. "The mirrors saw what they saw." Cedric looked down at his mug, then back up. "That field," he said slowly. "Could you teach it?" Harry met his gaze. "Yes," he said. "Not in a day, not in a school year, but yes, that is the point. I am not the only one who can do this. I am just the first one stubborn enough to stop pretending the old way is enough." Fleur snorted. You make it sound so simple, she said. It is not simple, Harry said. It is just possible. Bagman burst into the tent in a rush of clapping and praise. Scene roster update. Harry, Cedric, Fleur, Victor, Bagman. Brilliant, Bagman gushed. Absolutely stunning, all of you. Fine show, very fine show. He gave Harry a particularly wide grin. Potter, my boy, that was something else. The crowd will be talking about it for months. Good, Harry said. Maybe they will also talk about why the dragon was chained in the first place. Bagman faltered for a second, then recovered with a laugh. Always the thoughtful one, eh? He said. Well, we will have scores in a moment. Rest up, you earned it. He bounced back out. Victor snorted again. He will tell stories in the pub for years, he said. Harry sat down on the bench. His muscles trembled slightly now that the adrenaline had space to drain. He could feel little stings on his skin where the heat had gotten close enough to flush the top layer, but Madame Pomfrey would deal with that later. Rest while you can, he said. The lake will be worse, Cedric groaned. You had to remind me, he said. Hermione found him later in the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey insisted on checking every champion for burns and bruises. Scene roster. Harry on a bed near the window, Madame Pomfrey moving between beds, Hermione standing at his side, Ron at the foot of the bed, Sirius leaning against the nearby wall with arms folded. Harry sat on the edge of a bed with his shirt off. Madame Pomfrey examined the reddened patches on his arms and chest with a critical eye. You are lucky, she muttered. You may think your runes are clever, Potter, but fire is fire. It does not care if you can explain it. I kept it off my lungs, Harry said. That was the important part. What is important? She snapped. Is that you stop using your body as a measuring stick for extreme magic. Hermione stood very still, hands clenched into fists. Her face had gone even paler when Harry walked in earlier with his skin flushed the color of raw meat. Is he going to be all right? She asked. Madame Pomfrey sighed. Yes, she said. No lasting damage, as long as he lets me apply the salve and then does not go diving into frozen water tomorrow. Ron choked. Tomorrow, he said. Is that when the second task is? Sirius huffed. You tried to take a bath in dragon fire and now you want to go swimming, he said. You are trying to give me a heart attack. Harry gave him a tired half-smile. I will be careful, he said. You and I have very different ideas of careful, Sirius replied. Madame Pomfrey finished smearing the cool paste over the reddened patches and tied a clean bandage loosely over his shoulder where a stray flare had licked closest. Shirt back on, she said. Then you are free to go stagger around and make more work for me later. Harry pulled his shirt on. His muscles twinged, but the worst sting had already faded. Hermione moved closer as soon as Madame Pomfrey turned away. She rested her hand lightly on his forearm, just above the bandage. You scared me, she said quietly. I know, Harry said. He did not look away. I was scared too. Ron snorted. You did not look scared, he said. You looked like you were bored with the dragon. I was not bored, Harry said. I was focused. There is a difference. Hermione frowned. You could have used a shield, she said. You did not have to walk through it like that. I needed them to see the field working, Harry said. If I had layered a shield on top, they would have told themselves it was just normal spell work with fancy words. This way, they saw fire hit reality and bend. Ron shifted his weight. His ears were red. Everyone is talking about it, he muttered. Mum sent a message already. Said she nearly fainted watching through the mirror, but she was proud. Everyone at the Burrow is going on about how amazing you are. There was pride in his voice, but something else too. Something tight. Harry heard it. Hermione heard it as well. Her gaze flicked briefly to Ron, then back to Harry. I am sorry if this makes things weird for you at home, Harry said. Ron shrugged quickly. It is fine, he said. Better you than Malfoy, right? At least when people talk about you it is for actually doing something. His mouth twitched. The joke landed only halfway. Sirius watched Ron with narrowed eyes, then relaxed. We can talk about attention later, he said. Right now I want to talk about the fact that you told an entire room full of international officials that they were abusing dragons. They were, Harry said. I did say I was proud, Sirius said. Right after I finished thinking you were going to die in front of everyone. Harry stood carefully. His legs were steadier now. I am not planning on dying in any task, he said. The point is to live through it and leave the rules in worse shape than I found them. Hermione walked beside him as they left the wing. Ron trailed a step behind. Sirius stayed on Harry's other side, not quite touching but close. Tomorrow, Hermione said, you are going to go into the lake. Yes, Harry said. And you are going to treat that as another lesson, she said. Yes, Harry said again. She took a breath. Then tell me now, she said. What lesson? He smiled a little. You will see, he said. She frowned. Harry, he squeezed her hand. Trust me, he said. If I say it out loud now, someone will overhear and try to twist it. Let me show you instead. She looked like she wanted to argue, then sighed. Fine, she said. But if you even think about stopping your heart for dramatic effect, I will personally drag you back and yell at you until your ears fall off. I am not stopping my heart, Harry said. That would be a ridiculous risk, Sirius muttered. That is what you say before you do something worse. Harry pretended not to hear. The morning of the second task dawned cold and bright. Frost clung to the grass near the lake. The surface of the water looked like dark glass. Breath smoked in the air as students bundled in cloaks and scarves made their way down to the shore. Scene roster. On the shore before the task, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Sirius, McGonagall, other students dotted around, judges at a raised platform near the water, champions gathering near the front. Harry stood with his cloak open, not yet feeling the cold. The runes he had drawn on his own skin under his shirt hummed softly. They were not wards in the usual sense. They were markers, reminders for his own focus. Breath is what you define. Pressure is what you accept. Hermione hugged her cloak closer around herself. Her nose was red. She handed Harry a folded parchment. I did what you asked, she said. Here, he unfolded it. Neat lines of handwriting filled the page. Observations about the previous day. Which ministries had reacted fastest. Which mirrors had cut out when he mentioned the Department for Creatures. Which envoys had left the hall in the Confederation chamber halfway through his speech. This is good, Harry said. Thank you. You could have taken your own notes, she said. Mind like yours. I trust your eyes, he said. Her cheeks flushed not just from the cold. Ron stamped his feet. You sure you do not want gillyweed, he said. Or a bubble head charm. We can still get some from Fred and George. They have contacts. I am sure, Harry said. I told you. I am not using regular water spells. Ron pulled a face. You are going to make us all look like we are flailing, he muttered. Ron, Hermione said softly. He shrugged again, shoulders jerking inside his cloak. I am just saying, he said. First the dragon, now this. Feels like every conversation at Hogwarts starts with your name these days. Harry met his eyes. That was true before the tournament, he said. The scar did that. I am just giving them something more useful to talk about now. Ron huffed. Yeah, well, some of us are tired of hearing the words boy who lived every 5 minutes, he said. And now it is boy who walks through fire. Mum is writing your name in every letter. His voice cracked at the end. Harry did not look away. You are allowed to be angry about that, he said quietly. You do not have to pretend you are fine with everything. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, then looked away. We can yell later, he said. You need to not drown first. Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder, careful to avoid the bandage line from the day before. You go do your ridiculous God apprentice thing, he said. I will sit here and try not to chew through my own hand from nerves. Harry laughed under his breath. I will come back, he said. You had better, Sirius said. A horn sounded near the judge's platform. Bagman's voice rang out again, full of forced cheer. Champions, gather. Your time limit begins when the whistle blows. Harry squeezed Hermione's hand once more, gave Ron a steady look, then walked toward the platform. Cedric, Fleur, and Victor converged there as well, each with their own plan visible in their gear. Cedric had a modified bubble head charm already forming around his face. Fleur murmured an advanced charm in a soft, clear voice. The air around her shimmered. Victor held a small plant that looked very much like gillyweed. Harry walked to the edge of the water with empty hands. Scene roster shift. At water edge, Harry, Cedric, Fleur, Victor, Bagman, judges, crowd just behind rope line. Hermione, Ron, Sirius in first row of crowd. Bagman gave them a quick reminder of the rules, mainly for the mirrors. Something precious has been taken. You have 1 hour to retrieve it. Harry already knew what had been taken. He had seen the pale shapes under the lake when he looked earlier with his expanded senses. Hostages tied to poles in the Merfolk village. Hermione, Ron, Cho, Gabrielle. They were not really in danger, according to Dumbledore, but the visual was ugly. He had argued with Dumbledore in a quiet room the night before. The headmaster had insisted that they needed the old shape of the task to keep the elders from declaring the tournament invalid. Harry had insisted that using living friends as bait was grotesque. They had reached a compromise of sorts. The ropes binding the hostages were only illusions. The sleeping spell was gentle. Harry had layered holy magic over the entire village to ensure that no harm could slip in under the rules. It was not enough, but it was something. The whistle blew. Cedric and Fleur jumped almost at once, spells wrapping them in bubbles. Victor stuffed the gillyweed into his mouth and plunged in after them, legs already twisting into fins. Harry stepped forward and let the cold water close over his boots. It soaked his socks at once. The chill bit at his skin. He took a breath. Then he let go, not of air, but of the idea that air was separate from water. He imagined breath not as a thing you put into your lungs, but as an agreement between body and world. Something you could renegotiate. Breath is contact, he murmured. He stepped fully into the lake and let it close over his head. The cold hit like a slap. His heart jumped. His body screamed that this was wrong. Instinct told him to thrash back toward the surface. He did not fight the instinct. He acknowledged it. Then he shifted the concept again. Contact does not harm, he thought. Pressure does not crush. Primal magic flowed out of him. It was different from holy light, raw and quiet and deep. It seeped into the water around him, changing its meaning in a short radius. The liquid that filled his mouth when he tried to draw air did not choke him. It slid into his lungs, then back out, carrying oxygen with it in a way no normal body could manage. His racing heart slowed. The panic eased. His chest still rose and fell, but the movement matched the water, not air. He hung there for a second, suspended in green light. Bubbles drifted past his face from Fleur path below. He looked up. The surface of the lake was a distorted mirror. The judge's platform blurred above it. A few of the actual mirrors that showed the shore had been tuned to follow him. Faces stared down, wide-eyed. Harry lifted a hand and gave a small, calm wave. Then he turned and swam downward. He did not need strokes so much as intention. The water flowed around him in the direction he chose, like a conveyor of pressure. Primal magic altered the way it moved, just enough to give him speed without throwing off the currents. He passed Cedric and Fleur on the way down. They stared through their bubbles at him, eyes wide. Victor had already pulled ahead, finned legs propelling him at a rough but fast pace. Harry did not race. He kept a steady line. The light dimmed as he descended. The water grew colder. Shadows shifted. Something large moved in the distance, probably the giant squid shifting a tentacle away from the commotion. He let a field unfold around him, not as tight as the fire circle, looser and wider. Safe zone. Within it, pressure thinned, temperature steadied, and visibility stayed clear. The water did not stop being water. It just stopped being hostile. Shapes appeared ahead. Carved stone, tied ropes, drifting hair. The Merfolk village. He slowed and let his feet touch the lake bed. Silt puffed up in small clouds. He walked forward. Merfolk emerged from hiding spots, spears in their hands, eyes narrowed. Their gray skin blended with the stone. Their hair drifted like weeds. They were armed and tense and ready to defend their home against whatever this task might bring. Scene roster underwater. Harry, cluster of Merfolk guards. For sleeping hostages tied to poles in center of square. a few curious mere children peeking from doorways. Harry raised both hands, palms open. "I am not here to attack you," he said. His voice came out slow but clear. Primal magic carried the sound in a way the merfolk could understand, twisting his words into their own language. The guards froze. One of them hissed something, spear tip jerking forward. "You are the surface champion," another said, voice low and rough. "You come to take back what was given." "I come to end this," Harry said. He walked closer, field shifting with him. The merfolk stared as the water around him stayed strangely calm. He reached the poles. Hermione lay on one, hair waving, eyes closed. Ron on another. Cho and little Gabrielle on the others. All of them breathed slow and even under the sleeping spell. Harry's heart tightened when he saw Hermione. Her face looked very young and small under the water, lashes resting on her cheeks. He placed his hand lightly on her shoulder. "Holy magic," he whispered. "Confirm state." A thin line of light pulsed from his fingers, through the spell that held her asleep, and back. Came back clean. No hidden poison. No extra hooks. Dumbledore had kept his word. He repeated the check with Ron, Cho, and Gabrielle. "All the same, your headmaster assured us the spell was safe," one of the mare guards said. "We agreed based on his oath." "It is safe as long as no one else interferes," Harry said. "I made sure of that." He straightened and looked around the square. More merfolk had gathered now. Some older, some very young. All watched with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. "Do you understand why the surface sent us?" he asked. "To test you," one of them replied. "To show who is strongest. To make a show for their watchers above." "Yes," Harry said. "They use your home as a backdrop to prove something to themselves." He took a breath, the water moving smoothly in and out of his lungs. "I am not interested in playing that game," he said. "I am interested in showing them that their rules are old and cruel." He placed his hand on the pole next to Hermione and closed his eyes. Concept again. "Hostage is a story," he said. "Not a state." Holy magic flowed out, not to burn, but to rewrite. The idea that the four on the poles were in danger unraveled. The ropes that looked like they held them were revealed for what they were. Glamours shaped by the tournament committee to make the scene dramatic. The ropes vanished. The poles remained, but now they were just carved stone markers. The merfolk jolted. "You changed the illusion," one gasped. "Without touching it." "I removed the narrative," Harry said. "They were never truly in danger. You knew that. I knew that. The people watching did not. They were meant to see victims held under water and panic. Now they see for sleeping students with nothing tying them down." He looked up toward the surface. He could feel the mirrors following him, straining the connection. "Mirrors," he said, voice serious. "Carry this clearly. The hostages are safe. They were always safe. The danger was a story written by officials to make their test seem grand." On the shore, Bagman spluttered. In the ministry hall, Bones leaned forward. In the Confederation chamber, several delegates started arguing at once. Harry turned back to the merfolk. "You allowed this," he said, "because you were promised respect and payment. Because you were told it would show your strength as well." "Yes," their leader said slowly. "Have you seen any of that yet?" Harry asked. Silence answered. "Here is my offer," he said. "I am going to wake them and take them up. I am not going to fight you. I am not going to disturb your homes. In exchange, I will make sure the agreements they made with you are recorded in a way the whole world can see. Payment, protection, respect. No more quiet deals at the bottom of a lake." The leader studied him. Their eyes were dark and deep. "You can do that?" they asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Because of those mirrors. Because everyone is watching. They cannot pretend you do not exist if the whole world has just heard you speak." The murmur that followed was low but eager. Some of the younger merfolk looked up toward the surface with something like hope. The leader lowered their spear. "Wake them," they said. Harry placed his hand on Hermione's face. His fingers shook slightly now. The constant pressure of maintaining the safe field and the translation magic was starting to grind at his focus. His chest ached in a dull way from the strange method of breathing. He let holy magic run through the sleep spell and cut it gently. Hermione's eyelids fluttered. She coughed, water bubbling from her mouth, then sucked in a slow new breath through altered lungs. Panic flickered across her face for a second, then faded when she saw him. Her eyes widened. "What?" she tried to say. The word came out garbled in the water, then smoothed by the magic into something she could feel rather than hear. "We are under the lake," he said. "You are safe. The ropes were fake. The danger was staged." She blinked rapidly. A few strands of hair drifted across her face. "Only you would turn a rescue into a lecture," she muttered. He smiled despite the strain. He woke Ron next. Ron jerked, flailed once, then grabbed Harry's arm. "Blimey," Ron spluttered. "This feels wrong." "You are breathing water," Harry said. "It is going to feel wrong." Ron swore, then froze when he saw the merfolk. "Oh," he said. "Be polite," Harry said. "We are guests." He moved on to Cho and Gabrielle. Cho woke with a start, eyes wide, but calmed when she realized what was happening. Gabrielle blinked sleepily and clung to Fleur's arm when Fleur reached her. Cedric and Victor arrived a few moments later, bubbles shimmering, hair floating. They stared at the loose hostages in confusion. "What happened to the ropes?" Cedric asked through his charm. "Gone," Harry said. "They were theater." Victor frowned. "You take all four," he said. "Tournament says we take our own." Harry looked at the hostages. Hermione, Ron, Cho, Gabrielle. "The rules are badly written," he said. "They expected us to fight over who mattered most. That is not a test of courage. That is a test of cruelty." He wrapped the safe field tighter around the group and let it rise. "You can stay and argue with the committee about whether that is fair," he said. "I am taking everyone up." Cedric snorted. "You are annoying," he said. "But you are right." Victor hesitated, then nodded once. They all rose toward the surface together, surrounded by a sphere of calm water. The merfolk watched from below, spears lowered, expressions thoughtful. As they neared the surface, Harry shifted the field again. For a moment, just a moment, he pushed the concept line a little further. The boundary between magical and non-magical attention thinned. For miles around, every mirror, every reflective surface, every still puddle that had picked up the faintest trace of the Triwizard broadcast showed the same image. Not just Hogwarts students on a shore, not just a boy with a scar. For teenagers emerging from the depths of a lake, surrounded by calm water and hovering runes, carrying each other instead of fighting over who to save. Men and women in the ministry hall saw it. So did old witches in small houses. So did at least one muggle child who happened to be looking into a still puddle in a city street at that exact second. Their mind would file it away as a strange dream, or a trick of light, or a story, but the image would remain. The statue did not crack. Not yet, but a hairline fracture ran through its old foundations. Harry broke the field as they breached the surface. Cold air slapped his face. His lungs spasmed and then shifted back, water coughing out in a rough rush. He staggered, muscles shaking with sudden gravity. Hermione threw an arm around his waist to steady him even as she gasped for air herself. Scene roster on shore. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Cho, Gabrielle, Cedric, Victor, Fleur, judges, crowd, Sirius pushing through to front line, Madame Pomfrey rushing from her tent. The crowd exploded. People shouted, cheered, argued. Some screamed that he had broken the rules. Others screamed that he had raised the bar. Judges scrambled to look dignified. Bagman babbled. Madame Pomfrey shoved her way forward, wand already out. "Move!" she yelled. "Make room. Before you all catch pneumonia standing there gawking." She cast quick, drying charms over the dripping group, then pushed Harry down onto a conjured bench. His legs would not have held him anyway. Hermione stayed at his side, one hand still gripping his sleeve. Her lips were pale. Her eyes were bright. Ron hovered nearby, shivering and swearing under his breath about the cold and about Harry Brain. Sirius reached them with his hair damp from the spray. He grabbed Harry's shoulder and squeezed. "You all right?" he demanded. Harry coughed the last of the lake from his lungs. His chest hurt from the strain. His head pounded. His eyes watered from the sudden change in pressure and light. "I am alive," he managed. "Call that success." Hermione laughed, short and breathless. "You did it," she said. "Again. You showed them." He looked up at the judge's platform. Dumbledore stood there, expression calm, eyes sharp. Beside him, Crouch looked furious. Maxime looked thoughtful. Karkaroff looked worried in a way that had nothing to do with student safety. The mirrors showed the halls of power. People yelled in every one of them. Some pointed. Some gestured angrily. Some sat very still. Bones smiled, just a little. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. "You wanted a symbol," he thought. "Here it is." Dumbledore inclined his head in the barest of nods. Not victory. Not surrender. Acknowledgement. Bagman eventually wrestled the judges into giving scores. They argued about deduction for rule-breaking versus extra points for creativity. The numbers hardly mattered. The crowd had already chosen their story. By the time the sun began to slide down toward the hills, the air buzzed with talk of nothing but Harry. Harry who walked through dragon fire. Harry who breathed water. Harry who freed hostages without a wand and told the world their fear was staged. In corners, quieter voices whispered other things. Harry who made the statute tremble. Harry who now had the attention of every old power in the world. Back in the castle, as evening fell and the great hall filled with noise, Ron sat at the Gryffindor table with his food untouched. He watched person after person come up to Harry, some to say thank you, some to ask for details, some just to stand close as if the nearness might rub off. Hermione noticed the way Ron's jaw clenched tighter with every new approach. She saw the way his eyes slid away when someone mentioned his name only after Harry, as an afterthought. She reached under the table and nudged his knee with hers. "You know he would rather none of this be about him," she said quietly. "Easy for you to say," Ron muttered. "You are part of it. You went down into the lake and woke up in the middle of his stunt." She flinched. "It was not a stunt," she said. "He was making a point." "Yeah," Ron said. "He is very good at that." His tone was not full of hate. It was full of tired envy and something like grief. Hermione looked across the hall at Harry, who stood near the staff table now, talking to Bones and Dumbledore at the same time, eyes sharp despite the exhaustion in his shoulders. She thought of the kiss by the lake, of the way his hands had trembled when he pulled away from the truth circle, of the way he had looked under the water when he woke her. "He is going to need us," she said. "All of us. The more the world expects him to be untouchable, the more he is going to lean on the people who remember he is not." Ron swallowed. His throat moved. "I know," he said. "I just wish for once someone would look at me first." Hermione did. He did not see it. Above them, the mirrors still glowed faintly where they hung near the ceiling, slowly disconnecting one by one as the distant halls shut down their connections. In one of those halls, far away, an old wizard with sharp eyes and a darker agenda than Dumbledore watched the last flicker of Harry's image fade from his glass. His hand tightened on his staff. The global demonstration had worked. Fear and awe were awake now in every corner of the magical world. Some would call for Harry as savior. Some would decide that the only safe answer to a god apprentice was to cut him down before he finished his work. Harry felt stone under his knees and wet grass against his hands and the smell of grave dirt and blood in his throat. The maze was gone. The night above him belonged to Hogwarts again. Cedric lay on the ground in front of him. His eyes were open. His chest was not moving. Harry knew what a body looked like. Etheron had shown him battlefields in training so he would not freeze at the first sight of death. Bodies in those visions had been distant shapes. This one was 3 feet away, with a stupid crease in his robe where his belt sat crooked, hair mussed from the wind in the maze. "Harry!" Dumbledore's voice cut through the roar of the crowd. Firm. Focused. A ring of people was closing in. Some students stood on benches to see. Some pushed forward. Some had hands over their mouths. The judges' table had emptied. Fudge was there. Bones. Maxime. Karkaroff hovered at the edge, pale and watchful. Cedric Father shoved past them all. "Move!" Amos Diggory shouted. His face looked wrong. like someone had taken the features Harry knew from the ministry and stretched them too tight. "Let me see my boy. Let me see him." Harry tried to say something. Nothing came out. His throat had locked. Dumbledore stepped aside. Amos dropped to his knees. His hands shook when they touched Cedric's shoulder. For a moment his fingers dug in, as if he could force life back into the muscle under the fabric. He whispered, "Cedric, come on. This is not funny." It sounded like begging and denial jammed together. "He is gone," Madame Pomfrey said quietly. "I am sorry." "No," Amos snapped. "He cannot be. He is strong. He is young. You fix this. You wave your wands and fix this." Harry's chest pulled tight. The world tilted a little. His own breath sounded loud. It should have been impossible. He had seen the threads on the cup. He had known there was a portkey twist coiled around the base. He had felt the small wrongness in the maze. He had chosen to let it stay. Gather proof, not just suspicion, he had told himself. Follow the line to the source. Do not tear away every danger just because you can. He had believed he could hold the line if it went bad. He had been wrong by one heartbeat. "Harry!" A hand grabbed his shoulder. Hard. Serious. His godfather hair was damp with sweat and his face was set in an expression Harry had never seen before. Panic and fury and raw fear mixed together. "You are hurt," Sirius said. He dragged his gaze over Harry's face and chest, checking for blood. "Are you hurt?" Harry forced his eyes away from Cedric. His own hands shook when he looked down. There were burns on the back of his fingers from the flash of spellfire in the graveyard. His arm ached from where the rope had bitten when the statue had pinned him. There was a smear of dirt on his sleeve that was not his. "I am fine," he lied. His voice sounded thin. "It is not mine." Hermione and Ron reached him next. Hermione's hair was coming loose from its ties. Ron's face was as white as Cedric. "Harry, what happened?" Hermione asked. Her voice trembled. "You vanished. The cup lit up and you just vanished and then you were there again and Cedric." Her eyes slid to the body and then snapped back. Ron swallowed hard. "We saw green light," he muttered. "Above the maze. For a second. I thought." Harry's throat burned. "Graveyard," he managed. "Portkey. Trap." Fudge pushed forward then, cloak swishing. His hat hung crooked. His cheeks were flushed with fear and anger. "What is all this about graveyards and traps?" Fudge demanded. "The boy just brought back a body. We do not know what happened yet." Harry met his eyes. For the first time since the trial, Fudge refused to look away. "Voldemort is back," Harry said. The words scraped. "He is in a body again. He killed Cedric." The crowd around them stirred. Some gasped. Some shouted. Some flinched just at the name. Fudge went even paler. "You do not know what you are saying," he snapped. "The Dark Lord is gone. Long gone. Everyone knows that." Harry wanted to laugh and scream at the same time. "I saw him," he said. "He had Pettigrew. They used my blood. They used bone from his father's grave." He stood upright and he cast the curse himself. He could still feel the pressure of that magic against his skin. He had twisted its meaning in the moment, bent its path so it cut across his outer ward and bounced. But he had been too slow to cover Cedric. The curse had reached the older boy before Harry could fold the graveyard into a field. He had believed he had time. Etheron had warned him once that near-perfect usually failed at the edges. Fudge looked desperate now. "You are confused," he said. "You went through some portkey accident and came back with wild stories. We do not know what that body is from. Could have been a spell gone wrong in the maze. Dragons and lakes and now this. It is all very dangerous." Bones stepped closer. Her eyes were sharp. "He has no sign of maze burns from the outer wards," she said, nodding at Cedric. "This is a clean curse impact. One hit, center chest." "Which curse?" Fudge demanded. Bones' mouth tightened. "You know which," she said. Fudge shook his head hard, as if he could throw the thought away. "We will investigate," he said loudly. "Quietly. No need to start a panic by throwing around names. The tournament has been stressful enough." Harry stared at him. "You would rather call this an accident," he said slowly. Then admit the old war is not done. Fudge bristled. Mind your tone, boy, he snapped. You have scared enough people this year with your displays. You walk through fire, you tear down wards, you tamper with creatures, and now you want to claim the Dark Lord himself is back based on a few minutes in some graveyard. I was there more than a few minutes, Harry said. His hands curled into fists. His nails dug into his palms. You saw the mirrors from the first 2 tasks. You saw what I can do. Do you honestly think I would confuse some petty dark wizard with Voldemort? Fudge flinched at the name again. Dumbledore stepped in. His voice stayed calm, almost gentle. Cornelius, he said, we should take this inside. The children need rest. Mr. Diggory needs space with his son. Amos made a sound like something breaking. He was not listening to any of them. He bent over Cedric and whispered his name again and again, voice hoarse. Harry's stomach twisted. He had felt the curse coming. He had known the angle. He had grabbed Cedric's arm a fraction too late. Ron muttered a low swear. Hermione's hand found Harry's wrist and squeezed hard. Dumbledore looked at Harry. His eyes were not gentle at all. They were cold light. Come, Dumbledore said. Hospital wing. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to follow Bones and Fudge into whatever room they chose, so he could slam their heads against the nearest wall until they listened. His legs did not care what he wanted. They gave out under him when he tried to stand. Sirius caught him under one arm and steady strength wrapped around his waist on the other side. Hermione. They half carried him out of the arena. The hospital wing felt too bright. Harry sat on a bed near the center with blankets over his knees. His shirt was off again. Madame Pomfrey dabbed at the burn mark on his forearm with something that stung and then cooled. The rest of his skin was nearly fine. The graveyard flare had hit his outer ward first. Cedric had taken the full force. Ron sat on the next bed over, hands braced on his knees. Hermione sat on a chair between them, leaning forward, elbows on her thighs. Sirius paced at the foot of the beds. He kept rubbing his hand over his mouth as if he did not trust the things he wanted to say. Dumbledore stood near the foot of Harry's bed, hands folded, face lined. Bones stood beside him, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. Fudge hovered near the door like he was thinking of running. Harry swallowed. His throat still hurt. You know I am not lying, he said to Dumbledore. I do, Dumbledore said. His voice was quiet but very clear. I have long suspected that Tom would find a way back into a body. Tonight confirms it. Then tell him, Harry said, jerking his chin toward Fudge. Make him listen. Fudge spluttered. We cannot simply accept the word of a child, he said. Especially a child who has been performing miracles in front of the whole world. Who knows what influence that God of his has had on his mind. Bones' eyes flashed. Mind your words, she told him. You were happy enough to ride the wave when his dragon stunt made half your voters cheer. That was different, Fudge said. That was spectacle. This is war. If I march into the ministry and announce that the Dark Lord is back, do you know what happens? Panic, leaks, investors pulling out, foreign offices calling for proof. They will say I am weak. They will ask why the boy with god magic did not stop it if he knew. Harry flinched. The words hit something raw. Hermione noticed. Her hand moved to his wrist again. You are not going to risk your seat, Harry said slowly. So you want to pretend this never happened? Fudge opened his mouth, closed it. Bones took a breath. What happened in that graveyard, Harry? She asked. Step by step. Give us the facts. Harry shut his eyes for a second. He felt his heart rate pick up. The smell of grave dirt rushed back. We landed in an old cemetery, he said. The cup dropped us near a large angel statue. Cedric fell beside me. Before he could even stand, a voice in the dark said to kill the spare. I tried to pull him back into my field. I was not fast enough. The curse hit him full on. Chest. No time to layer a ward. His hands were shaking again. He kept going. I turned the field out as far as I could, he said. Stopped the second curse. Bound Pettigrew legs. The thing that used to be a baby, the piece of Voldemort's soul in the ugly little body, it started screaming. The ritual circle flared. Bone from the grave, flesh from Pettigrew arm, blood from my cut. I tried to unravel it without blowing the entire graveyard up. I did not quite manage. The ritual completed. Voldemort stood, whole, in a body. Ron whispered, "Bloody hell!" Hermione grip tightened. "He called his followers," Harry said. "Then he tried to break my field. I put a second one around myself." He cast the curse again. It hit the outer layer and slid. He tried cutting curses, binding charms, everything he had. None of it got in. He started talking about how I was cheating fate, about how my magic was stolen from some higher power and how he would take it. He swallowed again. His mouth tasted sour. "I realized he could not get through while he stood there," Harry said. "So I did not try to fight him wand to wand. I pulled the cup line back, changed its anchor, and tore us out. Him and me both. I meant to drag him here. The world did not quite listen. The cup snapped back early. It left him behind." He opened his eyes. "Cedric did not move once," he said. "Not once." Bones nodded slowly. "That matches the wound," she said. Fudge looked more frantic with every word. "There were no mirrors in that graveyard," he said. "No witnesses but Harry. No record. No proof. We only have his word for any of this." "You have Cedric's body," Harry said. "You have the cup with corrupted lines. You have Pettigrew missing from his cell. You have a whole year of signs if you bothered to read them." Fudge pressed his hand to his hair. "We can say he died in the maze," he said. "The cup malfunctioned. Accidental magic surge. It will hurt, but they will accept it." "Who is they?" Hermione asked quietly. "Everyone," Fudge said. "The public, the parents, the foreign ministers. They do not want to hear that the old war is back in a new form." "And what do you want?" Harry asked Dumbledore. Dumbledore held his gaze. "I want the truth recorded," he said. "And I want time to prepare before panic drives people into foolish choices." "So you both want delay," Harry said. Bones stepped forward. "I will file what I can," she said. "Officially. I will put Pettigrew name on every sheet. I will mark the curse as Avada in the report. They can shred it later, but there will be a trace." Fudge bristled. "You will do your duty, Madam Bones, and trust your minister to handle the larger picture," he said. Bones did not even look at him. She kept her eyes on Harry. "You saved a great many people this year," she said. "You could not save Cedric. That is on the ones who insisted the tournament continue after the goblet trick, not on the boy you dragged into a graveyard." Harry's stomach jolted again. He had insisted the tournament continue. He lifted his head. "No," he said. "I own a piece of this. I saw the line on the cup and I let it stand." Hermione stared at him. "You what?" she said. "I saw it," Harry said. His voice felt like it came from far away. "Weeks ago, in the room with the cup, I knew someone had layered a portkey thread under the regular charm. I knew it led out of the grounds. I could have cut it. I could have unraveled it right there. I chose to leave it. But watch it." The room went very still. "Why?" Ron asked. His voice had gone flat. Harry looked at his hands. The burns on his fingers looked small and stupid. "Because if I tore it out without seeing where it led, we would never find who said it," he said. "They would slip the net again. It would be my word against a dozen respectable officials who could say they had no idea. I thought I could step in at the last second. I thought I could protect whoever touched it while still letting the line expose the hand that held it." Hermione let go of his wrist. Her hand dropped to her lap. "So this was a plan," she said. Her tone was very careful. "You knew it was there and you decided to use yourself as bait." "Yes," Harry said. "I did not plan for Cedric to take the cup at the same time. That was meant to be my risk, not his." Her jaw clenched. "But you knew there was a chance," she said. "You knew someone else could reach it with you. You knew there would be real danger and you still let the game go on." Harry felt something crack in his chest at the way she said you. "I did not want to turn this place into a cage," he said. "If I walk around cutting every threat before it happens, if I rip out every scheme I see, there is no room for anyone else to make choices. I become the only one who matters. I have been trying not to do that." Ron laughed once, a short, ugly sound. "So you did not want to be a tyrant," he said. "That is nice. Cedric is still dead. Ron, Sirius warned. No, Ron said. His face was red now, eyes bright. He keeps talking about what he can do, how he unravels curses and moves dragons and breathes water. He could have stopped this. He says it himself. He saw the line. He chose to run a test. Harry flinched. It was not a test, he said. It was to Cedric, Ron shot back. You took the chance that someone might die instead of just ripping the thing out because you did not want to hurt the feelings of some old wizards who would be upset that you spoiled their plot. That is not what happened, Harry said. His voice sharpened. Feels like it from here, Ron said. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, they were wet. You should have told us, she said. You did not trust us with this. You did not even warn us there was a portkey waiting. You spoke to Dumbledore, did you not? Harry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore met his gaze without flinching. He did, he said. We spoke in my office. I advised caution. Harry decided to watch rather than cut. I did not override him. So the two of you decided together, Hermione said. And you did not include anyone else who would be on that field or in that maze or on those stands. You kept the circle very neat and very small. Her voice shook on the last word. Harry felt sick. I did not want to drag you into that weight, he said. You already carry enough. And yet we got dragged anyway, she said. Because this is our school and our world too. Sirius swore under his breath. He looked like he wanted to punch someone. Bones straightened. I have to secure the cup and the graveyard site, she said. If there is anything left to take, I will find it. Cornelius, we will talk about this in my office, not in a school infirmary. Fudge started to protest, but she was already at the door. She left without looking back. Fudge scrambled after her. The door shut. The hospital wing felt colder without the buzz of their argument. Dumbledore sighed. Harry, you need rest, he said. We will make plans in the morning. I will send word through the mirrors to the few who will listen. Harry looked at him. If I had cut the cup, he said, it would have been another quiet fix. No proof. No body. No panic. You would have been happy with that. Dumbledore did not answer for a long moment. Perhaps, he said finally. I have lived through one war already. I know what open fear does to people. It breaks more than it mends. I have been trying to spare them that while we build something better under their feet. And in doing so we spared them the truth until it killed a boy, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly. Yes, he said. We did. He turned and walked out. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. I am going to go find out how much of this the papers already heard, he said. And I am going to make sure whatever Rita writes, she does not get near you tonight. He touched Harry's shoulder, soft this time, and then left as well. That left Harry, Hermione, and Ron in the breathless quiet of the wing. Madame Pomfrey fussed at the far end, pretending not to listen. Ron stared at the blanket bunched over his knees. I am going back to the tower, he muttered. Mum will be sending letters soon. I should not be here when they arrive. He stood. His legs were stiff from sitting. Ron, Hermione said. He shook his head without looking at her. I need to not look at him right now, he said. Just for a bit. The words landed like a slap. Harry looked up. I do not expect you to be fine, he said. His voice came out tired. I am not fine either. Ron's jaw clenched. Good, he said. Because if you were fine after this, I think I would hate you. He walked out. The door closed behind him. Hermione sat very still. Her hands were knotted together in her lap. You are angry too, Harry said quietly. Yes, she said. At you. At them. At the world. I do not even know where to put it yet. He swallowed. His mouth tasted dry. I never wanted you to feel betrayed, he said. I know, she said. That is what makes it worse. You did not betray us because you wanted something. You did it because you thought you were doing the right thing. Because you are so afraid of becoming the only hand on the board that you let other hands push pieces into the fire instead. He winced. She leaned forward and took his face in both hands. Her fingers were cold. Her eyes were very clear. Listen to me, she said. You are not allowed to treat our lives as part of some abstract balance. If you see a thread that leads to me on a pole or Ron in a graveyard or anyone you care about on the floor with a curse in their chest, you cut it. You do not wait and watch to see if the world learns a lesson. Tears pricked behind his eyes. He blinked hard. What if cutting every thread makes me exactly the thing I am afraid of? He whispered. Then you find a middle thing that does not leave us dead, she said. You sit with Etheron and you scream at him until he helps you find it. But you do not choose inaction again and call it restraint. She let go of his face and sat back. I love you, she said softly. The words came out simple and raw. That means I will stand next to you when the world calls you monster. It also means I will tell you when you are wrong. His breath hitched. I do not deserve you, he said. That is not how this works, she said. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the soft clink of Madame Pomfrey bottles at the far end and the faint murmur of students in the corridors outside. Harry lay back on the pillow. He stared up at the ceiling and counted his breaths until they came even again. When sleep finally dragged him under, it did not bring rest. The white space opened around him the way it always did when Etheron drew him in. No walls, no floor he could see, though his feet felt something solid. The air tasted like nothing. Your field failed. Etheron's voice was calm. Fact, not judgment. Harry closed his eyes. I was late, he said. Cedric was already falling by the time I moved. I stretched too far and assumed I could always add one more layer in time. I was wrong. Yes, Etheron said. The calm made Harry want to shout. I knew the cup was wrong, he snapped. I could have ripped the portkey thread out. I did not. I wanted proof. I wanted to see who was willing to turn a school trophy into a trap. I wanted to pull the net tight and show the world their faces. I thought I could keep everyone safe while I did that. I thought my rules would hold. And what are your rules? Etheron asked. Do not meddle in every small thing, Harry said. He paced in a tight line. His hands shook. Do not fix petty arguments. Do not stop every broken heart or bad mark or stupid fight. Only act when harm will be wide and certain. When the system itself is broken. Let people have room to choose. Do not become a god who snuffs every match before it burns. And where did that rule come from? Etheron asked. Harry laughed. Harsh. From you, he said. From every story of fallen gods who tried to control everything and turned into tyrants. From my own fear of becoming something people cannot say no to. You built a wall, Etheron said, between your power and the small things. You decided that the best way to avoid tyranny was to hold back even when your stomach twisted. Harry stopped pacing. Cedric was not a small thing, he said. No, Etheron agreed. He was one soul, a single life. That is the point where your neat rule breaks. Harry wanted to argue. The words would not come. I am trying to hold both, he said finally. Respect for agency and duty to act. I keep seeing futures where I fix everything and end up alone on a throne of glass. I keep seeing futures where I hold back and watch people die. There is no clear line. You want a formula, Etheron said. You want a rule that tells you exactly when to act and when to watch. There is no such thing. I told you that when you asked for absolutes. You tried to build one anyway. Harry clenched his fists. I could have broken the cup, he said. His voice dropped. I could have gone to Bones. I could have pulled Crouch Jr. out of that Auror disguise days ago. I saw hints. I saw threads. I did not move. I told myself I was letting the law handle it. I told myself I was giving them a chance to prove they could act without me. They did not. Cedric is the cost. Yes, Etheron said again. There was no comfort in it. Harry's throat burned. Tears slid hot down his face. He wiped at them, angry. Say something, he demanded. Tell me I made the least bad choice. Tell me this was inevitable. Tell me there was no way to save him without becoming the thing I fear. That would be a lie, Etheron said. Harry laughed once, sharp, and then sagged. You are not going to fix this, he said. You are not going to turn time back or pull him out of the grave. No, Etheron said. You asked me once why I almost never move in direct acts. This is why. If I reach in and erase every wound, every loss, every consequence, I also erase the choices that led to them. There can be no ethics in a world where harm has no weight. So you let him die too, Harry said. Yes, Etheron said. Just as you did. That is the part you are struggling to face. You and I both watched a thread we could have cut. We both chose not to. For different reasons, from different heights. The result is the same. Harry's chest hurt. What am I supposed to do with that? He whispered. You learn, Etheron said. Not to seek perfect rules. To sit in the ugly space where you will sometimes have to interfere for one soul, and sometimes let the many shape themselves without your hand. You accept that you will misjudge again. You decide whether you can live with that and still keep walking. Or you stop. I cannot stop, Harry said at once. That is the answer, Etheron said. So you keep walking, with the knowledge that your godhood is cracked at the edges, that your zenith has a flaw, that you are capable of both great mercy and great harm. You let Hermione anger and Ron grief sit next to your own. You do not heal them away. You do not erase their sense of betrayal. You listen. Harry pressed his palms to his eyes until spots danced. They hate me, he said. They hurt, Etheron said. Hurt looks like hate when it is fresh. Time will show you which is true. Silence stretched. Cedric should be alive, Harry said. Yes, Etheron said. He should. Harry dropped his hands. He stared into the blank space. Then the next time I see a thread that leads to a grave for someone I know, he said slowly, I cut it, even if it makes the ministry panic. Even if it turns me into the man they whisper about in fear. I refuse to let another friend die so that old men can keep pretending the world is tidy. That is one adjustment, Etheron said. We will see how you hold it when the moment comes. Harry wanted to say he would hold it. He bit back the words. His neat rules had already crumbled once. How many more people will I fail before I get this right? He asked. Etheron did not answer. The white space folded in on itself. He woke in the infirmary with his pillow damp and Hermione's hand still wrapped around his. Her head rested on her other arm on the edge of the bed. Ron was not there. For a moment, Harry thought about shaking her awake, telling her about the talk, promising her again that he would not let the cup thing happen another time. Then he remembered her words. Do not choose an action and call it restraint. He did not wake her. He let her sleep. He stared at the ceiling and listened to the quiet of the wing. Outside those walls, 50 newspapers were being written. Some would call Cedric's death a tragic accident. Some would quietly print Bones' report and hint at a darker story. Some would find Ron in a corridor and coax a quote out of him about how Harry knew something and did not stop it. Somewhere far away, in a private room with a clear glass panel, an old power watched the last of the mirrors fade from the Triwizard feed and smiled a small, cold smile. The boy who carried God magic had finally shown that he could fail, that weakness would be as tempting a target as his power. Even with the curtains drawn around his bed and a silencing charm on the hangings, Harry could feel it. The tremor in the walls, the restless shuffle of portraits, the way voices dipped when someone passed the fourth-year dormitory door. Hogwarts itself felt tight, like it was holding a breath it did not know how to release. He lay on his back and stared at the inside of the hangings. The dark red fabric was close enough that he could see individual threads. His arm throbbed where Madame Pomfrey potion had soaked into the burn. His eyes felt raw. He kept seeing Cedric. Not the body in the grass with his father bent over him. Not the way the light had gone out. That image hurt, but it was clean like a cut. The one that would not let go was earlier. Cedric in the maze, grin crooked, hand stretched out. You take it. No, we go together. Harry turned his head. The pillow smelled of hospital wing soap and smoke from the crowd outside the arena. Someone on the other side of the curtains shifted and sighed. Ron. The empty space between their beds felt larger than it was. Harry had woken to find the dorm empty. No muttered insults, no praise, no questions. Just the soft sound of Ron moving around without looking at him. They had both pretended to be asleep. The silence between them had weight now. It sat on Harry's chest heavier than any curse. He could not stay here. He pushed back the covers and swung his legs over the side of the bed. The floor was cold under his bare feet. He pulled on jeans and an old jumper by feel, then reached for his wand on the bedside table. The silencing charm fell with a faint pop when he pulled the curtains aside. Ron's back was to him. The other boy lay stiff, eyes open, staring at the canopy above his own bed. He did not look over. Harry opened his mouth, closed it again. Nothing he could say would fit into this narrow space, with Neville breathing softly in the next bed and Seamus snoring into his pillow. Later, he thought, when it is just us, if there is still an us. He left the dormitory without a sound. The corridor was dark and cool. Torches burned low, their light steady. The castle at night usually felt kind to him, like a large quiet friend. Tonight the stone pressed in. He walked without choosing a route. His feet took him down 2 flights of stairs along a short passage across a landing. He passed the entrance to the common room without stopping. He ended up in front of a bare wall on the 7th floor, opposite a tapestry of trolls in tutus. He had not come here since 2nd year. Harry stopped and stood very still. His breath fogged the air in front of him. The torches on this level burned clear and bright. The old energy line under his feet hummed. "You do not need a secret room," Etheron had said once, when Harry had asked about safe spaces. "You can build sanctity in your own mind." Now he wanted both. He walked past the blank wall 3 times, thinking hard. A place where I can think and not be watched. A place where my magic cannot leak. A place where no one can ask me for anything. On the 3rd pass a door grew out of the stone. It was plain with a simple handle. No carvings, no crest. Just wood and a line where it met the frame. He pushed it open. The room inside was not large. A low ceiling, stone walls, wooden floor. A table sat near the center with 4 chairs. Shelves lined one wall, empty. A narrow bed stood against the far side, made up with a plain blanket and a thin pillow. There was a small fireplace with no fire in it yet and a kettle on a hook above the grate. Felt like a sketch of a room, not a finished place. That suited him. He closed the door quietly and leaned back against it. The silence in here was different from the dormitory. No distant footsteps, no whispering portraits. The magic in the walls was still there, but it flowed around the space instead of through it. He let out a long breath. "You keep avoiding the work inside," Etheron's voice said, without preamble. Harry did not jump. He had expected that. He pushed off the door and crossed to the table. It was bare. He ran his fingers over the surface, feeling the grain. "I am here," he thought. "This is the inside. I built a room for it." "The room is a prop," Etheron said. "The inside work is what you refused yesterday." Harry's jaw tightened. Yesterday. Cedric on the grass. Amos Diggory hands shaking. Ron's face as he said, "I need to not look at him right now." "I did not refuse," Harry thought back. "I talked to you. I listened. I admitted I was wrong." "You admitted a part," Etheron said. "You have not sat with the other." Harry pulled out a chair and sat down. The wood was cool under his palms. "Which other?" he asked. "The simple one," Etheron said. "The one that hurts more than the philosophy." Harry closed his eyes. Images crowded behind his lids. Cedric falling. Hermione eyes when she said, "You betrayed us by deciding alone." Ron back as he walked out. He forced his eyes open again. "Say it," Etheron said. Harry's throat felt tight. He swallowed. "I killed him," he thought. The words landed like stones. "I did not cast the curse, but I knew the line was there and I left it. I wanted evidence, so I let a trap stay and it took him. No intent but cause. I killed him." The room stayed silent. The fireless grate, the empty shelves, the plain bed. None of it shifted to make him feel better. "Good," Etheron said. Harry almost laughed. Came out as a rough breath. "That is your comfort," he said. "Good. You sound like Snape when he makes us suffer through a lesson." Etheron did not rise to the bait. "You cannot change what is already done," the god said. "You can only decide what it means and what you do with it. If you refuse to say the true version, you will build your next choice on a lie." Harry dug his nails into the wood of the chair. "If I accept that I killed him," he thought, "then what am I supposed to do with that? How do I walk past his father in a corridor and not throw myself at his feet? How do I sit with Hermione and not hear her say, 'You chose a test over my life'? How do I not rip out every thread I see from now on until there is nothing left but me and a quiet world that is safe because I never let it breathe? This is the first honest question, Etheron said. You are not asking how to make the pain vanish. You are asking how to move while it is still there. Harry looked down at his hands. The skin there was mostly healed now. Pomfrey potion had done its work. The faint scar that remained felt small compared to the weight in his chest. You told me I would misjudge again, he thought. How many bodies are acceptable in this lesson? You know the patterns. You said that earlier. You see further than I do. Did you know Cedric would die? Etheron was quiet for a long moment. There are points that are clear, the god said slowly. Fixed anchors. Your birth. The first time you refused to kill when it would have been easy. The moment you looked at the cup and decided not to cut the line. The graveyard. Cedric death was not one of the fixed points. It was a weighted point. Strong chance, not certainty. So you saw a future where he lived, Harry thought. Yes, Etheron said. And you did nothing, Harry said. Yes, Etheron repeated. Harry's chest went tight. He felt heat rise in his face. You could have pushed me, Harry said. You could have twisted my hand toward the cup that night. You could have whispered louder. If I move every time your choice might hurt someone, Etheron said, then none of your choices belong to you. Every soul you save or doom would be mine, not yours. You want to be a person, not a puppet. That means I watch you hurt and do not drag you away from every edge. Harry stood up so fast the chair legs scraped the floor. So he dies so I can learn, he snapped. Cedric Diggory, lesson material. No, Etheron said. Cedric Diggory dies because Tom wanted a trophy, because a servant wanted to prove loyalty, because a ministry wanted to keep a show going, because a headmaster thought he had more time, because you decided to watch a trap instead of breaking it. When you say it that way, you can see that there is no single hand to blame and no simple answer. Harry paced the small room. The walls felt close. He wanted to punch something. He did not. The urge to throw magic at stone and see it crack buzzed under his skin. You are making this sound like his death was inevitable, Harry said. That it was woven out of a dozen selfish choices and mine is only one thread. It was not inevitable, Etheron said. It happened. That is all. Harry stopped. He pressed both hands into the table and bowed his head. Then tell me what to do, he said. Not the theory. Not the lesson. The next action. Etheron's answer came without delay. Grieve, the god said. Tell Diggory Father the version that is true. Share the full story with the ones you call friends and let them decide if they still stand next to you. Do not use your magic to twist their feelings. Do not turn their anger aside. And after that, Harry asked. After that, Etheron said, you go back to the work you claimed as your burden before this ever happened, with a new rule in your mind. When harm touches those you call yours, you do not choose delay again. You accept that sometimes you will have to break the neat plan to keep one boy off the grass. Harry thought of Hermione's words in the infirmary. You are not allowed to treat our lives as part of some abstract balance. I already promised her that, he thought. Now you promise yourself, Etheron said. Because there will come a day when she is not in the room to remind you. Harry sank back into the chair. He let his head rest against the back and stared at the rafters. The inner sanctum needs a rule, he said. Something simple enough that I can hold it in my head when it all goes mad. You are free to write one, Etheron said. Harry thought. Do not erase harm, he said slowly. Do not pretend it did not happen. Do not call it necessary. But when I see a hand raised to strike someone I have claimed, I move. Even if it ruins the plan. The words settled in the air. That is a start, Etheron said. Harry closed his eyes. He expected the white within white of the god realm to open. It did not. Etheron did not drag him anywhere this time. The presence stayed at the edge of his senses like a steady weight. This room is yours, Etheron said. Not mine. Fill it. The pressure eased. Harry let out a slow breath and opened his eyes. The table was still plain. The shelves were still empty. The small fireplace was still dark. He stood and went to the grate. There was a stack of wood beside it now, rough logs cut small. The castle had supplied them. He took out his wand and almost lit them by habit. Then he stopped. No magic, he muttered. He dug flint and tinder out of his pocket. Hermione had made him carry them when they started their research on primal fire. Magic can fail, she had said. Your hands do not. His hands were clumsy. It took a few strikes for the spark to catch. When the flame finally licked up the bark and grew, his shoulders dropped a fraction. He sat back on his heels and watched the fire spread. Someone knocked on the door. Harry froze. He had not told anyone about this room. He had not written runes on the walls or set wards. He had only walked and wished. Either the castle had ideas about who belonged here, or someone had followed him. He stood and crossed to the door. For a second he almost reached for his magic to see through the wood. He stopped himself. If this was going to be a place where he did not cheat every question, he had to start now. He opened the door. Hermione stood in the corridor with her hair half out of its ponytail and a robe thrown over her night clothes. Her bare toes curled against the stone. She hugged a blanket around her shoulders. Of course it was her. He stared. She stared back. "The room let me in," she said. Her voice was quiet. "I was walking and the door was just there." Harry stepped aside. He did not try to explain. The words would have come out wrong. She walked past him into the room. Her eyes went to the fire, to the bed, to the table. "This is yours," she said. Harry closed the door. The latch clicked. "We need somewhere," he said. "I cannot keep having these conversations in public corridors." She turned to look at him fully. "Are we going to have a conversation?" she asked. "Or are you just going to sit in the dark and blame yourself until you dissolve?" He made a small, tired sound that might have been a laugh. "Both," he said. "But you can pick the order." She shrugged the blanket higher on her shoulders and went to sit on the floor in front of the fire. She patted the space next to her. He sat. For a while they watched the flames. The crackle and pop filled the quiet. "You talked to him again," she said at last. Harry did not ask who. There was only one him she used in that tone. "Yes," he said. "He did not give me forgiveness. He does not do that." "Good," she said. "That would be too easy." He let out a breath. The warmth from the fire seeped into his sore muscles. "I told him I killed Cedric," Harry said. Hermione flinched. For a second she leaned away, as if the words had touched her skin. Then she nodded. "That is the honest version," she said. He nodded too. "He told me the world is not a place where I can find a rule that saves everyone," Harry said. "That there will always be a point where I do not know enough or move too slow or choose wrong and someone will pay." He stared into the flames. "I wanted him to say there was a path where I keep everyone alive," he admitted. He did not. Her hand found his under the edge of the blanket. Her fingers were cold. "I hate that," she said. "I want that path too." He curled his fingers around hers. "He told me to grieve," Harry said. "As if I had not been doing that already." "Grieving is not lying there feeling dreadful," she said. "It is doing the things that hurt because they are true. You have not done those yet." He knew what she meant. He would have to face Amos Diggory without a magical shield between them. He would have to speak to Hufflepuff House. He would have to stand in front of a hall full of students and say that the boy they liked, the boy who smiled and shook hands, did not die because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He died because a line in a cup was left to run. His stomach clenched. "I can face dragons," he said. "I can breathe water and tear down wards. How is it that talking to one father feels worse than all of that?" "Because dragons do not cry," she said. "Because fire does not ask you why. Because you do not have to see your own reflection in them." He swallowed. "You are still angry," he said. "Yes," she said. "I will be for a while." He nodded. "Will you ever stop?" he asked. She looked at him. Her eyes were tired and red. "That depends on what you do next," she said. "Not on what you did then. Cannot change that. You cannot either. What you can do is decide whether this is the moment you start lying to yourself to make it easier." He thought of a future where he told himself that Cedric would have died anyway. That Voldemort would have found another way. That this was all fate. It was tempting. It would smooth some edges. "I cannot do the work we planned if I start from a lie," he said. "Exactly," she said. He rested his head against her shoulder. The blanket slipped and fell around both of them. Her hair tickled his cheek. "Ron is furious," he said. She sighed. "He is hurt," she said. "And he has nowhere to put it except at you. You are always the one in the middle of the story. He is tired of that." Harry's chest ached. "I did not want this kind of attention," he said. I wanted to use the mirrors to drag the ministry into the light, not to paint a target on my own back. You cannot separate those things anymore, she said. You are both. He closed his eyes. Do you think he will come back? Harry asked. To us. She was quiet for a long moment. I think he loves you, she said. I think he resents you. I think he will have to decide which one is louder. That is his work, not yours. You cannot fix it with magic. He nodded slowly. That is the other part, he said. I keep wanting to reach into people's heads and smooth the worst of it. Not erase who they are, just ease their fear or their anger so they do not have to carry it. So I do not have to watch them hurt. Her grip on his hand tightened. If you do that, she said, I will leave. The words were quiet. They hit like a hex. He drew back enough to see her face. You would, he said. Yes, she said. I do not mean if you do it in a battle to stop someone from killing a child, or if you pull someone back from the edge of madness. I mean if you start tampering with people just because you do not like their feelings. If you turn Ron anger into calm because it makes the room less tense. If you stop me from being furious because it hurts you to see it. He felt a small cold knot in his chest. I have not done that, he said. She nodded. I know, she said. But you are thinking about it. I can see it in the way you look at people when they shout. You are working out whether it would be kinder to take the pain out of their heads. He looked at the floor. Would it not be, he asked. She blew out a breath. Kind to whom, she asked. To them who never get to decide which feelings stay. Or to you who never has to watch anyone be angry at you again. He did not answer. I am not saying you can never use that kind of magic, she said. I am saying that if you try to build your life on top of other people's minds, you will end up exactly where you are trying not to go. Tyrant, he said. Yes, she said. He leaned back against the stone wall. It was cool through his jumper. So what do you want me to do, he asked. Sit here and let you all hate me while I keep tearing out old laws and upsetting the old families. Let the world twist itself around what I do without ever smoothing the edges. We do not hate you, she said. Ron does not hate you either, not really. He hates what the world does with you. He hates that his friend is the center of everything, and he hates that this time, you really did make a choice that hurt someone. That is a lot to hold inside 14-year-old shoulders. I was supposed to be older for this, Harry said. Etheron training made me feel like I was. Then I stand here and remember I am still in school. She turned her hand and laced their fingers more firmly. That is why we need this room, she said. Somewhere you can be a teenager who cries over a boy who did not have to die, instead of the symbol the mirrors are making you into. He swallowed. Do I get to be that, he asked. She looked at him, and for once there was no anger in it. Only sadness and something like stubborn hope. You had better, she said. I am not dating a statue. He let out a short laugh. It came with a cough that might have been a sob. She leaned over and kissed him. It was not a dramatic kiss. No clinging, no desperate grab. Just her lips on his, warm and real. In a cold stone room with a small fire crackling nearby, he kissed her back. For a moment the weight in his chest eased. Not gone. Never gone. Just held by two sets of hands instead of one. When they broke apart, she rested her forehead against his. You will have to talk to Amos, she said. Soon. Before the ministry tries to spin a story he cannot trust. He nodded. I know, he said. I am just not sure I can stand in front of him and say the words without wanting to crawl into the floor. Then I will come with you, she said. And so will Sirius. You do not have to do it alone. He thought of Sirius' face in the infirmary. The mix of pride and terror. The way his godfather had looked when Harry mentioned the cup. He is angry too, Harry said. Of course he is, she replied. He almost lost you. And he knows what it is like to watch a boy die because of a plan. Harry flinched. Azkaban. James. The night at Godric Hollow. We are all carrying ghosts, she said. That is not new. What is new is that you are finally seeing yours as something that can push you, not just punish you. He let that sit. The fire burned down to embers. The room warmed. At some point they shifted so that he was lying with his head in her lap and she was leaning against the wall, blanket around both of them. Her fingers moved slowly through his hair. His eyes closed. He did not fall into the god realm this time. He slept in the inner sanctum, in a plain room inside a castle that was starting to tremble on its foundations. When he woke, The light from the high window told him it was near dawn. Hermione was still there. Her neck looked stiff. Her hand still rested on his shoulder. He sat up carefully so as not to jolt her awake. She blinked and made a small, confused sound, then focused on him. "Morning," she said. "Morning," he replied. She stretched and winced. "Sleeping on stone walls is not the best," she muttered. He smiled a little. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" she asked. "For staying," he said. "For naming the things I wanted to pretend were not my fault. For not walking out with Ron." Her mouth twisted. "I am not noble," she said. "I thought about it. I was furious. I still am. But leaving you alone with that weight felt like letting the rest of them win." He frowned. "The rest of them? The ones who want you to crack," she said. "The ones who are sitting in offices right now saying, 'Good, the god trainee is hurt. Maybe he will be easier to manage.' They do not get to have you broken for their convenience." He nodded slowly. "Then we should make sure they cannot manage me at all," he said. She raised a brow. "That sounds ominous," she said. He shook his head. "Not in the way you think," he said. "They already want to own what I am. Fudge wants to pretend I am a scare story. The old families want to pretend I am a threat they can rally against. The cult types want to pretend I am their new prophet. The only way to stop that is to define myself before they can do it for me." "And how do you plan to do that?" she asked. He looked around the room. "By starting here," he said. "This is mine. Not the ministry, not Etheron, not Dumbledore. Mine. I am going to put wards on it that mean no one can enter without my leave. I am going to set rules for myself in here. One of them is that I do not make decisions about lives like Cedric while I am in a crowd. Come here. Isit. I listen. I do not move until the plan I am about to make is one I can say out loud to you without flinching." She watched him. "You are going to make your own court," she said. He shook his head. "No," he said. "Courts judge others. This will judge me." She let out a breath. "That is a lot to ask of a room," she said. He smiled, thin but real. "I am not asking the room to do it," he said. "I am asking you. And serious. And maybe, when he is ready, Ron." The mention of Ron made the air heavy again. "What if he never comes?" she asked. "Then I will leave the chair at this table empty," Harry said. "As a reminder of the choice I made." She looked at the table. "For chairs. 2 of them used. 2 empty." She reached out and touched the nearest back. "We should get ready," she said. "Classes will be a mess, but McGonagall will still expect us to show our faces." He groaned. "Right," he said. "Regular life." He stood. His legs felt stiff but steadier. Hermione draped the blanket over her arm and moved to the door. "Do you want to tell anyone about this place?" she asked. "Or keep it just between us for now?" "For now," he said. "Later, maybe. When we have more than ashes and an idea." She nodded. They left the room together. The door closed behind them. When Harry glanced back once on the stairs, the wall was blank again. The castle would remember. So would he. By the time they reached the Great Hall, the noise had risen to a low roar. Students clustered in small knots. Some faces were blotched from crying. Some were hard and closed. The Hufflepuff table was quieter than he had ever seen it. Harry walked in and felt every eye tilt toward him. The whispers rose. "There he is. That is him. How can he just walk in? Did you hear what they are saying in the Prophet? They say he is unstable. They say he is dangerous. They say he faced he who must. They say he is lying." He kept his gaze forward and walked to the Gryffindor table. Hermione stayed at his side like a shield. He could feel Ron before he saw him, a tight knot of silence at the far end. Harry sat. He did not reach for food. Sirius appeared a moment later, just inside the staff entrance. He had dark circles under his eyes. He had shaved, but not well. Stray patches of stubble shadowed his jaw. He crossed the hall with a long stride and ignored the teacher's table entirely. He went straight to Harry and put both hands on his shoulders. "We have to go," Sirius said quietly. "Amos is in the antechamber. He asked for you." Harry's stomach dropped. His fingers clenched on the edge of the bench. Hermione gave his arm a squeeze. "I will come," she said. Sirius nodded. They walked out together. The hall buzzed louder behind them, as if everyone knew where they were going. The antechamber beside the great hall was small and plain. A single long window looked out over the grounds. A table stood near the center. Amos Diggory stood by the window. He looked older, more than one night older. His shoulders slumped. His hair, usually neatly combed, stuck up at the back. He held a folded handkerchief in one hand, twisted tight. He turned when the door opened. Harry stopped a few steps inside. His throat closed. "Mr. Diggory," he said. Amos stared at him. His eyes were red. Lines around his mouth had deepened. "You look like him," Amos said. "Younger, smaller. But when you walked out with that cup, you looked like him." Harry did not know what to do with that. "I am sorry," he said. The words were a trickle against a fire. Amos took a step closer. "They tell me you were there," he said. "They tell me there was a graveyard. They tell me you fought something. They tell me you came back with my boy and he was already gone." Harry nodded, because anything else would have been worse. "I need you to tell me why," Amos said. "Not the official version. Not the line that the minister reads from a sheet. I need to know why my son is not standing in this room." Harry took a breath. His lungs felt tight. He could have reached for magic. He could have seen the line of Amos' mind and nudged it, made the edges of this pain duller. He did not. He told the truth instead. He told Amos about the cup, about the line he had seen, about the choice to leave it, about the maze, about the voice that said, "Kill the spare," about the flash, about the way Cedric had fallen before Harry could stretch the field around him. He kept his gaze on Amos' face the whole time. He did not let himself look at the floor. When he finished, the room was very quiet. Amos' hands shook. "So you knew," he said. "You knew there was a thread on that cup and you did not cut it." "Yes," Harry said. His voice came out rough. "You thought you would be clever," Amos said. "You thought you would use it to catch whoever put it there. To make a grand speech about corruption and traps, the way you do with dragons and mirrors and lakes." Harry flinched. "Yes," he said. Amos took another step. "So my boy is lying on a table in the next room because you wanted to prove a point," Amos said. "Because you wanted to teach the world a lesson." Harry shook his head. "Not just that," he said. "Because I was afraid of what would happen if I cut every trap I found. Because I did not want to become someone who rewrites reality whenever he feels like it. Because I thought I had time." Amos stared at him. "Do you think any of that makes it better?" he asked. "No," Harry said. "It just makes it true." Amos' chest rose and fell. His handkerchief twisted tighter. "Do you regret leaving that cup alone?" he asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Do you wish you had cut it?" Amos pressed. "Yes," Harry said again. "I wish I had cut it, even if it meant no one ever believed me when I said something was wrong. I wish I had made that call." Amos closed his eyes. His shoulders shook once. When he opened them, there was something like exhausted recognition in them under the rage. "You sound like me when I talk about the day I let my son go off on his own with his friends for the first time," Amos said. "I knew there were risks. I let him go anyway. You think you are doing the right thing and then it breaks in your hands." Harry blinked. "I am not forgiving you," Amos said. "Do not mistake this. I will wake up angry every day that my boy is not there to eat breakfast. I will hear his name and feel sick. When I see you in a paper, I will remember that you walked back and he did not." Harry nodded. He felt like his bones were made of glass. "But," Amos went on, "I asked you to tell me why. You did. You did not hide behind titles or gods. You did not say it was fate. You said it was a choice. Yours. Others. Mine. That will have to be enough for now." He let out a long breath. "You said you were going to try to change things," Amos said. "To make it so they do not use children as pieces on boards anymore." Harry swallowed. "Yes," he said. "Then I suggest you get on with that," Amos said. "Because if another parent stands in this room for the same reason and you could have stopped it, I will not be the only one who comes looking for you." Harry met his eyes. "I understand," he said. Amos gave a sharp nod. He looked at Hermione and Sirius for the first time. "You take care of him," he said. "Make sure he remembers this day when the world starts cheering again." Hermione nodded, eyes bright. Sirius' jaw was tight. "We will," Sirius said. Amos turned and left. The door shut behind him with a soft click. Harry sagged. His legs wobbled. Sirius caught his elbow. You did it, Sirius said quietly. Harry laughed once. Thin. That is one word for it, he said. Hermione wiped at her eyes. You did not lie, she said. You did not dodge the blame. That is what matters. Harry nodded. His chest hurt. The inner sanctum rule echoed in his head. Do not call it necessary. Do not hide. He had done the first part. The work after would be worse. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. Come on, he said. You have a god to argue with, a ministry to fight, and a jealous friend to win back. You will need breakfast. Harry almost smiled. In the hall beyond, the world waited. In the quiet room upstairs, a small fire would be burning down to coals, ready to be built up again. He took a breath and stepped forward. A moving picture of Harry stared back up at him. It was from the Dragon Task. Flame in the background. Hair whipped by wind. Someone had frozen the exact second he stepped through fire. They had added a jagged title under the image in thick black ink. Harry Potter. Weapon or warning? Ron snorted when he saw it. There was no humor in the sound. Subtle, he muttered. The great hall buzzed around them. It had been 3 days since the graveyard. 3 days since Cedric had been buried. The banners still hung in somber colors. The Hufflepuff table was a strip of gray silence in a room that could not quite stop talking. Hermione leaned over Harry's shoulder. Her hair brushed his cheek. Read it out, she said quietly. Might as well hear the worst version. Harry scanned the first lines. Fudge's name appeared 3 times in the first paragraph. Every time, it was paired with words like calm and reassuring. His own name sat next to unstable and untested. He started reading aloud anyway. Sources inside the ministry state that the so-called God-trained champion is showing signs of emotional strain, he said, keeping his voice flat. While tragic accidents are a known risk of international tournaments, it is worth asking whether placing such unprecedented power in the hands of a single teenager is wise, especially when that teenager has repeatedly refused to submit to ministry oversight. Ron's head snapped up. Accident, he said. He called that an accident. Hermione's mouth tightened. Keep going, she said. Harry did. The minister has assured this reporter that any rumors of who returning are just that. Rumors. Trauma can twist a young mind, especially one already altered by divine interference. It is possible that Mr. Potter is misinterpreting strange magical events through the lens of his unusual training. The word strange sat there on the page as if God of Magic lessons were some odd hobby rather than the reason Harry's heart still beat. He closed the paper. That is enough, he said. His voice came out quiet. Around them, whispers moved like wind. Some students shot him sharp looks and then glanced away. Others stared openly. A few watched him with something like hope, as if he might stand on the table and announce that it was all a lie, that Cedric would walk through the doors any moment. McGonagall's stiff posture at the staff table did not change, but her mouth pressed even thinner than usual. Snape sneered at his toast. Madame Maxime spoke low to Hagrid. Karkaroff's chair was still empty. He had vanished the night of the third task and not come back. Sirius slid into place beside Harry on the bench, ignoring the looks. He stole the paper, flipped it over and tore it cleanly in two. That man could not see proof if it sat in his tea, Sirius said. Bones pushed for an emergency session. Fudge is still trying to pretend this is bad publicity, not the start of another war. Harry rubbed his fingers over the ink mark the paper had left on the table. Bones wants me to speak, he guessed. Sirius nodded. She sent a letter. There is an International Confederation session in 2 days. They are pretending it is about tournament safety, but everyone who matters knows why they are really coming. Hermione's eyes sharpened. They want you as evidence, she said. They want him as a shield, Ron muttered. If they admit who is back, they want to stand near the boy the papers keep calling God-touched. Sirius gave him a look. They want the only person who has seen Voldemort stand since the First War, he said. Everyone else who gets that close dies. Ron flinched. For a heartbeat, grief and guilt cracked through his anger. Then his jaw set again. Harry pushed his plate away. He had not touched his food. His stomach felt like a knot. I will go, he said. The rest of you do not have to. Hermione turned to him. Of course we do, she said. This is not just your world. It is ours too. Ron hesitated. His fork scraped his plate. You can stay, Harry said quietly. If hearing me talk about it again will just make you want to break my nose, you do not have to sit through that. Ron snorted again. Right, he said, and leave you to tell the story on your own. You will make it sound like it was only you in that maze. Someone has to remind them there were other kids in there too. It was not forgiveness. It was something like duty. Harry would take it. Sirius clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. Pack your trunk, he said. Dumbledore wants you in his office after breakfast. Bones is coming through the flue. Harry nodded. The prophet sat in two torn halves on the table. His own face stared up from the ripped edge, eyes caught at the moment before he had stepped through dragon fire. He stood and walked away from it. Dumbledore's office was crowded. When Harry climbed through the gargoyle door with Sirius and Hermione at his heels, he found Amelia Bones already there in her formal robes, monocle in place, hair pulled back. McGonagall stood with her arms crossed near the window. Fudge had been given a too comfortable chair near the fire. He looked as if he had not slept. The air in the room tasted of smoke and lemon and the faint metallic tang of old magic. Fawkes watched from his perch, feathers fluffed. Ah, Dumbledore said. Thank you for coming so quickly, Harry. Harry stepped into the room fully. He felt Ron's presence just inside the doorway. The redhead had chosen to come after all. He stayed near the wall, hands in his pockets, jaw clenched. Madam Bones, Harry said. He gave her a small nod. Mr. Potter, Bones replied. Her voice was crisp. You look less dead than last time I saw you. That is something. Sirius huffed a quiet sound that might have been agreement or a smothered laugh. Fudge cleared his throat. I must repeat my concern, he said. Dragging a boy into international politics, especially after such trauma, is irresponsible. Harry looked at him. You dragged me into a tournament designed for adults, he said. I will manage a room full of people in robes. Bones' mouth twitched. We do not have time for games, she said. The Confederation will convene in 2 days. We have reports of masked raids in 3 countries already. They are testing wards, stealing ingredients, and leaving marks on walls. They do not use the mark yet, but anyone with sense can read the pattern. And yet, Fudge broke in. No one has seen he who must not be named in person. These could be copycats, zealots, troublemakers who want to scare people into thinking he is back. Bones looked at him like he had grown a second head. There is a body, Cornelius, she said. Cedric Diggory did not die of a copycat. There was a curse, a real one. Harry saw who cast it. Fudge shifted in his chair. We are still investigating that, he said weakly. Dumbledore lifted a hand. Regardless, he said, the Confederation session is an opportunity. If they hear only from you, Cornelius, they will get one version of events. If they hear from those who were there, they will get another. I believe Harry's testimony is crucial. Hermione stood straighter. And mine, she said. And Ron. We saw the aftermath. We saw him disappear. We saw him come back with Cedric. We saw the sky. Ron nodded once. And the green light, he added. His voice was rough. I know what that looks like. The brothers talk about it. Bones looked at them both. If you are willing, she said, I will take your statements under oath. It will not bring Cedric back. It will make it harder for anyone to pretend this was just maze shrapnel. Harry felt his pulse in his throat. He swallowed. That is the first piece, he said. The second is harder. Sirius glanced at him. You mean actually stopping him, he said. Harry nodded. We are sitting here watching the same story restart, he said. He builds slowly. He gathers followers. He tests wards. He sends hints. By the time the Ministry is ready to admit he exists, people will already be bleeding in alleys. I am not doing that twice. Fudge bristled. You cannot just decide to change the way wars work, he said. There are procedures for dealing with dark wizards. Harry stared at him. Your procedures are why he got as far as he did last time, he said. You were not minister then, but you have built your whole term on pretending that nothing that ugly ever happened here. That luxury is over. Dumbledore's eyes were steady on him. "What are you proposing, Harry?" he asked. Harry took a breath. "We use what we learned in the graveyard," he said. "He cares about spectacle. He chose to murder Cedric in front of me because he wanted to make a point. He planned to kill me in front of his masked friends with a full speech to go with it. He wants an audience. So we give him one he cannot ignore." Hermione frowned. "You want to bait him," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "But not with a cup in a maze and not with students as extra pieces. With me. On purpose. In a place that is already layered in wards. With every leader who matters ready to see the truth." Bones' brows rose. "You want to invite him to an International Confederation session," she said. "Not exactly," Harry said. "He would never come to a room full of adults who have their wands already raised. He would see the trap. We make a different one. He thinks I am the only opponent worth his effort now. So we put me where he thinks he can reach me, and we make sure the Confederation sees what happens when he does." Hermione crossed her arms. "You just told Etheron you would not run tests with people's lives," she said. Harry met her eyes. "This time, the only life I am putting on that line is my own," he said. "There will be no spare." Ron flinched at the word. Cedric face, Cedric fall, all in that single syllable. Bones tapped her fingers on the arm of her chair. "Where?" she asked. "Where could you stand that he would trust, that we could ward, and that we could broadcast from in real time?" Harry looked at Dumbledore. "Hogwarts," he said. Dumbledore held his gaze. "The school is supposed to be a sanctuary," he said. "It is the strongest warded place we have," Harry said. "And the Triwizard Mirrors are already here. Half the world is still watching to see what happens next. We do it on the grounds after term ends. We send a message through the same channels they used for the tournament. We say I will be alone. We let him believe the castle is empty apart from one boy and one god anchor." Sirius swore under his breath. "You are talking about dangling yourself in front of the man who killed your parents," he said. Harry gave him a tired look. "I have been dangling in front of him since I was 1, he said. "The difference is that now I have a say in how the string is tied." Hermione shook her head. "He will bring Death Eaters," she said. "Good," Harry said. "That means fewer raids on families who cannot fight back. We can net them here instead of chasing them through villages." Fudge looked horrified. "You cannot be serious," he said. "Do you have any idea what would happen if he breaks the wards and wins? The whole world would watch the boy who lived die on an enchanted screen." Harry's chest tightened. He thought of Cedric lying in the grass. "If he wins," Harry said quietly, "there will not be a world left for long anyway. He will burn it at the edges. The only thing your denial buys is more time for him, not for us." Bones watched his face. "Can you do it?" she asked. The question came out blunt. "If we let you stage this, can you actually end him? No more escapes. No more partial bodies. No more rumors of a face under a mask." Harry thought of the Horcrux fragment Etheron had pulled from his scar. Of the way the god had held it, bright and dark at once, and unmade it with a thought. "Yes," he said. "He is not immortal. He is damaged. If I can bring him into a field I control, I can strip what is left of the fragments that keep him clinging to life. He will still be a man when I am done. He just will not be a dark legend anymore. He will be something your courts can handle." "Alive," Sirius said slowly. Harry nodded. "If I can manage it," he said. "Dead is simpler. Alive is harder. I am not promising mercy. I am promising that I will not kill him just to make it cleaner for the reports." Bones grimaced. "The Auror in me wants him dead on the floor," she said. "The citizen in me wants him in chains so that everyone who followed him has to see how small he really is. That second part might be more useful." Fudge opened and closed his mouth. "I cannot endorse an assassination on school grounds," he said weakly. "Then do not," Bones snapped. "You can tell the Wizengamot you tried to stop it. That will sound noble in the records." McGonagall, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. "If you do this," she said to Harry, "you will do it when the students are gone. I will not have children in the crossfire again." Harry nodded. "Agreed," he said. "End of term. After the trains leave. or sooner if he moves before that. But not while the dormitories are full. Hermione looked at him. And us? She asked. Where do we stand while you do this? On the sidelines again. In a room watching you die on a mirror. Harry flinched. You should be in the castle, he said. Not in the first circle. I need people I trust to watch the wards, to anchor me if the field starts to slip. I will not be able to hold everything at once. Sirius nodded slowly. You are not doing this on your own, he said. We did that once. It did not go well. Ron shifted. His face was still set, but there was something else in his eyes now. Fear. Determination. If he is coming anyway, Ron said. I am not watching it from a common room. I am done being the one who only hears about it after. Hermione gave him a sideways look that was part exasperation, part reluctant respect. Dumbledore let out a long breath. Very well, he said. We will prepare. We will alert the Confederation that there will be a demonstration at Hogwarts. We will not tell them the exact form, only that they should keep their mirrors open. Fudge sputtered. You cannot, he said. You cannot advertise an attack. What if he does not come? You will look like fools. Then we will look like fools, Dumbledore said calmly. I prefer that to looking like liars when the next family finds the mark over their house and asks why we said everything was fine. Harry clenched his hands into fists. His field hummed under his skin, ready and tired and angry. No more waiting, he thought. No more neat plans that leave boys in the grass. He did not say it out loud. Hermione saw something in his face and squeezed his hand. It was enough. The last train left under heavy clouds. Harry stood on the platform with Hermione at his side and watched the carriages pull away. Ron had gone ahead to find a seat with his siblings. The sky was a dull iron color. The mirrors above the platform shimmered faintly, still linked to distant halls and homes. Some witches and wizards on the other side watched their children leave through the glass. Feels wrong, Hermione said quietly. Sending them off with half a story in the papers. Harry nodded. Bones will speak in 2 days, he said. They will hear more. They will hear about Cedric. They will hear about the graveyard. They will hear that you know who is not a bedtime story again. Hermione snorted. You are the only one allowed to say his name, apparently, she said. Habit, Harry said. They watched until the train was a red smudge, then a line, then nothing. The platform emptied. The noise faded. The castle on the hill behind them looked older in the gray light. McGonagall approached with a tight scarf and tight lips. The last parents have gone, she said. The wards recognized the school as empty of children. Harry's heart thumped. Then we start, he said. The next 6 hours were work. They walked the grounds with Dumbledore, Bones, and a small team of oars. Harry extended his field in thin lines and wove it into the old wards. Not to replace them, but to sit around them like a second skin. He felt the castle accept him, stone by stone. They set mirrors on tall stands around the edge of the lawn in front of the castle, each linked to a different place. The Confederation Chamber, the Ministry Atrium, the Beauxbatons Hall, Durmstrang Hidden Dock. Homes and offices Harry did not know. Madame Maxime sent one back to her school. Karkaroff's silence remained. Hermione and Ron checked each frame for tampering spells. Hermione muttered under her breath as she traced runes along the edges. Ron followed with shielding charms, jaw set. Sirius paced the line of trees that marked the edge of the grounds. His wand was in his hand. His eyes kept drifting back to Harry, checking and rechecking with a look that carried 15 years of loss and 1 year of new fear. By the time the sun began to sink, the stage was set. Harry stood in the center of the lawn. The castle loomed behind him. The lake lay dark to one side. The forbidden forest watched from the other. He could feel eyes on him from 100 mirrors. In the Confederation Chamber, robed figures leaned forward. In the Ministry Atrium, workers clustered around the wide glass. At the Burrow, he knew the Weasleys would be crowding together. Mrs. Weasley probably wringing her hands, Fred and George making nervous jokes, Ginny watching with her eyes too bright. He took a breath. The air was cold in his lungs. Hermione touched his arm. Are you sure? She asked, voice low. No, he thought. Yes. He nodded. If he comes, it ends here, he said. If he does not, we still have shown the world that I am not hiding. Ron stood a few feet away with his wand out. He will come, Ron said. He is not the type to let someone else be the big story. Bones joined them at the edge of the field. She had left most of her Aurors near the castle doors, out of sight but ready. Remember, she said. Once he is bound, we move in. We do not care if his followers scream about honor. We are not here for a duel. We are here to end a war before it starts. Harry nodded. Dumbledore walked up last. His robes fluttered in the breeze. His face looked older than Harry had ever seen it. You do not have to prove anything to me, Dumbledore said quietly. If at any point this feels wrong, you may call it off. Harry looked at the mirrors, at Hermione, at Ron, at Sirius near the tree line. I am not doing this to prove something to you, he said. I am doing it because I am tired of watching children die while adults argue about paperwork. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment, then nodded. Very well, he said. We are with you. He stepped back to the edge of the field. Harry reached inward. The field rose. It spread from his skin in a silent wave, invisible to the eye but bright in his awareness. He shaped it into a dome that arched over the lawn, anchored at 4 points he had marked with small stones. The dome was thin at the top, thick at the base, layered in ways that spoke not just in runes but in concepts. No lethal curse crosses this line. No binding of soul, no tearing of mind, no charm that turns body into meat. The magic that comes in is seen, slowed, held. The field hummed. His heart matched it. He did not call Etheron. The god was there anyway, a steady weight at the edge of his mind, not breaking the rules but watching. Hermione and Ron stepped back until they stood just outside the dome. The Aurors did the same. Dumbledore and Bones took positions near the castle doors. Sirius stayed near the trees. Harry was alone in the center. He tilted his head back and looked at the sky. Tom Riddle, he said, loud enough for the mirrors to carry. The name echoed off stone. You wanted a stage. You wanted the world to remember you. Here it is. One boy, one school, one chance. Come and take it if you can. The words were not a spell. They were a dare. They rode the network of magic and thought that Etheron had helped him build. Somewhere in a dark room far away, a scarred man with red eyes would hear them. For a moment nothing happened. Just wind and the distant call of a bird. Then the air went cold. The sky above the far edge of the grounds darkened, as if a cloud had rolled in too fast to be real. Green light bloomed. The mark burned huge and ugly in the air, skull and serpent and all. Hermione sucked in a breath. Ron swore under his. The Aurors snapped their wands up. Figures appeared at the tree line with cracks of displaced air. Black robes, white masks, Death Eaters, a half circle of them, wands drawn. In the center a taller shape appeared. Pale face, eyes like wet blood, nose flat and slit like a snake. Voldemort smiled. Harry felt the field respond, sharpening at the edges. Potter, Voldemort said. His voice carried easily. You do love a spectacle. Harry remembered a graveyard. The cold stone angel. Cedric on the ground. You came, Harry said. You invited me, Voldemort replied. He spread his arms, showing the empty land around them. So trusting. Alone at your little school. No headmaster to hide behind. No god in sight. Harry said nothing. He could feel Etheron amusement like static. You know why I did not come running when you screamed your little story to the world? Voldemort asked. He did not wait for an answer. Because I did not need to. The more you talk, the more you show them what you are. A puppet of something older. A crack in the rules. They fear you more than they fear me. He lifted his wand. It was bone white and thin. Caught the light wrong. But I am not selfish, Voldemort said. I am willing to relieve them of their confusion. They can watch as the boy who lived dies like any other. He flicked his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light burst from the tip and flew toward Harry's chest. The field met it. Harry had felt this curse before. In the graveyard. In a nursery he could not remember. Came like a blade. The field was not a shield of force so much as a rule in motion. The concept of instant death met a line that said no. The green light slowed. It thinned. It broke apart like smoke in wind. By the time it reached Harry, it was just air. Gasps rose from the mirrors. Even at this distance, Harry heard someone scream in the Ministry atrium. Voldemort froze. His eyes narrowed. "Cute trick," he said. "Let us see how it holds up to more." He moved. Curses poured from his wand. Red, blue, purple. Spells to slice and bind, to burn and crush, to strip flesh from bone and lock minds in terror. They hit the field and slid. Some fizzled. Some bent. Harry felt each one as a pressure on the dome, a weight against his ribs. Sweat prickled at his hairline. The Death Eaters joined in. A scattered storm of spell fire. The dome held. One curse slipped thin enough to scrape his shoulder. It stung like ice. The field flared around it and shredded it into nothing. Harry's heart hammered. His muscles tensed. He forced his breathing steady. He lifted his own wand. "Is that it?" he called. "Stories say you invented curses the Ministry would not even name in files. That is the best you have." Voldemort snarled. The polite smile broke. He raised both hands. For a second, his aura flared bright and foul. He gathered something older than school spells, deeper than cutting charms. Harry felt the shape of it. A spell that would twist the air itself into knives and rip the lungs from his chest. Something he had seen once in Etheron catalogs of forbidden magic. He did not wait for it to fly. He moved first. He reached out through the field and took hold of the concept behind the spell, the line of thought that said harm is allowed. He tugged. The shape broke. The power that Voldemort had gathered fizzled out against his own flesh. For a second, the dark wizard staggered as if he had tried to run through a solid wall. Harry took one step forward, then another. Each step shifted the dome with him, dragging the center closer to the tree line. The Death Eaters, who had been so eager to stand near their master, found themselves closer to the edge than they liked. The cracks of apparition began. They tried to leave. The outer layer of the field tightened, caught the twist of magic and held it. The Death Eater's wands sparked and failed. No one moved. Voldemort stared. "You are not simply blocking," he said. His voice had gone low. "You are unmaking." Harry kept walking. The world narrowed to the space between them. His legs shook. Blood tickled the back of his nose. "I am correcting," he said. "You took pieces of your soul and hid them in objects to cling to a life you only used to hurt others. I am done letting that stand." Voldemort laughed once. Sharp. "You think you can touch my soul," he said. "You are a child." "Yes," Harry said. "A child who was born with a piece of yours in his head. I have already watched it die once." He raised his wand. "Harry." Hermione's voice came from behind him, tight with fear. He did not look back. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," he said. "You are not a lord. You are a scar that has gone septic. Time to clean it." He spoke a word Etheron had taught him in the White Place. It was not Latin. It was not any human tongue. It was a marker in the structure of magic itself. A command that said gather and separate. Light flared around Voldemort's chest. He screamed. It was not the theatrical hiss he used for fear. It was raw. Black smoke burst from his skin in thin threads. It tugged outward, straining toward distant anchors in the air. Cups, rings, snakes, masks. The field caught each thread before it could fly and held it. Shimmering lines of foul energy tangled in the dome. Harry felt each one brush his mind. They tasted like damp stone and old blood and the thin joy of cruelty. He tightened his grip. The threads writhed. "No!" Voldemort gasped. He stumbled forward, reaching for the smoke as if he could stuff it back into himself. "No, you do not get to take that. I built this. I earned this." "You earned nothing," Harry said. His arm shook with the strain. "You ran from death and called it victory. This is you. Without stolen time." He pulled. The threads tore. They burned away in white light. Screams echoed in the field, some too faint to be from any throat still attached to a body. Then there was silence. Voldemort sagged. The red in his eyes dimmed. The skin on his face shifted. folding into lines that had nothing to do with snake magic and everything to do with age. For a second, he looked almost human. Harry stepped right up to him. They were close enough to see each other breath. Voldemort raised his wand for one last curse. His hand shook. Nothing happened. The magic that had answered him for decades was gone. Harry reached out and wrapped his fingers around the wand. He did not snap it. He simply took it away. "It is over," he said. Voldemort lunged. He got one hand on Harry's robe collar. His nails dug in. "You think they will love you for this?" he hissed. Spittle flecked his lips. "They fear you more than they ever feared me. At least I am honest about wanting power." Harry met his eyes. He was very tired. His whole body felt like it would shake apart if he let go of the field. "I do not need them to love me," he said. "I need them to stop pretending nothing is wrong while children die. After this, they will not be able to pretend you are a fairy tale. Or that I am one either." Voldemort tried to spit in his face. The field pushed the fleck of saliva aside. It fell harmlessly to the grass. Harry let out a breath he had been holding for 4 years. He reached inward again, found the last tiny knot of dark magic clinging to Voldemort's core, and crushed it. The dark wizard collapsed. Not with a dramatic explosion, not in a spray of light. His legs simply failed. He dropped to his knees, then to his side. His chest still rose and fell. His eyes still rolled in their sockets. But the air around him was empty of the pressure that had haunted Harry since he was a baby. The dome eased. Harry shrank it, pulling it in until it covered only the circle where Voldemort and the nearest Death Eaters lay. His knees wobbled. Hermione was suddenly there, inside the edge, arms out. He let himself lean against her for a second. "I am fine," he managed. His voice came out rough. "Just tired." "You are bleeding," she said. She reached up and wiped at his upper lip. Her fingers came away red. "Small price," he said. Ron joined them, face pale. "Bloody hell," he whispered. "That was it. That was him. And you just walked through it." Harry looked back at the tree line. The Death Eaters were on the ground, some groaning, some limp. The field held them. Their masks had fallen off in the struggle. Faces showed. Names would follow. Bones strode forward with her oars. "Containment team," she snapped. "Standard restraints. Magic suppressors only after the field drops. Not before. I want them alive." She glanced at Harry. "You finished?" she asked. Harry nodded. He let the dome fall. The air felt thin without it. He swayed. Hermione tightened her hold. Sirius ran across the grass and caught his other side. "I have got you," he said, voice shaking. Harry let himself be held for a moment. His legs did not agree with standing. The mirrors cracked with noise. Voices from 100 places rose in shocked overlap. Some screamed. Some cried. Some cheered. Dumbledore stepped forward and raised his hands for quiet. The charm on the mirrors picked up his gesture. "Witches and wizards," he said, voice firm. "You have just seen the end of the Dark Lord Voldemort reign. He is alive. He is powerless. His followers are in custody. There was no ancient prophecy fulfilled. No secret weapon of the Ministry. There was a boy who refused to let the past repeat itself, and a world that chose to watch." Harry wanted to protest the word boy. He did not, because right now being allowed to be one sounded like a relief. Bones moved to stand beside Dumbledore. Her face was fierce. "You also saw the failure of our old systems," she said. "You saw a minister who called this an accident. You saw raids ignored until it suited the papers. That ends here. There will be trials. Names will be named. I will see to that." The mirror in the Ministry atrium showed Fudge, pale and sweating, surrounded by stunned workers. He looked like a man whose world had just tilted under his feet. Harry almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Hermione looked up at the nearest mirror. Her grip on his arm did not loosen. "They are listening," she murmured. Harry straightened as much as his tired muscles would allow. Sirius' arm stayed firm around his back. "I have something to say," Harry called out. His voice shook once, then steadied. The mirrors quieted. Faces leaned closer. "I am not a god," he said. "I am not a weapon. I am not a hero in a story where the only thing that matters is how many villains I knock down. I am a student who got dragged into a war before I knew what that word meant. Etheron trained me so that I would not break the world when I grew up with this power. He did not train me to replace your duty. He looked straight into the mirror that showed the Confederation chamber. Old witches and wizards sat there in rows, eyes wide. You just saw how irrelevant Voldemort is when someone with the right magic and the right choice stands in front of him, Harry said. Do not waste the gift this gives you. Do not crawl back into denial because it hurts to admit you let him grow again. You have a chance to remake how magic is taught, how justice is done, how children are protected. Take it. I am not doing all of this for you. He swallowed. His throat hurt. I will not tear out every threat I see, he said. That way lies a different kind of tyranny. But understand this. If I see you putting children on pedestals and calling it tradition, if I see you ignoring marks on walls because they are inconvenient, if I see the next Cedric on a field he did not choose, I will cut that thread without waiting for permission. Hermione squeezed his arm hard. Ron made a small sound that might have been agreement. Bones nodded once, sharp. You heard the boy, she said into the mirrors. We either fix this with him or we wait until he has to fix it without us. I know which choice I prefer. The mirrors filled with noise again. Arguments, cheers, angry shouts. Someone started chanting Harry's name in one hall. In another, someone shouted that children should not speak to their elders that way. Harry let the sound wash over him without trying to sort it. His legs chose that moment to give up. Sirius and Hermione caught him. Right, Sirius said. That is enough changing the world for one day. Hospital wing now. Hermione laughed once. Shaky. Yes, she said. You can lecture the governments of the world after Madame Pomfrey has yelled at you. Ron fell into step as they carried Harry back toward the castle. His face was serious. You meant it, Ron said quietly. About cutting the threads next time. Harry looked at him. Yes, he said. Ron nodded slowly. Good, he said. Because if you ever tell me again that you saw something like that cup and decided to wait, I will hex you myself. There was no heat in it. Just tired affection wrapped in warning. Harry let out a breath that might have been a laugh. I will deserve it, he said. They walked through the doors together. Behind them, on the lawn, Aurors dragged bound Death Eaters into lines. Voldemort lay on his side, breathing shallowly, the most dangerous wizard of the age reduced to a man in the grass. In a quiet room high in the castle, a fire would be waiting in a small grate. A table with 4 chairs. An empty seat where a boy who had died should have sat, and another empty one waiting for a friend who might yet return. The war everyone had been bracing for had ended in minutes. The work that would follow would take years. Harry was still shaking. His nose still bled. His chest still hurt where the curse had tried and failed to touch him. He was alive. Cedric was not. The world had seen both facts. Now it would have to decide what to do with them. Harry stared up at the white ceiling and listened to Madame Pomfrey mutter while she worked. His body felt heavy, not in the pleasant way after a Quidditch match, but as if every bone had been filled with wet sand. Hold still, Pomfrey said. You have pulled things I do not even have names for. My nose likes to bleed, Harry said. His voice sounded thin to his own ears. It is dramatic. Do not joke, she snapped. You ripped your magic through your own nerves and then tried to walk it off. Hermione sat on the chair beside the bed with a blanket around her shoulders. Her hair was a mess. She had refused to sleep until Pomfrey let her in. I told you this would happen, Hermione said. You said you would pace yourself. That did not look like pacing. Harry gave a tired half-smile. He was not interested in pacing, he said. He threw everything he had. I answered. On the other side of the bed Sirius sat hunched forward on another chair. His elbows rested on his knees. He had not taken his eyes off Harry since they carried him in. I have seen you fall off brooms, fight Dementors and walk into haunted forests, Sirius said. Nothing has aged me like watching you walk toward that snake with your wand at your side. It worked, Harry said quietly. Sirius closed his eyes for a moment. Yes, he said. It worked. The doors creaked. Amelia Bones stepped in, still in her dueling robes. There was a faint smear of ash on her cheek. McGonagall followed, lips pressed tight. Dumbledore came last, his expression unreadable. Pomfrey looked up and bristled. "He is not a meeting room," she said. "He needs rest." Bones inclined her head toward the healer. "I will keep it short," she said. She turned to Harry. "We have him in shackles in the lowest cell the castle can spare," she added. "Null charms on the stone. Aurors at the door." Harry exhaled slowly. "He is still human," he said. "The magic you built your laws for can handle him now." Bones nodded once. "We have sent word to the Confederation," she said. "They saw enough, but they will want to see him in chains when they arrive. There will be trials. Open ones. No closed doors this time." Sirius snorted. "You think they will know what to do with him?" he asked. "I will teach them," Bones said. There was a thin smile at the edge of her mouth. "With pleasure." Dumbledore stepped closer to the bed. The lines around his eyes were deeper than Harry had ever seen. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly, "you did what none of us managed to do in the last war. You took away his legend." Harry looked up at him. "I almost gave him another one," he said. "If I had gone further, if I had torn out every dark thing I could see, they would have had a new monster to whisper about." "You stopped," Hermione said. She reached for his hand under the blanket. "You did not erase the world. You took away his extra lives and left the rest for courts and cells." Bones watched the exchange with sharp eyes. "The world is already splitting into camps," she said. "Some call you savior. Some call you threat. Some say they want you in charge. Some want you bound by law before you sneeze." Harry grimaced. "I do not want a chair in the ministry," he said. "Or a throne." Dumbledore let out a slow breath. "That may not be your choice," he said. "Power draws structure." Hermione's grip on his hand tightened. "It is his choice," she said. "We are not going to build another Dark Lord in bright colors by clapping him onto a golden seat he never asked for." McGonagall cleared her throat. "There is also Hogwarts," she said. "We are no longer a simple school. The world has seen too much of what happens within these walls." Harry looked at her. "I will not turn Hogwarts into a military camp," he said. "It should be the safest place on any map, not a staging ground." Bones crossed her arms. "Then what?" she asked. "You cannot just go back to essays and exams. Children have seen you rewrite curses on a live feed. They know more is possible." Harry stared at the ceiling for a moment. The room hummed with magic and worry. Etheron presence hovered at the edge of his mind, silent and patient. "I need time," Harry said. "Real time, not God time. I need to think without 100 eyes on me." Hermione nodded. "The room," she said. He met her gaze and knew she was thinking of the inner sanctum. Bones looked from one to the other. "What room?" she asked. "Somewhere quiet," Harry said. "I will come back with an answer. I am not going to disappear without giving you a plan." "You had better not," Sirius said. "If you vanish without telling me, I will find a way to shout at your god myself." Pomfrey made a shooing motion. "Out," she said. "All of you. He will collapse again if you keep talking over him." Bones inclined her head. "Rest," she said to Harry. "When you wake, we will talk about law." McGonagall gave him a long look that held pride and fear in equal measure, then left. Dumbledore hesitated. "Harry," he said softly, "I am sorry." "For what?" Harry asked. "For thinking pain would be the only teacher worth listening to," Dumbledore said. "I misjudged the burden you were already carrying." Harry looked at him. "We are not done with that," he said. "But not now." Dumbledore nodded. "When you are ready," he said, and followed the others out. Pomfrey fussed with blankets and potions until Harry's eyes drooped. Hermione stayed. Sirius stayed. The light dimmed. Harry slept. When he woke, he was not in the hospital wing. He stood in the white without edges. The god realm. His body felt light and whole. There was no ache in his nose, no tug in his muscles. Etheron waited in front of him, shape bright, features almost human and almost not. "You called me before I called you," Etheron said. There was no greeting, That is new. Harry rubbed his hands together. They felt real enough. The world is on fire in a new way, he said. They saw me unmake pieces of a legend. They want to decide what I am. I would like to decide first. Etheron inclined his head. Speak. Harry took a breath. You trained me to avoid becoming what you are, he said. A being who could control everything but chooses not to, because the cost of control is too high. I trained you to see the cost, Etheron said. Whether you choose, it is always your own step. Harry met the god gaze. If I take a seat in their government, if I let them make me chief Auror or supreme judge or any other title, I will not be able to stop at law, he said. I will feel every line I could smooth, every fear I could ease. I will fix and fix until there is no free choice left that does not go through me. You see the trap, Etheron said. Good, but if I walk away entirely, Harry went on. If I go back to this place and stay, if I drift above while they go on with their lives, then Cedric died for nothing. All the pressure I put on Bones, all the promises I made to Diggory Father, all the things I told the world on those mirrors, it all turns into a ghost story. They will say the God-touched boy went home to his God and left them to their mess. That is also true, Etheron said. Harry huffed a humorless breath. So your answer is the same as before, he said. There is no clean path. There is only choice and consequence, Etheron said. You cannot carry the whole world and still call it free. Harry took a step closer. You called me your architect, he said. Not your champion. That was your word. Architects do not live in the houses they design. They do not walk room to room forever, checking if the chairs are straight. They draw the lines, set the load-bearing walls, and then they step back. Etheron's eyes brightened. You have been thinking, the god said. I am tired of reacting, Harry said. I want to move first for once. I want to put anchors in the world so that no single minister can pull them up when it suits him. I want schools where the first thing children learn is how to set a ward that refuses cruelty. I want laws written into stone, not just parchment. Those sound like mortal tasks, Etheron said. You do not need my realm for that. Harry nodded. They are, he said, and I am going to do them. But there is another part. He lifted his hands. In this place, the field answered at once. Lines of light mapped themselves into shapes Harry had only half used in the mortal world. Ley lines, bright threads under the earth, crossings where power hummed, old scars where dark rituals had bitten into stone. They have lived in a world with half-broken foundations for centuries, Harry said. Old curses under villages. Ley lines stretched sharp and thin where someone with more power than sense pulled too hard. The statute of secrecy stitched over every wound. I can see the damage. I can mend it. But I cannot do that from a desk in the ministry, and I cannot do it as a boy who needs sleep every 6 hours. So you would ascend, Etheron said slowly. Not to rule minds, but to hold stone and current. Harry nodded. Half step, he said. I do the mortal work first. I help them build councils and schools and frames that do not need me there every day. Then I leave a piece of myself with you, tied to the ley lines, watching the cracks in the earth instead of the gossip in the atrium. Not a god who answers prayers. A warder. I do not touch thoughts. I do not bend laws. I only stop the kind of break that would kill millions before anyone even knows where the tremor started. Etheron studied him. For a being of concept, he could still look very tired. You understand that even this carries risk, Etheron said. Power fixed to the bones of a world can turn rigid. You could become as much of a cage as any tyrant if you decide that your ward work includes guiding history. Harry shook his head. That is why I am saying it here out loud, he said, so that you can hold me to it. I will make 3 rules for whatever part of me stands with you. No minds, no law, no shaping of daily chance. Only structure. Only stopping the kind of magic that would render everything else pointless. Define pointless, Etheron said. Harry thought of a charm so wide it stripped magic from every wand on the planet. He thought of a ritual that collapsed a continent. He thought of someone rebuilding what Tom had tried to do, but bigger. Anything that removes the possibility of ordinary choice for ordinary people, he said. Anything that turns the whole world into one-person experiment. That kind of magic. I will stop before it finishes the first line. Etheron was silent for a long time. You are asking to join my tier, the god said at last. Not as a student who visits, but as a second anchor. Harry met that bright, endless gaze and did not look away. Yes, he said. On those terms. You could simply die, Etheron said. Grow old. Let your work be taken up by others as it always has been. Harry thought of James and Lily, cut off before they ever had that chance. He thought of Cedric. He thought of the children who would be born into whatever world came next. If I do that knowing I could have fixed the fractures in the earth itself, it feels like another kind of neglect, he said. I do not want to live above people. I also do not want to pretend I am just another wizard when I know that is not true. Etheron laughed quietly. It was not cruel. You are annoyingly balanced, the god said. You refuse absolutism unless you are the one rejecting it. Someone has to, Harry said. Etheron reached out. For the first time, the gesture looked almost human. Very well, the god said. Lay your scaffolding. Do your mortal work. When that is ready, I will open the path fully. We will anchor you to the lines. You will not be untouchable. You will not be immune to error. You will simply be in a position to fix cracks no one else can see. Harry took the offered hand. Felt like touching the heart of a ward, warm and solid. Good, Harry said. Because the first thing I am going to build is a world where children do not need you or me at every turn. The white space faded. The hospital smell came back, sharp and clean. Hermione's hand was still in his. Sirius' head had fallen forward while he dozed in the chair. Harry squeezed Hermione's fingers. Her eyes snapped open. You were somewhere, she said at once. With him, Harry said. I have an idea. The council table in the old Transfiguration classroom was scratched and crowded. McGonagall sat at one end, back straight, glasses low on her nose. Bones sat at the other, a stack of parchment in front of her. Between them, chairs held Sirius Kingsley, a goblin envoy from Gringotts who had introduced himself as Ragnarok, and 2 witches from the Confederation who had arrived 3 days after the duel and had not stopped arguing since. Harry and Hermione came in together. Ron hovered near the door, as if he had not decided whether he belonged at this table. McGonagall gestured to 2 empty chairs. Sit, she said. We are drafting the first section of what Madame Bones insists on calling the Potter Accord. Harry made a face. Please do not name it after me, he said, taking a seat. Bones raised one brow. Would you rather I call it the document where we write past idiocy? She asked. That has a nice ring, Sirius said. Ragnarok rapped his claws on the table. Names are important, he said. They are anchors. They tell future readers where to look when things go wrong. Potter Accord is tolerable to us. The Goblin record keepers approve when the key name has already forced change. Harry sighed. Fine, he said. Just make sure there are more names under it than mine. There will be, Bones said. That is one reason you are here. You said you wanted structure that does not depend on you. This document is the frame for that. Hermione leaned forward, eyes bright. We need 2 things, she said. Protection and education. Protection so that no child is ever forced into something like the Triwizard Nightmare again. Education so that no one has to rely on old families and secret gods to understand how magic really works. The Confederation, which with silver hair nodded. We have the draft for the Child Enchantments Charter, she said. No binding contracts under a certain age without clear, magical consent and review by an independent council. No tournaments with lethal risks labeled as school events. Ron muttered something under his breath. It sounded like, finally. The other witch, dark hair pulled back in a tight braid, tapped a point on the parchment. We also propose a global standard for wards on any place that houses students, she said. These draw from the demonstration on your grounds. With your help, we can set them to block certain categories of harm by default. Harry nodded slowly. That is part of why I asked for this meeting, he said. I am going to walk you through runic geometry and the way it links to intent. No secrets. No divine riddles. You get the whole map. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. You are willing to share the tear that your God gave you? He asked. Harry met his gaze. Yes, he said. I am done walking around with knowledge that could save lives and pretending it is too dangerous to trust anyone else with it. There will be rules. There will be safeguards. But the basics of how the field works, how ley lines carry stress, how to read the signs before something cracks, that belongs in every major institution library. Bones gave a short, satisfied nod. Good, she said, because I am planning to carve some of those rules into the atrium floor. Sirius grinned. You always wanted to redecorate, he said. I always wanted people to stop dying because someone prefers paperwork over action. Bones snapped back. If engraving a rule where every clerk can trip over it helps, I am willing to pay the stonemason. McGonagall cleared her throat. And Hogwarts, she said. This school will not remain the same. It cannot. Harry looked at her. The first years will learn more than Lumos, he said. They will learn how to anchor a personal ward, how to feel the pull of a ley line, how to know when a charm is pulling too hard on a structure. We teach them theory, not dogma. We show them why certain spells are banned, not just say do not. Hermione nodded fiercely. No more locking dangerous knowledge behind vague warnings, she said. You saw what Tom did when he found gaps. He filled them with his own answers. If we give children the actual tools, they will be less tempted by the worst versions. The silver-haired witch made a note. A revised curriculum shared across schools, she said, so that Beauxbatons, Durmstrang and Hogwarts are not teaching 3 different versions of safety. Ron finally left the doorway and dropped into the last empty chair. Put something in there about someone to talk to, he said. Not just teachers who are too busy or scared to notice when people are losing it. A regular, official person whose job is to listen when a kid says they have seen something wrong. Hermione blinked, then smiled. A mental health office, she said. In magical terms. Ron shrugged, ears red. Call it what you want, he said. Just make sure the next person who sees snakes on a wall does not have to go through Harry, or you know who to get help. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Good, he said. That goes in. Took hours. They argued over phrases and limits. They debated who would sit on councils and who would have the power to veto dangerous experiments. Harry laid out the basics of runic geometry on a board, drawing clean lines and simple shapes. Hermione translated his conceptual terms into language that would fit into law. Ragnarok pointed out where human wards had historically trampled goblin territories and insisted on clauses that would prevent that. Bones insisted on open hearings and records that could not simply vanish. Dumbledore sat silently at the edge of the table for a long time. At last, when the first rough frame lay in front of them, he spoke. This will break things, he said softly. Harry looked at him, ready for another argument. Good, he said. They need breaking. Dumbledore shook his head. I do not mean that as a complaint, he said. I spent years trying to guide change from behind tapestries. You are dragging it into the light and nailing it to the walls. It will hurt. It will also stand. Harry studied him. You are going to have to let go, he said. A small, weary smile touched the old wizard mouth. I think my time as chief chess player is done, Dumbledore said. I will teach. I will answer questions. I will not hold the strings anymore. That is all I wanted, Harry said. Bones clapped her hands once. Enough sentiment, she said briskly. We have work to finish and an entire planet watching to see if we will do more than cheer at a duel. They got back to work. It was almost midnight when Harry finally made it back to the inner sanctum. The small room looked the same. Bed, table, for chairs, fireplace. The coals in the grate had burned low, but there was still enough heat to take the chill off the air. Hermione was already there. She sat on the floor with her back against the wall, blanket around her shoulders, knees drawn up. You look like you wrestled the whole Wizengamot, she said as he came in. Just the loud ones, he said. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it for a moment. The rest were just stubborn. She patted the space beside her. He crossed the room and sat. The stone was cool through his trousers. How bad was it? She asked. They want to make a statue, he said. In the atrium. Me with my wand up and Tom on the ground. Bones said they could do it if they also put Cedric's name on the base and a list of every law that let this happen in small letters all the way round. Hermione snorted. That is very Amelia, she said. Harry looked at the fire. They want me to stay, he said. On every council. In every meeting. As if my presence is a seal of approval that keeps them from feeling guilty. And you? She asked. What do you want? He let out a slow breath. To stop running on the surface of this, he said. To stop being yanked from crisis to crisis. To do quiet work that actually matters instead of loud work that just looks impressive. She watched him, eyes steady. You talked to him, she said. Yes, Harry said. I told him I do not want to live above everything, and I do not want to pretend I am just another wizard. I want to build the frame and then step back. I want to fix the deep cracks and leave the rest to people who did not grow up with a god in their head. And he? She asked. He agreed, Harry said. On conditions. No touching minds. No steering law from above. Only stopping the sort of magic that would wipe out choice altogether. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. The fire popped. You are going to leave, she said at last. Her voice was very calm. Harry's heart tightened. Not today, he said. Not even this year. I will finish school. I will see the first protections settle. I will make sure the accords are more than ink. Then, yes. At some point, I will not be here in the same way anymore. Her eyes glistened. You could die at 70 with bad knees like everyone else, she said. I might still, he said. Part of me will go with Etheron. Part will stay tied to the lines. But I will still know what it is to sit in a room like this and be tired and annoyed and warm. That does not vanish. She made a face. You always talk in 2 layers, she said. He smiled faintly. Occupational hazard, he said. She shifted closer until her shoulder rested against his. I am selfish, she said quietly. I want you here. All the way here. I want you at my side when we shout at ministers and when we go to see strange ruins in summer and when we visit the Weasleys and get smothered in jumpers. I do not want to share you with the bones of the earth. He turned his head. Their foreheads touched. I know, he said. I want those things too. Then why? She asked. It was almost a whisper. Because I did not save Cedric, he said. Because I saw how thin the edge was where Tom stood. Because I know there are worse things than him waiting to be discovered by someone who thinks power is a toy. If I walk away from that knowing I could have made the foundation safer. I will hear his father voice every time a village cracks. Hermione's jaw worked. A tear slipped down her cheek. She wiped it away with an impatient hand. You always take the heaviest option, she said. He shrugged. You did not fall for me because I like easy things, he said. That won a small, wet laugh. She took his face between her hands and kissed him. It was not a rushed kiss this time. Not stolen in the middle of a crisis. It was slow and certain and sad and hopeful all at once. He kissed her back and tried to memorize every small detail. The way her fingers curled at his jaw. The warmth of her breath. The tiny hitch when she drew back. When they separated, both of them were breathing harder. Promise me something, she said. Anything, he said. When you are up there, wherever there ends up being, do not become him, she said. Do not sit in the white and think suffering is a useful lesson. Do not decide people need to break to grow. He thought of the way Etheron had watched him in the crucible. He thought of the pain he had been allowed to carry. I promise, he said. If I ever start thinking that way, I expect you to find a way to yell at me. Through stone if you have to. She snorted. You think I will not, she said. He smiled. They sat like that until the fire burned low and the room cooled. When they finally stood, she wrapped her arms around him and held on for a long time. We still have time, she said into his shoulder. Yes, he said. We do. Years blurred. Trials came and went. Death Eaters stood in chains and told lies and truths in equal measure. Wizarding governments rewrote laws under Bones' sharp stare. Hogwarts changed. First years stood in circles learning to feel the tug of the ley line under the lake. Children wrote essays not about memorized incantations but about why certain spells should never be cast. Harry graduated. The ceremony was strange. Half the crowd treated him like a relic already. The other half watched him with suspicious respect. Ron grumbled through his speech as head boy and still managed to make the hall laugh twice. Hermione collected too many prizes to carry and made him help. Sirius opened a house in the village and filled it with books and laughter and a ridiculous number of protective charms. He sat on the Wisengamot only long enough to shove through the worst of the reforms, then retired in loud protest, claiming paperwork dust was bad for his health. Dumbledore stepped down as headmaster and took a quieter position as a teacher of advanced theory. McGonagall took the chair with her usual iron spine and secret kindness. Hermione went into magical research and international law at the same time, because of course she did. Ron joined the new Auror division that answered to Bones and the Confederation together, not just the British Ministry. For a while Harry tried to live in that world. He taught a short class on conceptual wards. He joined 1 or 2 circular councils. He helped map a dangerous tier over Eastern Europe that would have swallowed a town. He attended dinner at the Burrow and let Mrs. Weasley fuss. He walked by the lake with Hermione and talked about nothing more serious than whether house elves would ever take pay as a standard. He visited Sirius and found his godfather dozing under a tree, sunlight on his face. He stored those moments carefully. When the Potter Accord had passed in enough countries that it would be hard to roll back, when the first generation of students who had grown up under the new wards walked into their own offices, Harry knew it was time. He told Hermione first. They stood on the hill above the lake at dusk. The sky reflected in the water. The castle windows glowed. "It is ready," he said. She did not disagree. "Will I know when you go?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "I am not slipping away in the night." She took his hand. "Then I will walk you to the door," she said. They went back to the inner sanctum together one last time. Sirius waited there, leaning against the table. Ron sat in one of the chairs, spinning his wand between his fingers. "You thought we were not coming?" Sirius asked. "I hoped you would," Harry said. Ron swallowed. His eyes were brighter than he would ever admit. "Someone has to check you do not trip on the last step," Ron said. Harry smiled. They talked for a long time. Some of it was serious. Some of it was not. Hermione asked practical questions about how they would contact him if something truly terrible happened. Harry explained how the wards he was building into the lines would send him a pull if certain patterns showed. Sirius made him promise to still listen when yelled at from the mortal side. Ron muttered that if Harry did not, he would find a way to attach fireworks to a ley line. At last there was nothing left but the parting itself. Harry stood in the center of the room. The field rose around him in a quiet spiral. The walls of the inner sanctum blurred. The crackle of the small fire faded into a deeper hum. He looked at each of them in turn. "Thank you," he said, "for keeping me human." Hermione stepped forward and kissed him one last time, long and steady. Sirius grabbed him in a rough hug and refused to let go for several heartbeats. Ron clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to hurt and did not try to speak. When Harry stepped back, tears blurred his own sight. "See you at the foundations," he said. Then he let go. The White Realm opened. Etheron waited. This time when Harry stepped into that endless space, he did not feel like a child arriving for a lesson. He felt like someone walking into a job he had agreed to. Etheron extended both hands. Lines of light rose all around, each one a ley line on the planet below. Harry felt them as threads under his own skin. "This will hurt," Etheron said. "Binding always does." Harry nodded. "I am used to that," he said. The binding hurt. It was sharp and deep and bright. It tore and stitched at the same time. Harry felt his sense of self stretch beyond bone without breaking. Part of him rooted in the white, part in the lines that crisscrossed the earth. He felt wards he had written flare in answer. He felt the slow, steady flow of magic under mountains and cities. He felt the thin places where someone had once carved too deeply, now reinforced with new structure. He also felt 3 small points like warm stones. The inner sanctum, the Burrow, a study in a house filled with books and parchment in London. Hermione, Ron, Sirius. He smiled. "You are anchored," Etheron said. "Warder of the lines." Harry exhaled. "I am still Harry," he said. "For now," Etheron said. There was a trace of humor in it. See that you stay that way. Harry closed his eyes and listened to the world he had just tied himself to. It was noisy and messy and full of mistakes. It was also alive. He could live with that. Epilogue. Many centuries later, the library at the new Hogwarts was all glass and stone and quiet hum. A girl with dark braid and ink on her fingers sat at a table near a window, surrounded by books. The air smelled of paper and faint chalk. Outside, the wards over the grounds shone faintly where the sun caught them, layers of geometry that had grown more complex with every generation. She flipped a page and frowned. Divine Architect, she read out loud. Such a dramatic title. Her friend, a boy with freckles and a stack of rune charts under his arm, dropped into the chair opposite. Who? He asked. Harry Potter, she said. Says here he ended the Second Dark War, rewrote the ward systems, and then refused every formal title they tried to give him. The boy whistled. Refused power, he said. That does sound divine. She rolled her eyes. The more I read, the less divine he sounds, she said. He argued with everyone. He made mistakes. He had a god in his head and still managed to complain about ministry meetings. The boy grinned. So he was human, he said. That is what this historian keeps saying, she replied. They have whole sections on how the Golden Age was not just one man with magic. It was councils and accords and lots of people doing boring work. The boy glanced out at the wards. Still, he said, someone did something right. We have not had a Dark Lord in 400 years. Not by that name, she said. He shrugged. The wards keep catching the worst of it, he said. You heard what Professor Chong said. Last year there was an attempt to build a global drain. The foundations shut it down before the third line finished. The girl tapped the page. There was an old sketch of Harry in the middle of the text. It did not move. The artist had drawn him as a simple young man in school robes, not as a glowing figure. Most historians agree that is the Potter legacy, she said. Not just the laws, but the silent guard on the ley lines. They still call it the Warder effect. The boy made a face. You and your exam notes, he said. She snorted. You will be grateful when that question appears, she said. She closed the book and picked up another. Between the pages a small card slipped out and fell onto the table. She picked it up. It was old, edges worn. On one side someone had drawn a circle with 3 small dots inside it. She frowned. What is that? The boy asked. No idea, she said. Probably some old ward mark. She ran her thumb over it. For a second she felt a faint warmth under her skin, as if someone very far away had noticed. She shook her head. Strange, she murmured, and slid the card back into the book. Outside, the wards over the grounds pulsed once, soft and even. Somewhere deep under the earth, in the quiet where ley lines crossed, a presence shifted its attention for a heartbeat, checked the state of the foundations and found them sound. Then it settled again. The girl and her friend bent over their notes, arguing about rune placement and laughing too loud for a library until the librarian shushed them. The world turned. The gods watched but did not steer. And in the bones of the earth, Harry Potter kept his promise.